Chapter 19 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Foreign Land. The night had fallen nearly an hour ere Richard of Woodville, Ella Brune, and the young Englishman's attendants were seated for the first time round the table of a small Flemish inn, on the day after they had left the shores of their native land. Strange as it may seem, that with a wind not unfavourable, somewhat more than 24 hours should be occupied by a voyage of less than 60 miles. Yet such had been the case between Dover and Newport, for it was more than 5 hours past noon on the evening following that on which they set sail, when the bark that bore Richard of Woodville entered the mouth of the little river on which that port is situated. But the art of navigation was little known in those times, and the wind, which, though directly fair at first, was never strong enough to give the ship much way through the water, veered round soon after midnight, not to a point exactly contrary, but to one which favoured the course of the voyagers very little, so that if it had not again changed before night, another 12 hours might have been passed upon the sea. At length, however, the land, which had been for some time in sight, grew clear and more strongly marked. The towers of village churches were seen, distinct, and, anchoring as near the town as possible, the disembarkation was commenced without delay, in order to accomplish the task before nightfall. Nevertheless, ere horses and baggage were all safely on the shore, the day had well nigh come to an end, so that, as I have said, it was dark before the young Englishman, Ella Brune, and his attendants were seated round the table of the poor hostel, which was the only place of entertainment that the town afforded. Here first the services of the poor minstrel girl became really valuable to her protector, for notwithstanding the proximity of the English coast, not a soul in the hostel could speak aught else but the Flemish tongue. There were evidently numerous other guests, all requiring entertainment, though with a strange exclusiveness hardly known in those days, they kept themselves closely shut up in the rooms, which had been retained for their own accommodation. And as neither Woodville nor any of his train, not even excepted the learned Ned Dyram, knew one word of the language, the whole party would have fared ill, had not Ella, in tones which rendered even that harsh jargon sweet, given, in the quality of interpreter, the necessary orders for all that was required. The greatest difficulty seemed to be in obtaining chambers in which the somewhat numerous party of the young cavalier could find repose. The stable and the adjoining barn were full already of horses and mules, even to overflowing, otherwise they might have afforded accommodation to men who were accustomed in their own country to lie hard and yet sleep lightly, and only one room of any size was vacant, with a small closet hard by containing a low pallet. The latter Richard of Woodville at once assigned to Ella Brune. The former he reserved for himself and 3 of his men, of whom Ned Dyram was one, and it was finally arranged that the rest should be provided with dry hay mown from the neighbouring sandy ground, in the hall where they supped. As soon as the meal was over, the board was cleared, the hay brought in, Ella retired to her pallet, Richard of Woodville to his, straw was laid down across his door for the 3 men, and the whole party were soon in the arms of slumber. Richard of Woodville dreamed, however, with visions coming thick and fast, and changing as they came, like the figures of a phantasmagoria. Now he was in the king's court defying Simeon of Royden to battle, now at the old hall at Dundry, with Isabel, and Dacre, and Mary, and poor Catherine Beauchamp herself. Then suddenly the scene changed, and he was by the moonlight stream near Abbot's Ann, with Hal of Hadnock. He heard a voice called to him from the water. "Richard, Richard," it seemed to cry, "save me, revenge me, Richard, Richard of Woodville." He started suddenly up, but the voice still rang in his ears. "Richard of Woodville," it said, or seemed to say. "I hear," he exclaimed. "Who calls?" "What maiden is this thou hast with thee?" asked the voice. "Beware, beware, love will not be light-lied." "Who is that speaks?" demanded Richard of Woodville, rubbing his eyes in surprise and bewilderment. But no one answered, and all was silence. "Surely some one spoke," said the young gentleman. "If so, let them speak again." There was no reply, and Woodville was inclined to believe that his dream had been prolonged after he had fancied himself awake. But, as he sat up and listened, he heard the movement of someone amongst the straw at the end of the room, and, well aware that, if any of the men were watchful, it must be he who had the most mind, he exclaimed, "Ned Dyram, are you asleep?" "No, sir," replied the man. "I have been awake these 10 minutes. Did you hear anyone speak just now?" demanded Woodville. "To be sure I did," answered Dyram. "Someone called you by your name. It was that which roused me. They asked about the maiden, Ella, and bade you beware. Foul for them! We have witches near." Richard of Woodville instantly sprang from his bed and advanced towards the casement. The moon was still shining, but when the young gentleman gazed forth, all without was in the still quiet of midnight. He could see the court of the hostel, and the angle of the building, formed by a sort of wing, which projected from the rest, close to where he stood. But all was calm, and not a creature seemed stirring. He looked up to the windows in the wing, but there was no light in any. "Whence did the sound seem to come, Ned?" he asked. "It seemed in the room," replied the man. "Shall I strike a light? I have always wherewithal about me." Richard of Woodville bade him do so, and a lamp was soon lighted. But Ned Dyram and his master searched the room in vain, and the other 2 inhabitants of the chamber slept soundly through all. At length, puzzled and disappointed, Woodville retired to bed again, and the light was extinguished. But the young gentleman did not sleep for some hours, listening eagerly for any sound. None made itself heard through the rest of the night, but the hard breathing of the sleeping yeoman; and, after watching till near morning, slumber once more fell upon Woodville's eyes, and he did not wake till the sun had been up an hour. The yeoman had already quitted the room without his having perceived it, and dressing himself in haste, he proceeded to inquire of the host what strangers had lodged in his house during the preceding night, besides himself and his own attendants. "None but a party of monks and nuns," the man replied, through the interpretation of Ella Broom, whom Woodville had called to his aid. "Ask him, Ella, of what country they were," said Richard of Woodville. But the man replied to Ella's question that they were all Hainaulters, except 2 who came first from Friesland, and that they were going on a pilgrimage to Rome. Richard of Woodville was more puzzled than ever. For a moment he suspected that Ned Dyram might have played some trick upon him, for notwithstanding the bluntness of that worthy personage, a doubt of his being really as honest and straightforward as the king believed him had entered into Woodville's mind. He knew not well why. Reflecting, however, on the fact of Ned Dyram having encouraged Ella Broom to accompany them to the continent, notwithstanding the opposite advice given by his master, the young gentleman soon rejected that suspicion, and remained as much troubled to account for what had occurred as before. No farther information was to be obtained, and as soon as his men and horses were prepared, Richard of Woodville commenced his journey towards Ghent, directing his steps, in the first instance, to Gistel, through a country which presented at that period nothing but wide uncultivated plains and salt marshes, and here and there a village raised on any little eminence, or a feudal castle near the shore, from which, even in those days, and still more in the times preceding, numerous bands of pirates were sent forth, sweeping the sea, and occasionally entering the mouths of the English rivers. The inhabitants of the whole tract, from Ostend to the Aa, were notorious for their savage and bloodthirsty character, so much so, indeed, as to have obtained the name of the Scythians of the north. And Ella Broom, as she rode beside Richard of Woodville, on one of the mules which he had brought with him, and which had been freed from its share of the baggage to bear her lighter weight, warned her companion to be upon his guard, as the passage through that part of the country was still considered unsafe, notwithstanding some improvement in the manners of the people. At first Woodville only smiled, replying that he thought a party of 11 stout Englishmen were sufficient to deal with any troop of rude Flemings who might come against them. But she went on to give him many anecdotes of brutal outrages that had been committed within a very few years, which somewhat changed his opinion, and the appearance of a body of 5 or 6 horsemen, seemingly watching the advance of his little force, induced him to take some precautions. Halting within sight of the church of Lombard's Hade, he caused his archers to put on the cuirasses and salades with which they were provided for active service, and ordered them to have their bows ready for action at a moment's notice. He also partly armed himself, and directed the 2 pages to follow him close by with his casque, shield, and lance. And thus, keeping a firm array, the party moved forward towards Gistel, watched all the way along the road by the party they had at first observed, but without any attack being made. The military display, indeed, proved in some degree detrimental to them, for that small town had been surrounded by ramparts some 60 or 70 years before, and the party of strangers was refused admission at the gates. On the offer of payment, however, some of the inhabitants readily enough brought forth corn and water for the horses, and food and hydromel for the men. 1 or 2 of them could speak French also, and from them Richard of Woodville obtained clear directions for pursuing his way towards Ghent. He now found that he had already somewhat deviated from the right track in coming to Gistel at all, but as he was there, the men said that the best course for him to follow was to cross the country direct by Ernigum, and thence march through the forest of Winendale, along the high raised causeway which commenced at the gates of Gistel. As no likelihood of obtaining any nearer place of repose presented itself, the young Englishman proceeded to follow these directions, and towards 3 o'clock of the same day reached the village of Ernigum. Much to his disappointment, however, he found no place of entertainment there. The inhabitants were mostly in the fields, and but little food was to be obtained for man or horse. On his own account, Richard of Woodville cared little, nor did he much heed his men being broken in to privations, which he well knew must often befall them. But for Ella Brune he was more anxious, and expressed to her kindly his fears lest she should suffer from hunger and fatigue. But Ella laughed lightly, replying, "I am more accustomed to it than any of you." Onward from that place the march of the travellers was through the deep green wood, which at that time extended from a few miles to the south of Thoreau, almost to the gates of Bruges. The soil was marshy, the road heavy and full of sand, but the weather was still beautifully clear, the sun shone bright and warm, 1,000 wildflowers grew up under the shade, and the leafy branches of the forest offered no unpleasant canopy, even at that early period of the year. Neither village, nor house, nor woodman's hut, nor castle tower presented itself for several miles, and as they approached a spot where the road divided into 2, with no friendly indication to the weary traveller of the place to which either tended, Richard of Woodville turned towards Ella, asking, "Which, think you, I ought to follow, my fair maid? Or had I better, like the knight-errant of old, give the choice up to my horse, and see what his sagacity will do, when my own entirely fails me?" "What little I have," replied Ella, "would be of no good here, but I think the best road to choose would be the most beaten one." "Often the safest, Ella," replied Richard with a smile. "Yet not always the most pleasant," answered Ella Brune. But as she spoke a human figure came in sight, the first that they had seen since they had left Ernigum. It was that of a stout monk in a grey gown, with a large straw hat upon his head, tied with a ribbon under his beard. He was mounted upon a tall, powerful ass, which was ambling along with him at a good pace, and though he pulled up when he saw the large party of strangers pausing at the separation of the 2 roads, he came forward at a slower pace the next moment, and, after a careful inspection of the young leader's person, saluted him courteously in the French tongue. "Give you good day, and benedicite, my son," he said, bowing his head. "You seem embarrassed about your way. Can I help you?" "Infinitely, good father," replied Richard of Woodville. "If you can direct me on the road, I am going to Ghent." "Why, you can never reach Ghent to-night, my son," exclaimed the monk, "and you will find but poor lodging till you get to Tielt, which you will not reach till midnight, unless you ride hard." "We shall want both food and lodging long ere that, good father," said Richard of Woodville. "Whither does this road you have just come up lead?" "To Ertic," replied the monk. But you will get neither food nor beds there, my son, for so large a troop. 'Tis a poor place, and the priest is a poor man, who would lodge a single traveller willingly enough, but has no room for more, nor bread to give them. But your best plan will be to come with me to Toru. 'Tis a little out of your way to Ghent, but yet you can reach that city to-morrow, if you will, though 'tis a long day's journey, well nigh 10 leagues." "Is there a hostel in Toru, good father?" asked Richard of Woodville. "One of the most miserable in Flanders, Hainault, or Brabant," answered the monk, laughing. "But we have a priory there, where we are always willing to lodge strangers, and let them taste of our refectory. We are a poor order," he continued, with a sly smile, "but yet we live in a rich country, and the people are benevolent to us, so that our board is not ill supplied, and strangers who visit us always remember our poverty." "That we will do most willingly," said Richard of Woodville, "to the best of our ability, good father. But you see we have a lady with us. Now I have heard that in some orders—" "Ay, ay," replied the monk, laughing, "where the brotherhood are in sad doubt of their own virtue. But we are all grave and sober men, and fear not to see a fair sister amongst us, as a visitor, of course. It would be a want of Christian charity to send a fair lady from the gate, when she was in need of food and lodging. But come on, sir, if you will come, for we have still near a league to go, and 'tis well nigh the hour of supper, which this pious beast of mine knows right well. I had to drub him all the way to Airtick, because he thought I had ought to be at vespers in the convent. And now he ambles me well nigh 3 leagues to the hour, because he knows that I ought to be back again. Oh, he has as much care for my conscience as a lady's father director has of hers. Come, my son, if you be coming." And therewith he put his ass once more into a quick pace, and took the road to the right. In a little more than half an hour the whole party stood before the gates of a large heavy building, enclosed within high walls, situated at a short distance from the town of Toru. And the good monk, leaving his new friends without, went in to speak with the prior in regard to their reception. No great difficulty seemed to be made, and the prior himself, a white-bearded, fresh-complexioned old man, with a watery blue eye, well set in fat, came out to the door to welcome them. His air was benevolent, and his look, though somewhat more joyous than was perhaps quite in harmony with his vows, was by no means so unusual in his class as to call for any particular observation on the part of the young Englishman. Far from displaying any scruples in regard to receiving Ella within those holy walls, he was the first to show himself busy, perhaps somewhat more than needful, in assisting her to dismount. It was evident that he was a great admirer of beauty in the other sex, but there were other objects for which he had an extreme regard, and one of those, in the form of the supper of the monastery, was already being placed upon the table of the refectory, so that there was no other course for him to pursue than to hasten the whole party in, to partake of the meal, only pausing to ask Richard of Woodville, with a glance at the black robe of serge and the white wimple of Ella Brune, whether she was a sister of some English order. Woodville simply replied that she was not, but merely a young maiden who was placed under his charge to escort safely to Péronne, or perhaps Dijon, if she did not find her relations who were attached to the court of Burgundy at the former place. The good prior was satisfied for the time, and led the way on to the refectory, where about 20 brethren were assembled, waiting with as eager looks for the commencement of the meal as if they had been fasting for at least 24 hours. To judge, however, from the viands to which they soon sat down, no such abstinence was usually practised, and capons and roe deer and wild boar pork were in as great plenty on the table of the refectory as in the hall of a high English baron. Some distinction of rank, too, was here observed, and the attendants of Richard of Woodville were left to sup with the servants of the convent, somewhat to their surprise and displeasure. The monks in general seemed a cheerful and well-contented race, fond of good cheer and rich wine, and all but 1 or 2 seemed to vie with each other in showing very courteous attention to poor Ella Brune, in which course the prior himself and the brother quester, who had been Woodville's guide thither, particularly distinguished themselves. There was one saturnine man, indeed, seated somewhat far down the table, with his head bent over his platter, who seemed to take little share in the hilarity of the others. From time to time he gave a sidelong look towards Ella, but it was evidently not one of love or admiration, and Richard of Woodville was easily led to imagine that the good brother was somewhat scandalized at the presence of a woman in the convent. He asked the quaestor who sat next to him, however, in a low voice, who that silent brother was, and it needed no farther explanation to make the monk understand whom he meant. "He is a killjoy," replied the quaestor, with a significant look, "but he is none of our own people, though one of the order, from the abbey at Liege. He departs soon, God be praised, for he has done nothing but censure us since he came hither. His abbot sent him away upon a visitation, to get rid of him, I believe, for he was unruly there too, and declared that widgeons could not be eaten on even an ordinary fast day without sin, though we all know to the contrary." "He is not orthodox in that, at least," answered Richard of Woodville with a smile. "Doubtless he thinks it highly improper for a lady to have shelter here." "For that very reason," said the quaestor in the same low tone in which their conversation had been hitherto carried on, "the prior will have to lodge you in the visitors' lodging, which you saw just by the gate, for he fears the reports of Brother Paul. Otherwise he would have put you in the sub-prior's rooms, he being absent. But see, now he has done himself, how Brother Paul watches every mouthful that goes down the throats of others." The quaestor sank his voice to a whisper, adding in a solemn tone, "He drinks no wine. Nothing but water wets his lips. Is not that a sin? A disparaging of the gifts of God?" "It is, certainly, not using them discreetly," answered Richard of Woodville, "and methinks in these low lands a cup of generous wine, such as this is, must be even more necessary to a reverend monk, who spends half his time in prayer, than to a busy creature of the world who has plenty of exercise to keep his blood flowing." "To be sure it is," replied the quaestor, who approved the doctrine highly, and thereupon he filled Woodville's can again, with a benedicite, noble sir. When the meal was over, the young Englishman remarked that this grim brother Paul, of whom they had been speaking, took advantage of the little interval which usually succeeds the pleasant occupation of eating, to draw the prior aside and whisper to him for several minutes. The face of the latter betrayed impatience and displeasure, and he turned from him with a somewhat mocking air, saying aloud, "You are mistaken, my brother, and not charitable, as you will soon see. Hark, there is the bell for the complines. Do you attend the service, sir?" The last words were addressed to Richard of Woodville, who bowed his head and answered, "Gladly I will." "Oh, yes," cried Ella with a joyful look. "I shall be so pleased if I may find a place in the chapel. I have not had the opportunity of hearing any service since I left London." "Assuredly, my daughter," said the prior with a gracious look. "The chapel is open to all. We have our own place, but every day we have the villagers and townsfolk to hear our chanting, which we are somewhat vain of. You shall be shown how to reach it with your friends." The monks took their way to the chapel by a private door from the refectory, and Richard of Woodville, with Ella, was led by a lay brother of the monastery through the court. 2 or 3 women and 1 old man were in the chapel, and the short evening service began and ended, the sweet voice of Ella Broom mingling sounds with the choir, which, well I wot, the place had not often heard before. At the close, Richard of Woodville moved towards the door, but Ella besought him to stay one moment, and advancing to the shrine of Our Lady, knelt down and prayed devoutly, with her beads in her hand. Perhaps she might ask for a prosperous journey, and for deliverance from danger, or she might entreat support and guidance in an undertaking that occupied the dearest thoughts of an enthusiastic heart. Nor will there be many found to blame her, even if the higher aspirations, the holier and purer impulses that separate the spirit from the earth and lead the soul to heaven, were mingled with the mortal affections that cling around us to the end, so long as we are bondsmen of the clay. While she yet prayed, and while the monks were wending away through their own particular entrance, the old prior advanced to Woodville, who was standing near the door, and remarked, "Our fair sister seems of a devout and catholic spirit. These are bad days, and there are many that swerve from the true faith." At these words of conviction, very near the truth, broke upon Woodville's mind, as he recollected what Ella had told him of the opinions of old Murdoch Broom and of his relations in Liège, and combined her account with the whispering of Brother Paul, a monk from that very city. It was a sudden flash of perception, rather than a light of cold consideration, and he replied without a moment's pause, "She is indeed a sincere and pious child of the Holy Roman Catholic Church, and she has been much tried, as you would soon perceive, reverend sir, if you knew all, for she has relations who have long since abandoned the faith of their fathers, and would fain have persuaded her to adopt their own vain and heretical opinions. But she has been firm and constant, even to her own injury in their esteem. Poor maiden! Ay, I thought so, replied the fat prior, rubbing his fat white hands. See how she prays to the Blessed Virgin, and the Queen of Heaven will hear her prayers. She always has especial grace for those who kneel at that altar. Good night, brother, good night. The quaestor and the refectioner will show you your lodging, and give you the sleeping cup. To-morrow I will see you ere you depart. God's blessing upon you, daughter," he added, as Ella approached. "I must away, for that Father Paul has us all up to matins." Thus saying, the old monk retired, and in the court Woodville found his friend the quaestor and another brother, who led him and his attendant to what was called the visitors' lodging, where, with a more comfortable bed than the night before, he slept soundly, only waking for a few moments as the matin bell rang, and then dropping asleep again, to waken shortly after daylight and prepare for his journey onward. When he came to depart, however, there was one drawback to the remembrance of the pleasant evening he had passed in the monastery. A stout mule was saddled in the court, and the prior besought him, in courteous terms, to give the advantage of his escort to Father Paul, who was about to set out likewise for Ghent. Richard of Woodville could not well refuse, though not particularly pleased, and placing a liberal return for his entertainment in the box of the convent, he began his journey, resolved to make the best of a companionship which he could not avoid. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Agincourt, a Romance, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The New Acquaintances. All was bustle in the good old town of Ghent, as Richard of Woodville and his train rode in. It was at all times a gay and busy place, and even now, when much of its commerce has passed away from it, what a cheerful and lively scene does its market-place present on a summer's day, with the tall houses rising round, and breaking the line of the sunshine into fantastic forms, and the innumerable groups of men and women standing to gossip or to traffic, or moving about in many-coloured raiment. On that day, however, military display was added to the usual gaiety of the scene, and to the ordinary municipal pageants of the time. Horsemen in arms were riding through the streets, lances were seen here and there, and pennons fluttered on the wind, while every now and then attendants in gay dresses, with the arms of Burgundy embroidered upon breast and back, passed along with busy looks and an important air. The young Englishman took his way under the direction of Brother Paul, who had shown himself upon the journey more courteous and conversible than had been expected, towards the principal hostelry of the place, and Ghent at that time possessed many, but he was twice forced to stop in his advance by the crowds, who seemed to take little notice of him and his train, so fully occupied were they with some other event of the day. The first interruption was caused by a long train of priests and monks going to some church, with all the splendid array of the Roman Catholic clergy, followed by an immense multitude of idle gazers, and hardly had they passed when the procession of the trades, walking on foot, with banners displayed and guards in armour, and ensigns of the different companies, crossed the path of the travellers, causing them to halt for a full quarter of an hour, while the long line moved slowly on. "Is this any day of peculiar festival, Brother Paul?" demanded Richard of Woodville. "The good citizens of Ghent seem in holiday." "None that I know of," replied the monk, "but I will ask," and pushing on his mule to the side of one of the more respectable artisans, he inquired the cause of the procession of the trades. "They are going to compliment the Count of Charolois," answered the man, "and to ask his recognition of their charters and privileges. He arrived only this morning." "That is fortunate, Ella," said Woodville, as soon as he was informed of this reply, "both for you and for me. Your father's cousin will, most likely, be with him, and I seek the Count myself." Brother Paul seemed to listen attentively to what his companion said, but he made no remark, and as soon as the procession had passed they rode on, and were soon housed comfortably for the night. The monk left them at the inn door, thanking the young English gentleman for his escort, and retired to the Abbey of Saint-Bavon. The hour of the day was somewhat late for Richard of Woodville to present himself before the Count de Charolois, and he also judged that it might be more prudent to visit in the first place the agent of the King of England, the well-known diplomatist of that day, Sir Philip Morgan, or de Morgan, if it should chance that he had accompanied the Count to Ghent. That he had done so, indeed, seemed by no means improbable, as Woodville had learned since his arrival in Flanders that the Duke of Burgundy himself was absent in the French capital, and that the chief rule of his Flemish territory was entrusted to his son. The host of the inn, however, could tell him nothing about the matter. All he knew was that the Count had arrived that morning unexpectedly, accompanied by a large train, and that instead of taking up his abode in the Cour des Princes, which had of late years become the residence of the Counts of Flanders, he had gone to what was called the Vieux Bourg, or Old Castle, of the Flemish princes. He offered to send a man to inquire if a person bearing the hard name which his English guest had pronounced was with the Count's company. And Richard of Woodville had just got through the arrangements of a first arrival and was taking a hasty meal, when the messenger returned, saying that Sir Philip de Morgan was with the Count and was lodged in the left gate tower, entering from the court. "I will go to him at once, Ella," he said, "and before my return you had better bethink you of what course you will pursue, in case your kinsman should not be with the Count. I will leave you for the present under the charge of Ned Dyram here, who will see that no harm happens to you in this strange town." "Oh, it is not strange to me," replied Ella Brune. "We once stayed here for a month, noble sir, and as to bethinking me of what I shall do, I have bethought me already, but will not stay you to speak about it now." Thus saying, she suffered him to depart, without giving him any charge to inquire after her kinsman, being somewhat more than indifferent, to say the truth, as to whether Richard of Woodville found him or not. When the young gentleman had departed and the meal was concluded, Ned Dyram, though he had taken care to show no great pleasure at the task which his master had given him to execute, besought his fair companion to walk forth with him into the town, and urged her still, notwithstanding the plea of weariness which she offered for retiring to her own chamber. "I wish to purchase some goods," he said, "and shall never make myself understood, fair Ella, unless I have you with me." "Oh, every one in this town speaks French," replied Ella Brune, "for since the country fell to one of the royal family of France, that tongue has become the fashion amongst the nobles, and the traders are obliged to learn it, to speak with them." "But I must not go out and leave you," replied Ned Dyram, "after the charge my young lord has laid upon me." And as he still pressed her to accompany him, Ella, who felt that she owed him some gratitude for having forwarded her scheme so far, at length consented, and they issued forth together into the streets of Ghent. As soon as they were free from the presence of the other attendants of Richard of Woodville, the manner of her companion towards Ella became very different. There was a tenderness in his tones and in his words, an expression of admiration in his countenance, which he had carefully avoided displaying before others, and the poor girl felt somewhat grieved and annoyed, although, as there was nothing coarse or familiar in his demeanour, she felt that she had no right to be displeased. "The lowliest may love the highest," she thought, "and in station he is better than I am. Why, then, should I feel angry? And yet I wish this had not been. It may mar all my plans. How can I check it? And if I do, may he not divine all the rest, and, in his anger, do what he can to thwart me? I will treat it lightly. Heaven pardon me if I dissemble." "What are you thinking of so deeply, fair maiden?" asked Ned Dyram, marking the reverie into which she had fallen. "You do not seem to listen to what I say." "As much as it is worth, Master Dyram," replied Ella in a gay tone. "But I must check you. You are too rapid in your sweet speeches. Do you not know that he who would become a true servant to a lady must have long patience and go discreetly to work? Oh, I am not to be won more easily than my betters. Poor as I am as proud as any lady of high degree, and will have slow courtship and humble suit before I am won." "You shall have all that you wish, fair Ella," answered Ned Dyram, "if you will but smile upon my suit." "Smile!" exclaimed Ella, with the same light manner. "Did ever man dream of such a thing so soon? Why, you may think yourself highly favoured if you get a smile within 3 months. The first moon is all sighing, the next is all beseeching, the next hoping and fearing, and then, perchance, a smile may come to give hope encouragement. A kind word may follow at the end of the 4th month, and so on. But the lady who could be wholly won before 3 years is unworthy of regard. However, Master Dyram," she continued in a graver tone, "you must make haste to purchase what you want, for I am overwearied to walk further over these rough stones." Just as she spoke, Brother Paul passed them, in company with a secular priest, and although he took no notice of his fellow travellers, walking on as if he did not see them, the quick eye of Ned Dyram perceived with a glance that the priest and the monk had stopped, and were gazing back, talking earnestly together. "That dull shaveling loves us not, fair Ella," said Ned Dyram. "He is one of your haters of all men, I should think." "I have seen his face somewhere before," answered Ella Broom, "but I know not well where. 'Tis not a pleasant picture to look upon, certainly, but he may be a good man for all that. Come, Master Dyram, what is it you want to buy? Here are stalls enough around us now, and if you do not choose speedily, I must turn back to the inn, and leave you to find your way through Ghent alone." "Then first," said Ned Dyram, "I would buy a clasp to fasten the hood round your fair face." "What!" exclaimed Ella, in a tone of merry anger, "accept a present within a week of having seen you first?" "Nay, nay, servant of mine, that is a grace you must not expect for months to come. No, if that be all you want, I shall turn back," and she did so accordingly. But Ned Dyram had accomplished as much of his object as he had hoped or expected, for that day at least. He had spoken of love with Ella Broom, and although what a great seer of the human heart has said, that talking of love is not making it, may be true, yet it is undoubtedly a very great step to that pleasant consummation. But Ned Dyram had done more. He had overstepped the first great barrier, and Ella now knew that he loved her. He trusted to time and opportunity for the rest, and he was not one to doubt his skill in deriving the greatest advantage from both. The foolish and obtuse are often deceived by others. The shrewd and quick are often deceived by themselves. Without that best of all qualities of the mind, strong common sense, there is little to choose between the two. For if the dull man has in the world to contend with 1,000 knaves, the quick one has in his own heart to contend with 1,000 passions, and perhaps the domestic cheats are the most dangerous of all. There is not so great a fool on the earth as a clever man when he is one, and Ned Dyram was one of that class, so frequently to be found in all ages, whose abilities are somewhat serviceable to others, but are rarely, if ever, found serviceable to themselves. Ella had used but little art towards him, but that which all women use, or would use under such circumstances. Her first great thought was to conceal the love she felt, and where, when it becomes necessary to do so, is there a woman who will not find 1,000 disguises to hide it from all eyes? But to him especially she was anxious to suffer no feeling of her bosom to appear, for she had speedily discovered, by a sort of intuition rather than observation, or perhaps by a quickness in the perception of small traits which often seems like intuition, that he was keen and cunning beyond his seeming, and now she had a double motive for burying every secret deep in her own heart. She laid out no plan, indeed, for her future conduct towards him. She thought not what she would say, or what she would do, and if, in her after-course, she employed aught like wile against his wiles, it was done on the impulse of the moment, and not on any predetermined scheme. Ned Dyram had remarked his master's conduct well since Ella had been their companion. He had seen that Woodville had been sincere in the opinion he had expressed, that it would be better for her to remain in England, and the very calm indifference which he had displayed on finding her in the ship with himself had proved to him both that there had never been any love passages between them, ere he knew either, as he had imagined, when first he was sent to London, and thus there was no chance of the young gentleman's kindly sympathy for the fair girl he protected growing into a warmer feeling. He read the unaffected conduct of his master aright, but to that of Ella Brune he had become more blind, partly because he was deceived by his own passions, partly because, in this instance, he had a much deeper and less legible book to read, a woman's heart, and, though naturally of a clear-sighted and even suspicious mind, he saw not in the slightest degree the real impulses on which she acted. Contented, therefore, with the progress he had made, he purchased some articles of small value at one of the stalls which they passed, and returned to the inn with his fair companion, who at once sought her chamber, and retired to rest, without waiting for Richard of Woodville's return. Then sitting down in a dark corner of the hall, in which several of his companions were playing at tables, and 2 or 3 other guests listening to a tale in broad Flemish delivered by their host, Diram turned in his mind all that had passed between him and Ella, and with vanity to aid him, easily persuaded himself that his suit would find favour in her eyes. He saw indeed that the rash and licentious thoughts which he had at one time entertained in regard to her, when he found her poor, solitary, and unprotected, at a hostel in the liberties of the city, were injurious to her. But as his character was one of those too ordinary and debased ones, which value all things by the difficulty of attainment, he felt the more eagerly inclined to seek her, and to take any means to make her his, because he found her less easy to be obtained than he had at first imagined. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Exile. At one side of a small square or open space in the town of Ghent rose a large pile of very ancient architecture, called the Gravenstein, for many centuries the residence of the Counts of Flanders. Covering a wide extent of ground with its walls and towers, the building ran back almost to the banks of the Lièvre, over which a bridge was thrown, communicating with the castle on one side and the suburbs on the other. In front, towards the square, and projecting far beyond the rest of the pile, was a massive castellated gate of stone, flanked by high towers rising to a considerable height. The aspect of the whole was gloomy and stern, but the gay scene before the gates, the guards, the attendants, the pages in the bright-coloured and splendid costumes particularly affected by the house of Burgundy, relieved the forbidding aspect of the dark portal, contrasting brilliantly, though strangely, with its sombre and prison-like air. At a small light wicket, in a sort of balustrade or screen of richly sculptured stone, which separated the palace from the rest of the square, stood 2 or 3 persons, some of them in arms, others dressed in the garb of peace, and Richard of Woodville, with his guide, approaching one who seemed to be the porter, inquired if Sir Philip de Morgan could be spoken with. "Pass in," was the brief reply, "the door in the court on the left of the gate," and walking on, they took their way under the deep arch, and found in one of the towers a small low door of massive oak, studded with huge bosses of iron. No one was in attendance, and this door being partially open, was pushed back by Richard of Woodville, who bade the guide wait below, while he mounted the narrow stairs, the foot of which was seen before him. At the first story another open door presented itself, displaying a little anteroom, with 2 or 3 servants seated round a table, playing at cross and pile, a game which by this time had descended from kings to lackeys. Entering at once, the young gentleman, using the French tongue, demanded to speak with Sir Philip de Morgan, but the servants continued their game with that sort of cold indifference which Englishmen of an inferior class have, in all ages, been accustomed to show towards foreigners. One of them replying, in very bad French, and hardly lifting his head from the game, "He can't be spoken with, he is busy," adding in English to his fellow, "Play on, Wilfred." "How now, knave!" exclaimed Richard of Woodville in his own tongue. "Methinks you are saucy. Rise this moment and inform your master that a gentleman from the King of England desires to speak with him." The man instantly started up, replying, "I beg your pardon, sir. I did not know you. I thought it was some of those Flemish hogs come to speak about the vellum." "Learn to be civil to all men, sir," replied Richard of Woodville, and that a serving man is as much below an honest trader as a trader is below his lord. Go and do as I have told you." The lackey retired by a door opposite, leaving a smile upon the faces of his fellows at the lecture he had received, and after being absent no more than a minute, he reopened the door, saying, "Follow me, noble sir. Sir Philip will see you." Passing through another small chamber, in which a pale, thin man in a black robe with a shaven crown was sitting, busily copying some papers, Richard of Woodville was ushered into a larger room, poorly furnished. At a table in the midst was seated a corpulent, middle-aged personage, with a countenance which at first seemed dull and heavy. The nose, the cheeks, the lips were fat and protruding, and the thick shaggy eyebrows hung so far over the eyes as almost to conceal them. The forehead, however, was large and fine, somewhat prominent just above the brow, and over the nose, and when the eye could be seen, though small and grey, there was a bright and piercing light in it, which frequently accompanies high intellect. He was dressed in the plainest manner, and in dark colours, with a furred gown over his shoulders, and a small black velvet cap upon his head. Nor would it have been easy for anyone unacquainted with his real character to divine that in that coarse and somewhat repulsive form was to be found one of the greatest diplomatists of his age. Sir Philip de Morgan rose as soon as Richard of Woodville entered, bowing his head with a courtly inclination, and desiring his visitor to be seated. As soon as the servant had closed the door, he began the conversation himself, saying, "My knave tells me, sir, you come from the king. It might have been more prudent not to say so." "Why, good faith, Sir Philip," replied Woodville, "without saying so, there was but little chance of seeing you, for you have some saucy vermin here, who thought fit to pay but little attention to my first words; and moreover, as I have letters from the king for the Count de Charolois, which must be publicly delivered, concealment was of little use, and could last but a short time." "That alters the case," answered Sir Philip de Morgan. "As to my knaves, they must be taught to use their eyes, though a little insolence is not altogether objectionable. But you mentioned letters for the Count. I presume you have some for me." "I have," answered Richard of Woodville, putting his hand into the gibeciere, or pouch, which was slung over his right shoulder and under his left arm by an embroidered band. "This from the king, sir," and he placed Henry's letter in the envoy's hand. Sir Philip de Morgan took it, cut the silk with his dagger, and drew forth the 2 sheets which it contained. The first which he looked at was brief, and the second, which was folded and sealed, with 2 words written in the corner, he did not open, but laid aside. "So, Master Woodville," he said, after this examination, "I find you have come to win your golden spurs in Burgundy. What lies in me to help you I will do. Tomorrow I will make you known to the Count de Charolois. I was well acquainted with your good father, and your lady mother too. She was the sister, if I recollect, of the good knight of Dunbury, a very noble gentleman." And then, turning from the subject, he proceeded with quiet and seemingly unimportant questions to gain all the knowledge that he could from Richard of Woodville regarding the court of England, and the character, conduct, and popularity of the young king. But his visitor, as the reader may have seen in earlier parts of this true history, though frank and free in his own case, and where no deep interests were concerned, was cautious and on his guard in matters of greater moment. He was not sent thither to babble of the king's affairs, and though he truly represented his sovereign as highly popular with all classes, and deservedly so, Sir Philip de Morgan gained little farther information from him on any of the many points in regard to which the diplomatist would fain have penetrated the monarch's designs before he thought fit to communicate them. The high terms in which Henry had been pleased to speak of the gentleman who bore his letter naturally induced the envoy to set down his silence to discretion, rather than to want of knowledge; and he observed, after his inquiries had been parried more than once, "You are, I see, prudent and reserved in your intelligence, Master Woodville." "It is easy to be so, fair sir," answered his visitor, "when one has nothing to communicate. Doubtless the king has told you all, without leaving any part of his will for me to expound. At least, if he did, he informed me not of it." "And I have nothing more to relate." "What, not one word of France?" asked the knight with a smile. "Not one," replied Woodville calmly. The envoy smiled again. "Well," he said, "then tomorrow at noon I will go with you to the Count, if you will be here. Doubtless we shall hear more of your errand from the letters you bear to that noble prince." "I do not know," replied Woodville, rising; "but at the same time I would ask you to send some one with me to find out the dwelling of one Sir John Grey, if he be now in Ghent." "Sir John Grey!" said De Morgan, musing, as if he had never heard the name before. "I really cannot tell you where to find such a person. There is none of that name here. Is he a friend of your own?" "No," answered Richard of Woodville, "I never saw him." "Then you have letters for him, I presume," rejoined the other. "What says the superscription? Does it not give you more clearly his place of abode? The town contains many a street and lane. I have only been here these 8 hours since several years, and he may well be in the place and I not know it." Woodville drew forth the king's letter, and gazed at the writing on the back, while Sir Philip de Morgan, who had risen likewise, took a silent step round and glanced over his arm. "Ha! The king's own writing," he said. "Sir John Grey! I remember. There is, I believe, an old countryman of ours living near what is called the Stade de Grand, in the name of Mortimer. He has been here some years, and if there is a man in Ghent who can tell you where to find this Sir John Grey, 'tis he. Nay, I think you may well trust the letter in his hands to deliver. Stay, I will send one of my knaves with you, who knows the language and the manners of this people well." "I thank you, noble sir," replied his visitor, "but I have a man waiting for me who will conduct me. But if you will but repeat the direction that you gave, near the Stade de Gand, I think you said." "Just so," replied Sir Philip de Morgan drily, "but not quite so far. It is a house called the House of Viachute. But it is growing late. In less than an hour it will be dark. You had better delay your visit till tomorrow, when you will be more sure of admission, for he is of a moody and somewhat strange fantasy, and not always to be seen." "I will try at all events to-night," replied Richard of Woodville. "I can but go back to-morrow if I fail. Farewell, Sir Philip. I will be with you at noon." And after all the somewhat formal courtesies and leave-takings of the day, he retired from the chamber of the king's envoy, and sought the guide who had conducted him thither. The man was soon found talking to one of the inferior attendants of the Count of Charolois, and calling him away, Richard of Woodville directed him to lead to the house which Sir Philip de Morgan had indicated. The guide replied, in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, that it was a long way off, but a word about his reward soon quickened his movements, and issuing through the gates of the city, they followed a lane through the suburbs on the northern side of the Lys. A number of fine houses were built at that time beyond the actual walls of Ghent, for the frequent commotions which took place in the town, and the little ceremony with which the citizens were accustomed to take the life of any one against whom popular wrath had been excited, rendered it expedient in the eyes of many of the nobles of Flanders to lodge beyond the dangerous fortifications, which were as often used to keep in an enemy as to keep one out. Many of these were modern buildings, but others were of a far more ancient date, and at length, as it was growing dusk, the young Englishman's guide stopped at the gate of one of the oldest houses they had yet seen, and struck 2 or 3 hard blows upon the large heavy door. For some time nothing but a hollow sound made an answer, and looking up, Richard of Woodville examined the mansion, which seemed going fast into a state of decay. It had once been one of the strong battlemented dwellings of some feudal lord, and heavy towers and numberless turrets seemed to show that the date of its first erection went back to a time when the city of Ghent, confined to its own walls, had left the houses which were built beyond them, surrounded only by the uncultivated fields and pastures, watered by the Scheldt, the Lys, and the Lièvre. The walls still remained solid, though the sharp cutting of the round arches had mouldered away in the damp atmosphere, and the casement above, for externally there were none on the lower story, were, in many instances, destitute of even the small lozenges of glass which, in those days, were all that even princely mansions could boast. After waiting more than a reasonable time, the guide knocked loud again, and looking round for a bell, at length found a rope under the arch, which he pulled violently. While it was still in his hand, a stout Flemish wench appeared, and demanded what they wanted, that they made so much noise. Her words indeed were unintelligible to the young Englishman, but guessing their import, he directed the guide to inquire if an Englishman of the name of Mortimer lived there. A nod of the head which accompanied her reply showed him that it was in the affirmative, and he then, by the same intervention, told her to let her master know that a gentleman from England wished to see him. The girl laughed and shook her head, saying something which, when it came to be translated, proved to be that she knew he would not see anyone of the kind, but though it was of no use, she would go and inquire, and away she consequently ran with good-humoured speed, showing as she went a pair of fat white legs, with no other covering than that which nature had furnished them. She returned in a minute with a look of surprise, and bade the strangers follow her, which they did, into the court. There, however, Woodville again directed his guide to wait, and under the pilotage of the Flemish maid, entered upon a sea of passages, till at length, catching him familiarly by the hand to guide him in the darkness that reigned within, she led him to a flight of stairs and opened a door at the top. Before him lay a small room, ornamented with richly carved oak, the lines and angles of which caught faintly the light proceeding from a lamp upon the table, and standing in the midst of the room, with a look of eager impatience, was a man, somewhat advanced in life, though younger than Woodville had expected to see. His hair, it is true, was white, and his beard, which he wore long, was nearly so likewise, but he was upright and seemingly firm in limb and muscle. His face had furrows on it too, but they seemed more of care and thought than age, and his eye was clear, undimmed, and flashing. "Well, sir, well," he said in English, as soon as Richard of Woodville entered. "What news? Why has she not come herself?" "You are, I fear, under a mistake," replied the young Englishman. "I came to you for information, not to give any." The other cast himself back into his seat and covered his eyes with his hands as Woodville spoke. The next moment he withdrew his hands, and the whole expression of his countenance was altered. Nothing appeared but a look of dull and thoughtful reserve, with a slight touch of disappointment. As he spoke not, Richard of Woodville went on to say, "Sir Philip de Morgan directed me, sir." "Ay, he has his eye ever upon me," exclaimed the other, interrupting him. "What does he seek? What is there now to blame?" "Nothing that I am aware of," answered Woodville. "It is on my own business he directed me here, not on yours or his." "Indeed," said the other, with a softened look. "And what is there for your pleasure, sir?" "He informed me," replied his visitor, "that if there be a man in Ghent, it is yourself, who can tell me where to find one Sir John Grey, an English knight, supposed to be resident here." "And may I ask your business with him?" inquired Mortimer, coldly. "Nay," answered Woodville, "that will be communicated to himself. I cannot see how it would stead you to know aught concerning it." "No," replied Mortimer, "but it might stead him. A good friend, sir, to a man in danger, may stand like a barbican, as it were, before a fortress, encountering the first attack of the enemy. I say not that I know where Sir John Grey is to be found, but I do say, and at once, that I would not tell, if I did, till I had heard the motive of him who seeks him. He has been a wronged and persecuted man, sir, and it is fit that no indiscretion should lay him open to further injury." Woodville fixed his eyes intently upon his companion's countenance, and after a moment's pause, he said in an assured tone, "I speak to Sir John Grey even now. Concealment is vain, sir, and needless, for I do but bring you a letter from the young King of England, which I promise to deliver with all speed, and if things be as I think, it will not prove so ungrateful to you as you may expect. Am I not right? For I must have your own admission ere I give the letter." "The letter!" repeated the other, and again a look of eagerness came over his countenance. "You bear a letter, then? You are keen, young man," he added, "but yet you look honest." "I do assure you, sir," replied Woodville, "that I have no end or object on earth but to give the letter with which I am charged to Sir John Grey himself. I am anxious, moreover, to do it speedily, for so I was directed, and I have therefore come to-night without waiting for repose. If you be he, as I do believe, you may tell me so in safety, and rest upon the honour of an English gentleman." "Honour!" said his companion, with a sad and bitter shake of the head. "I have no cause to trust in honour. It has become but a mere name, the meaning of which has been lost long ago, and each man interprets it as he likes best. In former times, honour was a thing as immutable as the diamond, which naught could change to any other form. 'Twas truth, 'twas right, 'Twas the pure gold of the high heart. But alas, men have devised alloy, and the metal, be it as base as copper, passes current for the value that is stamped upon it by society. Honour is no longer independent of man's will. 'Tis that which people call it, and no more. The liar, who, with a smooth face, wrongs his friend in the most tender point, is still a man of honour with the world. The traitor who betrays his country or his king, so that it be for passion, and not gold, is still a man of honour, and will cut your throat if you deny it. The calumniator who blasts another's reputation with a sneer is still a man of honour if he's brave. Honour's a name that changes colour like the Indian beast according to the light it is viewed in. Now it is courage, now it is rank, now it is riches, now it is fine raiment or a swaggering air. Once it was truth, young sir. And is ever so in reality, replied Richard of Woodville. The rest are all counterfeits, which only pass with men who know no better. It is of this honour that I speak, sir. However, as you know me not, I cannot expect you to attribute to me qualities that are indeed now rare. Yet, holding myself bound by that very honour which we speak of, to deliver the letter that I bear to no one but him for whom it was destined, unless you tell me you are indeed that person, I must carry it back with me. Stay, what is your name? Demanded the other. That may give me light. My name is Richard of Woodville, answered his visitor. Ha! Richard of Woodville, cried the stranger with a look of joy, grasping his hand warmly. Give it me quick. I am Sir John Grey. How fares she? Where is she? Why did she not come? I know not of whom you speak, replied Woodville. This letter is from the king, and drawing it forth, he put it into his companion's hand. From the king? exclaimed Sir John Grey. From the king? A letter to me? And he held the packet to the lamp, and gazed on the superscription attentively. True, indeed, he said at length, cutting the silk. Our trusty and well-beloved, a style I have not heard for years. And bending his head over it, he perused the contents, which were somewhat long. Woodville gazed at his face while he read, and marked the light and shade of many varied emotions come across it. Now the eye strained eagerly at the first lines, and the brow knit. Now a proud smile curled the lip, and now the eyelid showed a tear. But presently, as he proceeded, all haughtiness passed away from his look. He raised his eyes to heaven, as if in thankfulness, and at the end let fall the paper on the table, and clasped his hands together, exclaiming, Praise to thy name, most merciful! The dark hour has come to an end. Then stretching forth his open arms to Richard of Woodville, he said, Let me take you to my heart, messenger of joy. You have brought me life. I am overjoyed to be that messenger, Sir John, replied Woodville, but, in truth, I was ignorant of what I carried. I did but guess, indeed, from my knowledge of the king's great soul, that it would not be so eager that this should reach you soon, if the tidings it contained were evil. They are home to the exile, replied the knight, wealth to the beggar, grace and station to the disgraced and fallen, the reversal of all his father's bitter acts, the generous outpouring of a true royal heart. Noble, noble prince, God requite me with misery eternal, if I do not devote every moment that remains of this short life to do your signal service. And you too, my friend, he continued, taking his visitor's hand. So you are the man who, choosing by the heart alone, setting rank and wealth and name aside, looking but to loveliness and worth, sought the hand of a poor and portionless girl, the daughter of a proscribed and banished fugitive. Good faith, Sir John, replied the young gentleman, gazing upon him with a look of no small surprise and pleasure. I begin to see the light, but I have been so long in darkness that my eyes are dazzled. Can it be that I see my fair Mary's father, the father of Mary Markham, in Sir John Grey? But the knight's attention had been turned back to the letter, with that abrupt transition which the mind is subject to, when suddenly moved by joy so unexpected as almost to be rendered doubtful by its very intensity. I cannot believe it, he said. Yet who should deceive me? It is royal, too, in every word. It is the king's own hand that wrote it, replied Richard of Woodville, and if there be aught that is high and generous therein, aught that speaks a soul above the ordinary crowd, aught that is marked as fitting for a king, who values royalty but for extended power to do good and redress wrong, set it down with full assurance as a proof that it is Henry's own. But you have not answered me as to that dear lady." "She is my child, Richard," said Sir John Grey, "and if you are worthy, as I believe you, she shall be your wife. You chose her in lowliness and poverty. She shall be yours in wealth and honour. But tell me more about her. When did you see her? Why has she not come?" "The last question I cannot answer," replied Richard of Woodville, "for though I heard her father had sent for her, I knew not who her father was, or where, but—" "So then she never told you?" asked the knight. "Never," answered Woodville, "nor my good uncle either. But I saw her some 8 or 9 days since in Westminster, well and happy. I have heard since, however, by a servant whom I sent up, that she and Sir Philip had returned in haste to Dunbury upon some sudden news." "Ay, then, so they have missed the men I sent," replied Sir John Grey. "I dispatched a servant, the only one I had, 3 weeks since, together with some merchants who were going to trade in London, and who promised on their return, which was to be without delay, to bring her with them." "Stay," exclaimed Woodville, "had they not a freight of velvets and stuffs of gold?" "The same," answered the knight. "What of them?" "They were taken by pirates in the mouth of the Thames," replied Richard of Woodville. "I heard the news in Winchester when I was purchasing housings for my horses. But be not alarmed for your dear child. She is safe. I saw her afterwards. And good Sir Philip seemed to marvel much why some persons whom he expected had not yet arrived. Had he told me more, I could have given him tidings of them. Put your mind at ease on her account, for she is still with Sir Philip." "But that poor fellow, the servant," answered the knight sadly. "My heart is ill at rest for him. Misfortune teaches us to value things more justly than prosperity. A true and faithful friend, whatever be his station, is a treasure indeed, not to be lost without a bitter pang. I must thank God that my dear child is safe, yet I cannot forget him." "They will put him to ransom with the rest," replied Richard of Woodville. "I heard they had carried the merchants and their vessel to some port in the north, and doubtless you will soon hear of him. I did not learn that there was any violence committed, for though they are usually hard and cruel men, they are even more avaricious than bloodthirsty." "God send it!" exclaimed Sir John Grey. "I wonder that your noble kinsman, when he heard that you were about to cross the sea, did not charge you with Mary's guidance hither. It would have been more safe." "But you forget," replied Woodville, "that I was ignorant of all concerning her. I thought she was an orphan till within the last 10 days, or perhaps not so well placed as that. Besides, my uncle would not countenance our love, and indeed that was his reason, for I remember he said that he wished we had not been such fools as to be caught by one another's eyes, that it would have saved him much embarrassment." Sir John Grey smiled, saying, "That is so much the man I left. He had even then outlived the memory of his own young days, when ladies' love was all his thought but arms, and looked upon everything but that lofty and more shadowy devotion to the fair, which was the soul of olden chivalry, as little better than youthful idleness. He kept you, then, even to the last, without knowledge of her fate and history? He did well, too, for so I wished it. But I will now tell you all, and there is not indeed much to say. I raised my lance with the rest for my sovereign King Richard, was taken and pardoned, but swore no allegiance to one whom I could not but hold as an usurper. When occasion served again, I was not slack to do the same once more, and with my friends fought the lost battle of Shrewsbury. My life was saved by a poor faithful fellow of our army, who gave his own, I fear, for mine; and flying more fortunately than others, I escaped to this land. Here I soon heard that I was proclaimed a traitor, my estates seized, my name attainted, and my child sought for to make her a ward of the crown, and to give her and the fortune which her mother inherited to some minion of the court. She was then a mere child, and by your uncle's kindly care was taken first to Wales, and then brought to his own house, where he has ever treated her as a daughter. I lingered on in this and other lands from year to year, and many an effort was made to entrap or drive me back into the net. The King of France was instigated to expel me from his dominions. The Duke of Burgundy was moved to follow his example, but would not so debase himself to any king on earth. But why should I tell all that I have suffered? Every art was used, and every means of persecution tried, till at length, taking refuge in this town of Ghent under a false name, I have known a short period of tranquillity. Then came the thought of my child upon me. It grew like a thirst, till I could bear no more, and I sent for her. I knew not then that the late king was dead, or I might have waited to see the result. For often when this prince was but a child, I have had him on my knee, and I too taught him to handle the bow when he was 7 years old. For till his father stretched a hand towards the crown, he was my friend. And Harry of Hereford and John Grey were sworn brothers. The more the friendship wants, the more the hate, replied Richard of Woodville. So says an old song, noble knight, but now that enmity is over, I trust, for ever. The Earl of March, the only well-founded obstacle in the way of Henry's rights, acknowledges them fully. And if he did not, answered Sir John Grey with a stern brow, I would never draw my sword for him. The Earl of March, I mean the old Earl, by tame acquiescence in the deeds of Henry of Bolingbroke, set aside his title. He held out no hand to help his fallen kinsman Richard, and if the crown was to be given away, it was the peers and commons of England that had right to give it, and they rightly gave it to the brave and wise rather than to the feeble and the timid. It was Richard Plantagenet was my king, and not the Earl of March. To the one I swore allegiance and owed much, to the other I had no duty and owed nothing. I did not wrangle which son of a king should succeed, but I upheld the monarch who was upon the throne. Neither did I ever, my young friend, regard the Duke of Lancaster with private enmity, as you seem to think. He was ambitious, he usurped his cousin's throne, and I drew the sword against him because he did so. But I will acknowledge that, if there was one man in England fitted to fill that throne with dignity, he was the man. He, on the contrary, hated me, because his own conduct had changed a friend into an enemy, and so it is ever in this world. But who is it rings the bell so fiercely? Hark! Perhaps it is my child. And, opening the door, he turned his head eagerly to listen to the sounds that rose from below. Richard of Woodville also gave ear, for a word is sufficient to make hopes, however improbable, rise up like young plants in a spring shower, at least in our early days. But the next moment the steps of 2 persons sounded in the passage, and one of the servants, whom Woodville had seen in the antechamber of Sir Philip de Morgan, appeared, guided by the Flemish maid. "My master greets you well, sir," he said, addressing Sir John Grey, "and has sent you, by the king's order, some of the money belonging to you, for your present need." And thus saying, he laid a heavy bag of what appeared to be coin upon the table. "He bids me say," continued the man, "that the rest of the money will arrive soon, and that you had better appear at the court of my Lord Count as early as may be, that all the world may know you have the king's protection." Sir John Grey gazed at the bag of money with a mournful smile. "How ready men are," he said, "when fortune favours! How far and how long might I have sought this when I was in distress!" And untying the bag, he took out a large piece of silver, saying to the servant, "There, my friend, is largesse. Tell your master I will follow counsel. He has heard of this, Richard. You bore him letters, I suppose," he added, as the man quitted the room, with thanks for his bounty. "Well, 'tis no use to expect of men more than they judge their duty. Yet this knight was the instrument who willingly urged the Duke of Burgundy to drive me forth from Dijon." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Count of Charolois. Clothed in the most splendid array with which he had been able to provide himself, his tight-fitting hose displaying to the highest advantage his graceful yet powerful limbs, with the coat of black silk, spotted with flowers of gold, cut wide, but gathered into numerous pleats or folds round the collar and the waist, and confined by a rich girdle to the form, while the sleeves, fashioned to the shape of the arm, and fastened at the wrist, showed the strong contour of the swelling muscles. Richard of Woodville stood before the door of the inn, as handsome and princely a man in his appearance as ever graced a royal court. Over his shoulders he wore a short mantle of embroidered cloth, trimmed with costly fur, the sleeves of which, according to the custom of the day, were slashed down the inner side so as to suffer the arm to be thrust out from them, while they, more for ornament than use, hung down to the bend of the knee. On his feet he wore the riding boots of the time, thrust down to the ankle, and, in accordance with a custom then new in the courts of France and Burgundy, but which ere long found its way to England, his heavy sword had been laid aside, and his only arm was a rich hilted dagger suspended by a gold ring from the clasp of his girdle. His head was covered with a small bonnet or velvet cap, ornamented by a single long white feather, showing that he had not yet reached knightly rank, and round it curled in large masses his glossy dark brown hair. Likewise, arrayed with all the splendour that the young gentleman's purse had permitted him to procure, 6 of his servants stood ready by their horses' sides to accompany him to the dwelling of the Count of Charolois, and a glittering train they formed, well fitted to do honour to old England in the eyes of a foreign court. It was evident enough that they were all well pleased with themselves, but their self-satisfaction was of the cool and haughty kind so common to our countrymen, partaking more of pride than vanity. They looked down upon others more than they admired themselves, and, unlike the French or the Burgundians, seemed to care little what others thought of them, quite contented with the feeling that their garb became them, and that, should need be, they could give a stroke or bide a buffet with the best. The horse of Richard of Woodville, not the one which had borne him from the coast, but a finer and more powerful animal, was brought round, and turning for a moment to Ella Broom, who stood with a number of other gazers at the door of the inn, the young Englishman said, "I will not be so careless and forgetful to-day, Ella, but will bring you back tidings of your kinsman, without farther fault." Then, springing on his charger's back, he rode lightly away, while the poor girl gazed after him, with a deep sigh struggling at her heart, and suppressed with pain, as she thought of the many eyes around her. At the gate of the Gravenstein, orders had already been given to admit the young Englishman into the inner court, and, riding on, Richard of Woodville dismounted near the door which led to the apartments of Sir Philip de Morgan. A man who was waiting at the foot of the stairs ran up them as soon as he saw the train, and before Woodville could follow, the envoy of the King of England came down, followed by a page. He greeted his young countryman with even marked courtesy, suffering his eyes to rest with evident pleasure upon his goodly train, and then turning with a smile to Woodville, he inquired, "Do men now in England gild the bits and chains of their horses?" "It is a new custom, I believe," replied the young gentleman. "I gave little heed to it, but told the people to give me those things that would not discredit my race and country at the court of Burgundy." "Well, let us go hither," replied Sir Philip, "or at least to such part of it as is here in Ghent. I have already advised the Count that you are coming, and he is willing to show you all favour." The envoy accordingly led the way across the wide court which separated the old gate, with its gloomy towers, from the stern and still more forbidding fortress of the ancient Counts of Flanders, and passing first through a narrow chamber in which were sitting some half-dozen armed guards, and then through a wide hall, where a greater number of gentlemen were assembled in their garb of peace, the 2 Englishmen approached a flight of steps at the farther end. There a middle-aged man, with a gold chain round his neck, advanced, and addressing Sir Philip de Morgan, inquired if the Count was aware of their visit. The diplomatist replied that they were expected at that hour, and the other, pushing open the door at the top of the steps, called loudly to an attendant within, to usher the visitors to his lord's presence. After a few more ceremonies of the same kind, Woodville and his companion were introduced into the small cabinet in which the Count of Charolois was seated. He was not alone, for 2 personages having the appearance of men of some rank, but booted and spurred as if for a journey, were standing before him, in the act of taking their leave, and Richard of Woodville had an opportunity of examining briefly the countenance of the prince, known afterwards as Philip the Good. He was then in the brightness of early youth, and seldom has there been seen a face more indebted to expression for the beauty which all men agreed to admire. Taken separately, perhaps none of the features were actually fine, except the eyes, but there was a look of generous kindness, a softness brightened by a quick and intelligent glance, a benignity rather heightened than diminished by certain firmness of character, in the mouth and jaw, which was inexpressibly pleasing to the eye. There were lines of deep thought, too, about the brow, which contrasted strangely with the smooth soft skin of youth. and with the rounded cheeks without a furrow or hollow, and the eyelids as unwrinkled and full as those of careless infancy. The Count had evidently been speaking on matters of grave moment, for there was a seriousness even in his smile, as, rising for an instant, while the others bowed and retired, he wished them a prosperous journey. He was above the middle height, but not very tall, and though in after years he became somewhat corpulent, he was now very slight in form, and graceful in his movements, which all displayed, even at the early age of 17, that dignity never lost, even after the symmetry of youth was gone. As the two gentlemen who took their leave were quitting the room, the Count turned to Sir Philip de Morgan, bowing rather stiffly, and noticing Woodville with a slight inclination of the head. "This is, I suppose, the gentleman you mentioned, Sir Philip," he said, "who has brought me letters from my royal cousin of England?" "The same, fair sir," replied the envoy. "Allow me to make known to you Master Richard of Woodville, allied to the noble family of Beauchamp, one of the first in our poor island." "He is welcome to Ghent," replied the Count, but Woodville remarked that he did not demand the letters which he bore, and he was hesitating whether he should present the one addressed to him, when the prince inquired in an easy tone whether he had had a prosperous journey, following up the question with so many others of small importance that the young Englishman judged there was something assumed in his eager but insignificant interrogatory. He knew not, indeed, what was the motive, but his companion, too well accustomed to the ways of courts not to translate correctly a hint of the kind, whether he chose to apply it or not, took occasion, at the very first pause, to say, "Having now had the honour of introducing this young gentleman, I will leave him with you, my Lord Count, as I have important letters to write on the subject of our conversation this morning." "Do so, Sir Knight," replied the prince, and he took a step towards the door, as if to honour his departing visitor. "Now, Master Richard of Woodville," he continued, as soon as the other was gone, "let us speak of your journey hither. But first, if you please, let me see the letter which you bring, and which may, perhaps, render farther explanation unnecessary." Richard of Woodville immediately presented the king's epistle to the Count of Charolois, who read the contents with attention, and then gazed at the bearer with an earnest glance. "I have heard of you before, sir," he said with a gracious smile, "and am most willing to retain you on the part of Burgundy. Such a letter as this from my royal cousin could not be written in favour of one who did not merit high honour, and unhappily, in these days, there are but too many occasions of gaining renown in arms. May I ask what payment you require for the services of yourself and your men?" "None, noble prince," replied Richard of Woodville. "I come but to seek honour. If my services be good, you or your father will recompense them as you think meet. In the meantime, all that I require is entertainment for myself and followers at the court of Burgundy, wherever it may be, and the discharge of my actual expenses in time of war, or when I am employed in any enterprise you may think fit to entrust to me." "I see, sir, that you are of the olden chivalry," said the Count, giving him his hand. "You are from this moment a retainer of our house, and I am glad," he continued, "that I have spoken with you alone, for good Sir Philip de Morgan loves none to bring letters from his king but himself. I may have cause to call upon you soon, even now, indeed, but of that hereafter. How many have you with you?" "10 stout archers," answered the young Englishman, "who will do their duty in whatever field they may be called to, and myself. That is my only force, but it may go far, for we are well horsed and armed, and most of us have seen blood drawn in our own land. You said, my Lord Count, that even now an occasion might offer, at least so I understood you. Now I am somewhat impatient of fortune's tardiness, and would not miss her favours as soon as her hand is open." The Count mused for a moment, and then looked up, laughing. "Well," he said, "perhaps my mother may call me a rash boy in trusting to such new acquaintance, but yet I will confide in you to justify me. There may be an occasion very soon, and if there be, I will let you have your part. I, alas, must not go, but at all events have everything ready to set out at a moment's notice, and you may chance to ride far before many days be over. Now let us speak of other things," and he proceeded to ask his visitor numerous questions regarding the English court, its habits, customs, and the characters of the principal nobles that distinguished it. Richard of Woodville answered his inquiries more frankly than he had done those of Sir Philip de Morgan, and the Count seemed well pleased with all he heard. Gradually their conversation lost the stiffness of first acquaintance, and the young prince, throwing off the restraint of ceremony, gave way to the candid spirit of youth, spoke of his own father and of his dangerous position at the court of France, expressed his longing desire to take an active part in the busy deeds that were doing, touched with some bitterness upon the conduct of the Dauphin towards his sister, and added with a flushed cheek, "Would my father suffer it, I would force him, lance to lance, if not to cast away his painted paramour, at least to do justice to his neglected wife. She is more fair and bright than any French harlot, and it must be a studied purpose to insult her race, that makes him treat her thus." "Perhaps not, noble Count," replied Richard of Woodville. "There is nothing so capricious on this earth as the pampered heart of greatness. Do we not daily see men of all ranks cast away from them things of real value, to please the moment with some empty trifle? And the spoilt children of fortune, I mean princes and kings, may well be supposed to do the same. God, when he puts a crown upon their heads, leaves them to enrich it with jewels, if they will. But alas, too often they content themselves with meaner things, and think the crown enough." The prince smiled with a thoughtful look, and gazed for a moment in Woodville's face, ere he replied. "You speak not the same language as Sir Philip de Morgan," he said at length. "His talk is ever of insult and injury to the house of Burgundy. He can find no excuse for the house of Valois." "He speaks as a politician, my Lord Count," replied Woodville. "Would that I might say, I speak as a friend, though a bold one. I know not what are his views and purposes, but when you mention aught to me, I must answer frankly, if I answer at all, and in this case I can easily believe that the Dauphin, in the wild heat of youth, perhaps nurtured in vice and licentiousness, and, at all events, taught early to think that his will must have no control, may neglect a sweet lady for the trumpery leman, without meaning any insult to your noble race. Bad as such conduct is, it were needless to aggravate it by imaginary wrongs." The Count looked down in thought, and then, raising his head with a warm smile, he answered, "You speak nobly, sir, and you may say you are my friend, for the man who would temper a prince's passion without any private motive is well worthy of the character here written." And he laid his hand upon Henry's letter, which he had placed on the table. "I trust, my Lord Count," replied Woodville, "that you will never have cause to say, in any case where my allegiance to my own sovereign is not concerned, that I do not espouse your real interests as warmly as I would oppose any passion, even of your own, which I thought contrary to them. I am not a courtier, fair sir, and may express myself somewhat rudely, but I will trust to your own discernment to judge in all instances of the motive rather than the manner." "I shall remember more of what you have said than you perhaps imagine," answered the young Count. "You gave me a lesson, my noble friend, and henceforth I will call you by that name, in regard to those spoilt children of fortune, as you term them, princes, and I will not let a high station pamper me into deeds like those which I myself condemn. But there are many persons here, in the good town of Ghent, to whom I must make you known, as they will be your companions for the future, and before night such arrangements shall be made for your lodging and accommodation as will permit of your taking up your abode in the old castle here. There is but one warning I will give you," he continued. "Sir Philip de Morgan is a shrewd and clever man, very zealous in the cause of his king, but somewhat jealous of all other influence. My father esteems him highly, though he is not always ready to follow whither he would lead. You had better be his friend than his enemy, and yet when there is anything to be done, communicate with me direct, and not through him." "I will follow your advice, sir, as far as may be," replied Woodville, "but I do not think there is any great chance of Sir Philip de Morgan and myself interfering with each other. I am a soldier, he is a statesman. I will not meddle with his trade, and I think he is not likely to envy me mine. He was a good man at arms, I hear, in his early days, but I fancy he will not easily enclose himself in plate again." "Good faith!" exclaimed the young Count, laughing. "His cuirass would need be shaped like a bow, and have as much iron about it as the great bombard of Oudenarde, which our good folks of Ghent call Mad Meg. No, no, I do not think that he will ever couch a lance again. But come, my friend, let us to the hall, where we shall find some of the nobles of Burgundy and Flanders waiting for us. Then we will ride to my mother's, where I will make you known to her fair ladies. I have no further business for the day, but yet I must not be absent from my post, as every hour I expect tidings which may require a sudden resolution." The prince then led the way into the large hall through which Richard of Woodville had passed about half an hour before, and there was instantly surrounded by a number of gentlemen, to whom he introduced his new retainer. Many a noble name which the young Englishman had often heard of was mentioned: Croix, Van Heyde, St. Paul's, Roy's, Lalin, and Lynne, and from all, as might be expected, under the circumstances in which he was introduced to them, he received a courteous reception. It must not be denied, however, that although chivalrous customs required a friendly welcome to every adventurous gentleman seeking service at a foreign court, human nature, the same in all ages, left room for jealousy of anyone who might aspire to share the favour which each desired to monopolise. Thus, though every one was, as I have said, courteous in demeanour to Richard of Woodville, it was all cold and formal, and many a whispered observation on his appearance and manners, on the accent in which he spoke the language, and on the slight difference of his dress from that of the Burgundian court, marked a willingness to find fault wherever it was possible. For his part, he took little notice of these things, well knowing what he had to expect, and aware that friendship could not be gained at once. He treated all with perfect good humour and civility, in the hope that those who were worthy of any further consideration would learn in time to esteem him, and to cast away any needless jealousy. After passing about half an hour in the hall, the young count selected some 5 or 6 of the gentlemen present to accompany him on his visit to his mother, who was lodged in the new palace, called the Cour des Princes, and as soon as his horses were brought round, he descended, with the young Englishman and the rest, into the court of the castle. He paused for a moment, where, ranged in a line by their horses' sides, he saw the stout yeoman who had accompanied Richard of Woodville thither, and as, with an eye not unskilful even then in judging the thews and sinews, he marked their light yet powerful limbs, with an improving smile, he turned to his new friend, saying in a low voice, "Serviceable stuff there, in the day of need, I doubt not." "I have every hope they will prove so, my good lord," replied Woodville, and giving them a sign, each sprang at once into the saddle, except the one who had led forward his young master's horse, and held the stirrup while he mounted. As the gay party rode along through the streets of Ghent, the inconstant people, so often in open rebellion against their sovereigns, shouted loud acclamations on the path of the young and graceful prince, who in turn bowed low his head, or nodded familiarly to those he knew in the crowd. The distance was but short, but the count took the opportunity of passing through some of the principal streets of the town, to show the splendour of the greatest manufacturing city at that time in the world, to the young Englishman, and frequently he turned and asked his opinion of this or that as they passed, or pointed out to him the magnificent shops and vast fabrics which lined their road on either side. There was certainly much to admire, and Richard of Woodville, not insensible of the high importance of the arts, praised, with somewhat a better judgment than most of the haughty nobility of the day would have displayed, the indications of that high commercial prosperity which the courtiers affected to hold in contempt. He would not miss the opportunity, however, of learning something of the kinsman of Ella Brune, and after answering one of the observations of the prince, he added, "But as I came from my hostel this morning, sir, I perceive that you have other arts carried to a notable height in the good city of Ghent, besides that of the weavers. I passed by many a fair stall of goldsmiths' work, which seemed to me to display several pieces of fine and curious workmanship." "Oh, that we have, amongst the best in the world," replied the count, "though, to say sooth, when we gave you a number of our weavers to teach you Englishmen that art, we borrowed from you in return much of our skill in working the precious metals. Many of our best goldsmiths, even now, are either Englishmen or the descendants of those who first came over. I had one right dexterous artificer who used to dwell with my household, and who is still my servant, but my mother's confessor suspected him of a leaning towards heresy, and extracted that he should be sent forth out of the castle. 'Twas but for a jest at our good father the Pope, but poor Brune made it worse by saying, when questioned, that as there are 3 popes, all living, the confessor might place it on the shoulders of him he liked. Many a grave man, I have remarked, will bear anything rather than a jest, and Father Claude, from that moment, would not be satisfied till Nicholas Broom was gone. "Poor fellow! And what became of him?" asked Richard of Woodville. "I have known some of his family in England." "Oh, he is in a shop at the corner of the market, close to the castle gate," replied the prince, "and drives a thriving trade, so that he has gained by the exchange, I hope, both in pocket and in prudence. I have not heard any charge against him lately, and I do believe it was but a silly jest, which none but an Englishman would have ventured." Richard of Woodville smiled, but made no reply, and in a few minutes after they reached the gates of the palace, from which he followed the Count of Charolois straight to the presence of Margaret of Bavaria, Duchess of Burgundy, whom they found in an inner chamber surrounded by a small party of young dames and elderly knights, devising, as the term was in those days, upon some motto which had been laid before them. Amongst faint traces of what had once been great beauty, the countenance of the princess displayed deep lines of thought and anxiety. She smiled kindly upon the young stranger, and seemed to him to examine his face with more attention than was ordinary, or perhaps altogether pleasant. She made no remark, however, but spoke of the court of England with better information than her son had displayed, and, somewhat to the surprise of the young Englishman, evinced some knowledge of his own family and history, for although the court of Burgundy at this time held the place which that of the Count of Foix had formerly filled, and was the centre of all the news, as we may say, of all the gossip in Europe, though its heralds and its minstrels made it their business, day and night, to collect all the tales, anecdotes, and rumours of every eminent person throughout the chivalrous world, Richard of Woodville was not aware of ever having done anything to merit such sort of notice. The conversation was soon turned to other subjects, and the Duchess was in the act of giving her son an account, in a jesting tone, of some visits which she had made that morning to several of the religious institutions of the town, when a page entered hastily, bearing a packet in his hand. Approaching direct to the Count of Charolois, he presented it on his knee, saying, "From my lord the Duke. The messenger sought you at the castle, sir, in haste, and then came hither." The prince took it with an eager and anxious look, tore off the silk and seal without stopping to cut the cord that bound it, and then read the contents with a countenance which expressed rather preconceived apprehension, perhaps, than emotion caused by the intelligence which the dispatch contained. The Duchess of Burgundy remained seated, but gazed upon her son's face with a look more sad than alarmed, and it seemed to Richard of Woodville that, internally, she was meditating on the future course of that fair and noble youth, amidst all the many perils, cares, and griefs which surrounded in those days the paths of princes, rather than even on the present dangers which might affect her husband. There is a tender timidity in the love of woman for her offspring, which is generated by none of the other relations of life. The husband, or the brother, or the father, is her stay and support. He is there to protect and to defend, and though she may tremble at his danger, or weep for his misfortune, there may be, and often is, some shade of selfish feeling in the dread and in the sorrow. Such is not the case with the child. It is for him she fears, not for herself; for him entirely, with emotions unmixed, with devotion unalloyed. To save any other dear one, she might readily sacrifice life, from duty, from enthusiasm, from love. But it would still be a sacrifice. In any other case than that of her child, to save him it would be an impulse. The Duchess gazed upon the young Count's face then with calm but sad consideration, and perhaps her own memories supplied somewhat too abundantly the materials for fancy to raise up, without aid, a sad model of the future. She knew that honour, or goodness, or even courage cannot bring security, that innocence cannot escape malice, that virtue cannot ensure peace, that wealth and power and a high name are but as butts whereon to hang the targets at which the arrows of the world are aimed. And she feared for her son, seeing, with prophetic eye, the life of turmoil and contention and peril that lay before him. As soon as he had read the letter, the Count suffered his hand to drop by his side, and gazed upward for a moment or two in thought. Then, turning gracefully to his mother, he took her hand with a smile, from which was banished every trace or indication of the thoughts that he did not choose to communicate to those around, and saying, "Dear lady mother, we must take counsel. and led her away through a door which those who were acquainted with the palace knew must conduct them to the private cabinet of the Duchess. The party which remained behind was soon separated into different groups, some of the young nobles who had accompanied the Count taking advantage of the absence of the persons to whom they owed most reverence, for the purpose of saying sweet, whispered things to the fair dames of the court, some gathering together to inquire of each other, and conjecture amongst themselves what might be the nature of the tidings received, and 2 or 3 others of either kinder or more pliant dispositions than the rest, seizing the opportunity of cultivating the friendship of the young Englishman. No great time was spent on these occupations, however, for before the Duchess and her son had been gone more than 5 minutes, the Count returned, and looking round the circle, said, "Bad tidings scatter good company, my lords. I must ride this very night towards Lille. We will not strip our mother's court here of all her gallant knights and gentlemen, especially in this wise but somewhat turbulent city of Ghent. You, therefore, my lords of Croy, Joigny, St. George, Tyann, and Vergier, with what men are most ready of your trains, I beseech you to give me your fair company ere 4 o'clock. And you, Master Richard of Woodville, my good friend, if you be so minded, hasten your preparation and join me at the castle by that hour. You may have occasion," he continued in a low tone, taking the young Englishman by the arm, "to win the golden spurs of which we have heard you were disappointed, by no fault of your own, at the Battle of Bramham Moor. We shall be back in Ghent before the week be out, so you can leave your baggage here if you so please. Away then, noble lords, away, for we have a long march before us, and, perhaps, a busy day to-morrow." All was in a moment the bustle and confusion of departure. The young Count turned and went back to the cabinet of his mother as soon as he had spoken. The ladies of the Duchess rose, and though some of them paused for an instant to speak a word in private to those who were about to leave them, retired one by one. The old knights and those who were to remain in Ghent walked out to see their friends and comrades mount, and in less than 5 minutes the hall was cleared, and the courtyard nearly vacant. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Departure. "We must to horse without delay, Ned," said Richard of Woodville as he entered the inn. "Why, you have been to horse already, master of mine," replied Ned Dyram in a somewhat sullen tone. "And must mount again ere 2 hours be over," rejoined Woodville. "But where and how can I leave the baggage?" "Ay, who can tell that?" said the other. "See what it is to march loaded like a carrier's pack-horse with more things than you can carry. You are coming back soon, then, to Ghent?" "Ere the week be out," answered his lord. "So the Count tells me." "Pray, sir, never mind what counts tell you," exclaimed Ned Dyram. "Mind what your own senses tell you. If you know where you are going, you can judge as well as a king when you may be back." "But that I do not know," replied Woodville somewhat impatiently. "No more words, Master Dyram, but gather everything together into one chamber, and I will speak to the host as to its security." "Little security for a traveller's baggage in a foreign hotel," rejoined Ned Dyram, "unless someone stays to take charge of it." "Then, by my honour, you shall be the man to do so," cried his master, thinking by leaving him behind when activity and enterprise were before him, to punish him sufficiently for his saucy tone. But Ned Dyram seemed not at all disappointed, and replied with an indifferent air, "I am very willing to stay. I am one who does not love journeys I know not whither, and expeditions I know not for what." "Well then, you remain," answered his master. "Gather the things together as I have said, and you shall be left like a trader's drudge to look after the goods. Where is Ella Broom?" "In her own chamber, I fancy," replied Ned Dyram. "She has shut herself up there ever since you were gone, like a nun." "Call her down hither to the eating-room," was his lord's reply, and Ned Dyram hastened away. The fair girl did not make her young protector wait long, and ere he had finished his directions to his train to prepare all things for immediate departure, she was by his side. Taking her hand kindly, he led her into the common hall of the inn, and told her what he had discovered regarding her kinsman, adding, that as he was about to set out in a few hours with the young Count de Charolois, He would at once accompany her to the house of Nicholas Brune, in order to ascertain if she could have shelter and protection there. "I know not, my poor Ella," he said, "whether that dwelling may be one where you can safely and happily stop long, for this good man has been somewhat rash in his words, and is under suspicion of leaning to those heretical notions that are so rife, but I shall be back in a week or less, and then you can tell me all that you think of the matter. You would not wish, I know, to remain with people who would seek to pervert you from the true Catholic faith." "Are you sure to return in a week?" asked the poor girl, her cheek, which had turned somewhat pale before, resuming its warm hue. "So the Count assures me," answered Woodville, "and I doubt it not, Ella, but at all events I will care for you, be assured, poor thing." "You tell me to put all the baggage in one room," said Ned Dyram, thrusting in his head, "and the men tell me that they are to have each his harness and you yours. Two contrary orders, master of mine. Which is to be obeyed?" "Your wit is strangely halting just now," answered the master. "Put all but what I have ordered to be taken into the room, and see that it be arranged rightly and quickly too. Now, Ella, cast something over your head and come with me to your kinsman's shop. What wait you for, sir?" "To know which suit you are pleased to have," replied Ned Dyram, while Ella passed him to seek the wimple which she had cast off in the house. "I have given orders on that score to others," answered the master, and as the man retired he murmured to himself, "I shall have to send that fellow back to the king. He does not please me." With a rapid step Richard of Woodville led the way, as soon as Ella joined him, to the wide open space which then, as since, was used as a market before the old castle of the Counts of Flanders, and as none of the shops or stalls bore their masters' names inscribed, he entered the first they came to, and inquired which was the house of Nicholas Brune. "His house," replied the man to whom he had addressed himself in French, "is at the other end of the town, but his shop is yonder," and he pointed with his hand from the door to one of the projecting cases covered with a network of iron wire, under which the goldsmiths of Ghent at that period exposed some of their larger goods for sale. "The last stall but one," added the trader, and Woodville and his fair companion sped on towards the spot. At the unglazed window behind his booth stood a man of middle age, grey-headed, but with a fresh and cheerful countenance, who, as soon as he saw the two approach, demanded in the common terms of the day what they sought in his trade. The next instant, however, his eye rested upon Ella's face, which wore a faint smile, and he exclaimed in his native tongue, "Ma Santa, if there be not my cousin Ella! How art thou, lass? Welcome to Ghent. What news of the good old man? My dame will be right glad to see you both again." "She will never see him more," replied Ella Brune in a sad tone, "but of that I will tell you hereafter, kinsman, for I must not stay this noble gentleman who has befriended me on the way. What I seek to know is, if you can give me shelter at your dwelling for a week, till I can look around me. I will pay for my abiding, Nicholas," she added, perhaps knowing that her cousin, dealing in gold, had somewhat too great a fondness for the pure metal. But Nicholas Brune was in a generous mood, and he replied, "Shelter shalt thou have, fair Ella, and meat and drink, with right good will, for a week and a day, without cost or payment. If thou stayest with us longer, which God send, we will talk about purveyance. In the meantime I will thank this gentleman for his goodness to you. Why, by my tongs, I think I saw him riding this morning with my noble lord the Count." "You did most likely," replied Richard of Woodville, "for we passed by your door. But I have farther to ride to-night, Master Nicholas, and now, having seen this fair maiden safe under your protection, I will leave her there. But you had better send up some of your lads with speed to my hostel for the coffer that we brought, as perchance Ned Dyram would not let you have it, Ella, when I am gone." Ella Brune smiled, with an effort to keep up the light cheerfulness which she had lately assumed, and replied, "I think, noble sir, that Master Dyram is not a carle to refuse me aught I ask him. But yet if my kinsman can spare a boy, he had better go at once." "I will soon find one," answered the stout goldsmith, and turning to a furnace room which lay behind his shop, he called one of his men forth and bade him follow the gentleman back. The parting then came between Ella Brune and Richard of Woodville, and bitter was the moment to the poor minstrel girl. She had learned a world of new sensations since she first saw him, that clinging attachment which made her long never to be absent from his side for a whole day, that tender regard which made her dread to see him depart, lest evil should befall him by the way, that love which is full of fears for the beloved that we never feel for ourselves. But no one could have told that there were any emotions in her bosom but respect and gratitude, unless the transitory look of deep grief that crossed her face as she bent down her head to kiss the hand he gave her could have been seen. It was gone as soon as she raised her eyes again, and her countenance was bright and cheerful when he said, "Again my will, although I wend, I may not always dwellen here, for everything shall have an end, and friends are not I fear." And skilled in all the lore of old ballads almost as much as himself, she answered at once from that beautiful song of the days of the Black Prince: "For friendship and for gift is good, for meat and drink so great plenty, that lord that wrought was on the rood, he kept the comely company. On sea or land, where that ye may be, he govern you withouteth grieve. So good disport ye han made me, again my will, I take my leave." And after again kissing his hand, she let him depart, keeping down by a great effort the tears that struggled to rise up into her eyes. But she would not for the world have suffered one weak emotion to appear before her kinsman, whose character she knew right well, and over whom she proposed at once to assume an influence which could only be gained by the display of a firm and superior mind. "And who may that young lord be, pretty Ella?" asked Nicholas Brune. "He seems to take great heed of you, dear kinswoman, and is evidently too high a bird to mate with one of our feather." "Mate with me?" answered Ella in a scornful tone. "No, no, cousin mine. He will mate ere long with one of the sweetest ladies within the shores of merry England, who has been most kind to me too. He is a friend of the king, and when poor old Murdoch Brune, my grandsire, and your uncle, was killed by a fiend of a courtier trampling him under his horse's feet, that gentleman, who saw the deed, threw the monster back from his horse and afterwards represented my case to the king, who punished the manslayer and sent me 50 half-nobles." Nicholas Brune was affected in two very opposite ways by Ella's words. "My uncle killed by a courtier!" he exclaimed at first, with his eyes flashing fire. "What was his name, maiden? What was his name?" "Sir Simeon of Roydon," answered Ella Brune, and seeking a scrap of parchment and a reed pen, the goldsmith wrote down the name, as if to prevent it from escaping his memory. But the moment after his mind reverted to the other part of Ella's speech. 50 half-nobles!" he exclaimed, taking a piece of gold out of a drawer and looking at it. "That was a princely gift indeed, Ella, and you owe the young gentleman much gratitude for getting it for you." "I owe him and his fair lady love more than I can ever repay for many an act beside," answered Ella Brune. "But I am resolved, my good kinsman, that I will discharge part of the debt of gratitude, if not the whole. I have a plan in my head, cousin, I have a plan, which I know not whether I will tell you or not." "Take counsel, always take counsel," answered the goldsmith. "I want none, fair kinsman," replied Ella. "I need neither counsel nor help. My own wit shall be my counsellor, and as I am rich now, I can always get aid when I want it." "Rich!" said Nicholas. "What, with 50 half-nobles, pretty maid? It is a heavy sum, truly, but soon spent." "Were that all," rejoined Ella, "I should not count myself very rich, but I have more than that, cousin, enough to dower me to as gay a citizen as any in Ghent. But here seem a number of gallants gathering round the gate of the Gravenstein. I will back into the far part of the shop, and we will talk more hereafter." While this conversation had been going on between Nicholas and Ella Brune, Richard of Woodville, followed by the goldsmith's man, had hurried back to the inn, and directed Ned Dyram to deliver over the coffer belonging to the minstrel girl, which had been brought, not without some inconvenience, on the back of one of the mules that carried his own baggage. The young gentleman did not remark that, in executing this order, Ned Dyram questioned the lad cunningly, and busy, to say sooth, in paying his score to the host, and making his final preparations for departure, he forgot for the time his fair companion of the way, quite satisfied that she was safe and comfortable under the roof of her kinsman. Some time before the hour appointed, Woodville was in the court of the old castle, with his men armed and mounted, in very different guise from their peaceful habiliments of the morning. He contented himself with sending in a page to inform the count that he was ready, and remained standing by his horse's side while several of those who had been chosen by the young Burgundian prince as his companions entered through the old gate and paused to admire with open eyes the splendid array of the English band, each man armed in plate of the newest and most approved form, according to his degree, and each bearing, slung over his shoulder, the green quiver filled with the fatal English arrows which turned so often the tide of battle in the olden time. After having waited for about 10 minutes, the page whom Woodville had sent came back, and conducted him into the castle, where, in a suite of rooms occupying the basement story of one of the towers, he found the young count, armed and ready to mount. "Here is your lodging after we return," said the prince rapidly. "I wished to show it to you ere we set out. These 4 chambers and one above. Your horses must be quartered out. And now, my friend, let us to the saddle. The rest have come, I think." And speeding through the passages to the courtyard, he welcomed gracefully the gentlemen assembled, sprang upon his horse's back, and, followed by his train, rode out over the private bridge belonging to the castle, bending his steps upon the road to the French frontier. The count himself and the small body that accompanied him, amounting in all to about 100 men, were all armed after the heavy and cumbersome fashion of those days, and each of the several parties of which the troop was composed had with them 1 or 2 led horses or mules, loaded with spare arms and clothing. Considering weight and encumbrances, they moved forward at a very rapid rate, certainly not less than 7 miles an hour, and pausing nowhere but to give water to the horses, they had advanced nearly 8 leagues on their way ere nightfall. A few minutes after, through the faint twilight which remained in the sky, Richard of Woodville perceived some spires and towers rising at a short distance over the flat country before them, and on his asking one of the gentlemen, with whom he had held a good deal of conversation during their journey, what town it was they were approaching, the reply was Courtrai. Here the Count of Charolois stopped for about an hour, but while the horses and most of his attendants contrived to obtain some very tolerable food, the young prince neither ate nor drank, but with a mind evidently anxious and disturbed, walked up and down the hall, occasionally talking to Richard of Woodville, the only one who exercised the same abstinence, but never mentioning either the end or object of their journey. A little after 8 o'clock the whole party were in the saddle once more, and judging from the direction which they took as they issued forth from the gates of Courtrai, the gentleman who had been the young Englishman's principal companion on the road informed him that they must be going to Lille. In about 2 hours and a half more, that city was seen by the light of the moon, and after causing the gates to be opened, the Count took his way through the streets, but did not direct his course to the chateau usually inhabited by the Flemish counts. Alighting at the principal hostelry of the place, he turned to the gentleman who followed, saying, "Here we must wait for the first news that tomorrow may bring. Make yourself at ease, noble lords. I am tired, and will to bed." Without farther explanation, he retired at once with his personal attendants, and his followers proceeded to amuse themselves as best they might. Richard of Woodville remained with his comrades of the road for about an hour, and during that time much of the rough asperity of fresh acquaintance was brushed away. He then followed the example of the young Count, in order to rise refreshed the next morning. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Agincourt, a Romance, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Those who were left behind. The morning after the departure of Richard of Woodville dawned clear and bright upon the city of Ghent, and the hour of 7 found a small party assembled in a neat wooden house not many yards within the Brabant gate, at the cheerful meal of breakfast. With dagger in hand and hearty goodwill, Nicholas Brune was hewing away at a huge capon, which, with a pickled boar's head, formed the staple of the meal, helping his good buxom dame and Ella Brune to what he considered choice pieces, and praising the fare with more exuberance than modesty, considering that he was the lord of the feast. Madame Brune, as we should call her in the present day, but known in Ghent by a more homely appellation which may be translated wife Brune, was a native of the good city, and by his marriage with her Nicholas had not only obtained a considerable sum of money, but also various advantages, which placed him nearly, if not altogether, on a footing with the born citizens, so that for his fair better half he had great respect and devotion, as in duty bound. For Ella his reverence had been greatly increased by finding that she was endowed with a quality very engaging in his opinion, namely wealth, for the sum which she possessed, though but a trifle in our eyes, was in those days no inconsiderable fortune, as I have already taken the liberty of hinting. I must not, however, do the worthy goldsmith injustice, and suffer the reader to believe that, had Ella appeared poor and friendless as he had last seen her, Nicholas Brune would have shown her aught but kindness, for he was a good-hearted and right-minded man. But it is not attributing too much to the influence of the precious metals in which he worked, to admit that certainly he always took them into account in computing the degree of respect which he was bound to pay to others. He would not have done any dishonest or evil act to obtain a whole Peruvian mine, if such a thing had been within the sphere of his imagination, but still the possession of such a mine would have greatly enhanced, in the eyes of Nicholas Brune, the qualities of any one who might chance to be its proprietor. The only thing, indeed, which puzzled him in the present instance was how his old uncle could assume the garb of a wandering and not generally respected race, when he had by him a sum which set him above all chance of want. At first he fancied that the old man's love of music, which was to him, who did not know one note from another, a separate marvel, might be the motive, the ruling passion strong in death. But then he thought that good old Murdoch might have made sweet melody just as well in his own house as in wandering from court to court, and fair to fair. But immediately after, remembering the old man's peculiar religious notions, with which he was well acquainted, he concluded that zeal, in which he could fully sympathize, must have been the cause of conduct that seemed so strange. This was an inducement he could understand, for though on no other points was he of an enthusiastic and vehement character, yet he was so in matters of faith, and if he could have made up his mind to any sort of death, it would have been that of a martyr. But, to say truth, he could not bring himself to prefer any way of leaving the world, and thought one as disagreeable as another. Thus he arrived at the conclusion that his uncle was quite right in using any means to conceal both his wealth and his religion. However, as I have said, he viewed Ella with a very placable countenance, invited her to eat and drink, and, as his mind reverted to what she had said in regard to paying for her food and lodging, he treated it with a mixture of jest and argument, which showed her that he would receive something, though not too much. "Why, my fair cousin," he said, when she recurred to the subject, "in this good town of Ghent all is at so base a price that men live for nothing, and are expected to sell their goods for nothing, I can tell you. Now look at that capon. A fatter one never carried its long legs about a stack of corn, and yet it costs but 6 liards. You would pay a sterling, or maybe 2, for such a one in London, and here you might get a priest as fat to sing a mass for the same money. God help the mummers." Ella, however, replied that she would settle her share with his dame for so long as she stayed, and was proceeding to let her good-humoured cousin into some of her views and intentions, foreseeing that she might need his countenance and assistance, when the outer door opened, and, after a knock at that of the room in which they sat, Ned Dyram entered, to inquire after his fair companion of the way. Ella knew not whether to be pleased or sorry to see him, but surprised she certainly was, for she had thought he was far away from Ghent with his lord. The cause of these contrary emotions was simply that she felt little pleasure in the man's society, and less in the love that he professed towards her, and yet, having made up her mind to take advantage of the passion he experienced or affected, to work out her own purposes, she saw that his remaining in Ghent might greatly facilitate her views. But the game she had to play was a delicate one, for she had resolved, for no object whatsoever, to give encouragement to his suit, but rather to leave him to divine her wishes and promote them if he would, than ask aught at his hands. Though carried on by that eager and enthusiastic spirit which lingers longer in the breast of woman than in that of man, from which, indeed, everything in life tends to expel it, his own wearing passions, his habits of indulgence, the hard lessons of experience, and the checks of repeated disappointment, yet she felt somewhat alarmed at the new course before her. Perhaps she was not quite sure, though the end ever in view was high and noble, self-devoted and generous, that the means were right. To have followed Richard of Woodville through the world, to have watched over him as a guardian spirit, to have sacrificed for his sake and for his happiness all, anything, peace, security, comfort, and even her own fame. I do not say her own honour, for she would not have scrupled. But she might ask herself at that moment whether it was right and just to sport with the love of another, to use it for her purpose, even to suffer it when she knew that it could never be returned. And yet woman's eye is very keen, and that selfishness which frequently bears such a large share in man's love was so apparent in her view in all Dirham's actions that she could not but feel less compunction for suffering him to pamper himself with hopes than if he had been of a nobler and a higher nature. Whatever were the ideas that crossed her mind and kept her silent for a moment, they rapidly passed away, and when her cousin, after gazing at the intruder for an instant, asked who he was and what he wanted, she answered for him in a gay tone, affecting the coquettish airs then very common in a higher class. "Oh, he is a servant of mine, Nicholas, vowed to the tip of my finger. I do not intend ever to have him, but if the poor creature is resolved to sigh at my feet, I must e'en let him. Pray you give him welcome. What news, servant? How is it that you have not followed your lord?" "Because," replied Ned Dirham, "I love best to stay with my lady." "Nay," answered Ella Broom, "call me not your lady. You are my servant, but I am yours not at all, either as lady or servant. You have not yet merited such grace." In this light and jesting tone she continued to treat him, and though perhaps such conduct might have repelled a more sensitive and delicate lover, with Ned Dirham it but added fuel to the fire. Each day he came to visit, each day returned with stronger passion in his heart. Jest, indeed, which was far from natural to her character or to her feelings at the time, Ella could not always keep up, though great and stern resolution is often the source of a certain bitter mirth at minor things. But in every graver moment she spoke to Dirham of Richard of Woodville and of Mary Markham, for as yet she knew her by no other name. She did so studiously, and yet so calmly and easily, that not the slightest suspicion of the real feelings in her heart ever crossed the mind of her hearer. Of Mary she told him far more than he had hitherto gathered from his companions in Woodville's train, and dwelt long upon her beauty, her gentleness, her kindness. Following closely her object, she even found means to hint, one day, a regret that she had not been permitted to follow the young Englishman on his expedition. "What would I have given," she said, "to have had your chance of going with him, and yet you chose to remain behind." "Indeed, fair Ella," he exclaimed, "what made you so anxious to go?" "Nay," answered the girl, with a mysterious look, "do you expect me to tell you my secrets, bold man? I would give a chain of gold, however, to be able to follow your master about the world for just 12 months, if it could be done without risking my own fair name. Oh, for one of those fairy girdles that made the wearer invisible." "Methinks you love him, Mistress Ella," replied Ned Dirham, more from pique than suspicion. But Ella answered boldly and at once, though he had touched the wound somewhat roughly. "Yes, I do love him well," she answered, "and I have cause, servant of mine. But it is not for that. I have a vow, I have a purpose, and though they must be executed, I know not well how to do so. I ought not to have left him even now." "I dare say he would have taken you if you had asked him," replied the man. "And what would men have said?" demanded Ella. "What would you have thought yourself? What might your young lord have thought, though he is not so foolish as yourself? Most likely you would all have done me wrong in your fancies. No, no, if I go, it must be secretly. But there, get you gone. I will tell you no more." "Nay, tell on, sweet Ella," exclaimed Ned Dirham, "and perhaps I may aid you." "Get you gone, I say," replied Ella Brune. "I will tell you no more, at least for the present. You help me? Why, were I to trust to you for help in such a matter as this, should I not put myself entirely in your power?" "But I would never misuse it, Ella," answered Ned Dyram. "No, no," she exclaimed, "I will never put myself in any man's power, unless I suffer him to put a ring upon my finger, and then, of course, I am as much his slave as if he had a ring round my neck. There, leave me, leave me. You may come again tomorrow and see if I am in a better mood. I feel cross today." Ned Dyram retired, but he was destined to return before the day was over, and to bring her tidings, which, however unpleasant in themselves, rendered his coming welcome. As he took his way back towards the inn, just at the corner of the Vendredi market-place, he met a party of travellers and heard the English tongue, but he took little heed, for his thoughts were full of Ella Brune, and he had passed half across the square when one of the horsemen rode after him, and said his lord desired to speak with him. Ned Dyram looked up, and at once remembered the man's face. For reasons of his own, however, he suffered not the slightest trace of recognition to appear on his own countenance. As the horseman spoke in English, he replied in the same tongue, asking who was his master, and what he wanted. "He is an English knight," replied the servant, "and what he wants he will tell you himself." "But I am not fond of trusting myself in English knights' hands," answered Ned Dyram. "They sometimes use one badly, so tell me his name, or I do not go." "His name is Sir Simeon of Roydon," replied the man. "A very good name, isn't it?" "Oh yes, I will go to him," replied Ned Dyram. "He used to be about the court when I was a greater man than I am now." And he walked straight up to the spot where Sir Simeon of Roydon had halted his horse, and lowly doffed his bonnet as he approached. "My knave tells me," said the knight, "that you are a servant of the king's. Is it so?" "It was so once, sir," replied Ned Dyram, and then added, looking round to the servant who had followed him, "So it was he who told you. I do not remember him." "Perhaps not," answered the knight, "but you came up with him once when he was following a young woman in whom I take some interest. Do you know where she is now?" "It may be so," replied Ned Dyram, "but I talk not of such things in the street, good sir." Simeon of Roydon paused and mused, gazing in the man's face the while. "Whom do you serve now?" he demanded at length. "Why, I am employed by no one at present," said Ned Dyram, not exactly telling a falsehood, but implying one. "Well then, come to me to-night, some time after sunset," rejoined Sir Simeon, "and we will speak more. You know the convent of the Dominicans. I am to lodge there, for the prior is my cousin. Ask for Sir Simeon of Roydon, or the English knight, and the porter will show you my lodging." "At the Dominicans!" cried Ned Dyram. "Why, you are not going thither now, at least that is not the way." "Is it not?" exclaimed the knight. "Why, this fellow agreed to guide me," and he pointed to a man in the dress of a peasant who accompanied them. "Then he is guiding you wrong," replied Ned Dyram. "Go straight up that street, follow the course of the river to the left, and when you have passed the second bridge, turn up to the right, cross the Lys, and you will see the Dominicans right before you. He was taking you to the Carmelites." "Well, don't fail to come," rejoined Sir Simeon of Roydon, and then he rode on, pouring no very measured abuse upon the head of his guide. The moment he was gone, Dyram hurried back to Ella Brune, and a long and eager conversation ensued between them, of a very different tone and character from any which had taken place before. Ella was obliged to trust and to confide in him, to tell her reasons for abhorring and shrinking from the sight of one whom her evil fortune seemed continually to bring across her path, and to consult with him on the means to be employed for the purpose of concealing her presence in Ghent from Roydon's eyes, and of discovering what chance had brought him to the same city so soon after herself. Nothing, perhaps, could have given Dyram more satisfaction than this result. The new relations which it established between Ella and himself, the opportunities which it promised of serving, assisting her, and laying her under obligations, the constant excuse which it afforded for seeing her, and consulting with her on subjects of deep interest to herself, were all points which afforded him much gratification. But that was not all. He fancied that he saw the means of obtaining a power over her, a command as well as an influence. Vague schemes presented themselves to his mind of entangling her in a chain that she could not break, of binding her to himself by ties that she could not shake off, and of using the haughty and vicious knight, whose character he easily estimated, from the information now given him by Ella, as a tool for the accomplishment of his own purposes. I have said that these schemes were vague, and perhaps they might never have taken any more definite a form, had not other events occurred which led him to carry them out almost against his own will. Man in the midst of circumstances is like one in a Daedalian labyrinth, where 1,000 paths are ready to confound him, 1,000 turnings to lead him to the same end, and that end disappointment, while but one of all the many ways can reach the issue of success. That night, soon after sunset, Dyrham stood before the gate of the Dominican monastery, and ringing the bell, asked the porter for the lodging of Sir Simeon of Royden. It was evident to him that orders had been given for his admission, for without any inquiry he was immediately shown to a small chamber, where he found the knight alone. A curious contest of the wits then ensued, for the knight was shrewd, and had determined, if it were within the scope of possibility, to gain from Ned Dyrham all the information he could afford, and Dyrham, on the contrary, had resolved to give none but that which suited his purpose. Both were keen and cunning men, neither very scrupulous, each selfish in a high degree, though in a somewhat different line, and both eager and fiery in pursuit of their objects. The first question of the knight to Ned Dyrham was, what had brought him to Ghent? "I came hither," he replied at once, "with Master Richard of Woodville." The knight's brow was covered by a sudden cloud, and he demanded in a sharp tone, "Is he here now? Are you his servant, then?" "He is not here now," answered the man. "He has gone on with the Count de Charolois, and did not think fit to take me with him any further." "Then you are out of employment?" asked the knight. "For the present I am," said Ned Dyrham, "but I shall soon find as much as I want. I am never at a loss, Sir Knight." "That is lucky for yourself," replied Simeon of Royden, and then abruptly added, "Will you take service with me?" "No," answered Dyrham bluntly, "I will take service with no one any more. I was not meant for a varlet. I can do better things than be the serving man of any knight or noble." "What can you do?" demanded Royden with a somewhat sarcastic smile. "What can I not?" exclaimed Dyrham. "I can read better than a priest, write better than a clerk. I can speak languages that would make your ears tingle without understanding what you heard. I can compound all essences and drugs. I can work in gold, silver, or iron, and I know some secrets that would well nigh raise the dead." "Indeed," said the knight. "Then you must be a monk or a doctor of Oxford." "Neither," replied the man, "but I see you disbelieve me. Shall I give you a proof of what I can do?" "Yes," answered Sir Simeon. "I should like to see some spice of your skill." "In what way shall it be?" asked Ned Dyrham. "If you will order up some charcoal with this little instrument and these pincers, I will make you a chain to go round your wrist out of a gold noble, or if there be a Greek book in the monastery, I will read you a page therefrom, and expound it, in the presence of whom you will, as a judge, for well I wot you yourself know nothing about it." "Nor wish to know," replied the knight, "but I will have neither of these experiments. The one would be too long, the other too tedious. You said that you had secrets that would well nigh raise the dead. I have heard of such things, and I should like to see them tried." "Would you not be afraid?" asked Ned Dyrham. "No. Why?" answered Sir Simeon of Royden. "The dead cannot hurt me." "Assuredly," said Ned Dyrham, "but yet when we call for those who are in their graves, we can never surely tell who may come. It is not always the spirit we wish that answers to our voice, and that man's heart must be singularly free, who, in the days of fiery youth, has done no deed towards the silent and the cold that might make him shrink to see them rise from their dull bed of earth, and look him in the face again." "I am not afraid," said Royden after a moment's thought. "Do it if you can." "Nay, I said I had secrets that would well nigh raise the dead," answered Ned Dyrham. "I neither told you that they would, nor that I was willing." "Ha! It seems to me you are a boaster, my good friend," exclaimed the knight with a sneer. "Can you do anything in this sort, or can you not?" "I am no boaster, proud knight," replied Ned Dyrham in an angry tone, "and I only say what I am able to perform. 'Tis you that make it more than I ever did say. But if you would know what I can do, I tell you I can raise the dead for my own eye, though not for yours. The last great secret I have not yet obtained, but I trust ere long to do so, and as you are incredulous, like all other ignorant men, I will give you proof this very night." "But how shall I know if I do not see the shapes myself?" demanded Sir Simeon of Royden. "I will tell you what I behold," rejoined the man, "and you must judge for yourself. Those whom I call up shall all have some reference to you. Have you a mirror there?" "Yes," replied the knight, and while he rose to search for one, Diram strewed some small round balls upon the table, jet black in colour, and apparently soft. The knight brought forward one of the small round polished mirrors of the day, which generally formed part of the travelling apparatus of both sexes in the higher class, and setting it upright, Diram brought each of the little balls for a single instant to the flame of the lamp, and laid them down before the mirror. A thin white smoke of a faint but delicate odour instantly rose up and spread through the room, producing a feeling of languor in those who breathed the perfume, and giving a ghastly likeness to all things round, and kneeling down before the table, Ned Diram gazed into the glass, pronouncing several words in a strange tongue, unintelligible to the knight. The moment after his eyes opened wide, and seemed almost starting from his head, and the knight exclaimed eagerly, "What is it you see?" "I see," replied the man, "a gentleman in a black robe seated at a table, and he looks very sad. He is young and handsome too, with coal-black hair curling round his brow." "Has he no mark by which I can distinguish him?" asked the knight. "Yes," answered Diram, "but it matters not for him, as I see he is amongst the living. It is the absent who generally come first, and then the dead. However, here's a scar upon his right cheek, as if from an old wound." "Sir Henry Dacre," murmured Royden. "Try again, man, try again, and let it be the dead this time." Diram pronounced some more words, apparently in the same language, and then a smile came upon his countenance. "A sweet and beautiful lady," he said. "How proudly she walks, as if earth were not good enough to bear her. Ha! How is that?" And as he spoke his face assumed a look of terror, his lip quivered, his eyes stared, and the countenance of Sir Simeon of Royden turned deadly pale. "What do you see?" demanded the knight in a voice scarcely audible. "What do you see?" "She walks by a stream," cried Diram in a terrible tone, "and the sun is just below the sky. Someone meets her, and they talk. He seizes her by the throat. She struggles. He holds fast. He casts her into the river. Hark, how she shrieks! She sinks. She rises. She shrieks again. Oh God, someone help her! She is gone." All was silent in the room for a minute, and Ned Diram, wiping his brow, as if recovering from some great excitement, gazed round him by the light of the lamp. Simeon of Royden had sunk into a seat, and his face was so ashy pale, the lids of his eyes so tightly closed, that for a moment his companion thought he had fainted. The instant after, however, he murmured, "Ah, necromancer!" and then starting up exclaimed, "What horrible vision is this? Who is it thou hast seen?" "Nay, I know not," answered Ned Diram. "How can I tell? They spoke not. 'Twas but a sight. But one thing is certain, that either the man or the woman is closely allied to you in some way." "What was he like?" demanded the knight abruptly. "It was so dark when he came that I could not see him well," replied Diram. "He was a tall, fair man, but that was all I saw. The lady was more clearly visible, for when she came there was a soft evening light in the sky." "Why, fool, it has been dark these 2 hours," cried the knight. "Not in that glass," answered the other. "When she appeared first it was a calm sunset, and I saw her well. But it speedily grew dark, and then I could descry nothing but her form, first struggling with her murderer, and then with the deep waters." "Her murderer?" repeated Simeon of Royden. "Her murderer! What was she like?" "A vain and haughty beauty, I should say," replied the man, "with dark hair and seemingly dark eyes, a proud and curling lip, and—" "Enough, enough," answered Simeon of Royden, with resumed composure. "I know her by your description and by the facts, but in the man you are mistaken. He was a dark man who did the deed, or suspicion belies him." "'Twas a fair man that I saw," rejoined Diram in a decided tone, Of that at least I am sure, though the shadows were too deep to let me view his face distinctly. Shall I look again to see any more, Sir Knight?" "No, no, it is sufficient," cried Simeon of Royden somewhat sharply. "I see you have not overstated what you can do. Hearken to me, I will give you employment in your own way, much or little as you like. I would fain hear more of this girl, Ella Brune, of where she is and what she is doing. I would fain find her, speak with her, but I am discomposed to-night. This lady that you saw but now was very dear to me. Her sad fate affects me deeply even now. See how I am shaken by these memories." And in truth his hand, which he stretched forth to lay the mirror flat upon the table, trembled so that he nearly let it fall. "But of this girl, Ella Brune," he continued, "have you known her long? Know you where she is now?" "Nay, I was but sent to bear her a letter from Richard of Woodville, and to counsel her from him to go to York," replied Dyram. "Then, as to where she is, I cannot say exactly, not to a point, that is to say, but I can soon learn if I am well entreated and well paid." "That you shall be," rejoined the knight. "Come to me tomorrow early, and we will talk more. Tonight I am unfit. Here is some gold for you for what you have done. Good night. Good night." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Enterprise. The young Count of Charolois stood in the courtyard of the inn about 9 o'clock on the morning that followed his arrival in Lille, with a letter in his hand, and a countenance not altogether well pleased. There was a gentleman beside him, somewhat advanced in years, bearing knightly spurs upon his heels, and armed at all points but the head, the grey hair of which was partly covered with a small velvet cap, and to him the prince spoke eagerly, while the various persons who had attended him from Ghent stood at a respectful distance, waiting his commands as to their future proceedings. Richard of Woodville had not remarked the old knight with the band before, and turning to one of the young nobles with whom he had formed some acquaintance, he asked who he was. "Why, do you not know?" exclaimed his companion. "That is Sir Walter, Lord of Rouc, one of our most renowned leaders. He has just arrived from Douai, they say, but the Count seems angry with that letter the courier brought him from Paris. Things are going ill there, I doubt, and we shall soon have a levy of arms. That court is full of faitours and trenchers, a crop of bad corn which wants Burgundian hands to thin it." "I trust that you will permit a poor Englishman to put in a sickle," said Woodville, laughing, "or at least to have the gleanings of the field." "Oh, willingly, willingly," replied the young lord, with better wit than might have been expected. "I cannot but think your good sovereigns in England have been but hesitating till other arms have begun the harvest, in order to take full gleanings of that poor land. But see, the Count is looking round to us." "Hearken, my lords," said the Count. "It is my father's will that I should remain in Lille, while this noble knight rides on an expedition of some peril to the side of Tournay. He says the Lord of Rouc has men enough for what is wanted, and that some of you must abide with me here, but still I will permit any gentleman to go who may choose to do so, provided a certain number stay with me. So make your election." The young nobles of Burgundy were rarely unwilling to take the field, but in the present instance there were 2 or 3 motives which operated to make them in general decide in favour of staying with the Count of Charolois. In the first place, they knew of no enterprise that could be achieved on the side of Tournay which offered either glory or profit. There were a few bands of revolted peasantry and brigands in that quarter, whom the Count had threatened to suppress, but such a task was somewhat distasteful to them. In the second place, they were not insensible to the fact that by choosing to stay with the prince, they offered him an indirect compliment, which was especially desirable at a moment when he seemed angry at not being permitted to lead them himself. And in the third place, the Lord of Rouc was inferior in rank to most of them, though superior in military reputation, and he was, moreover, known to be a somewhat strict disciplinarian, a quality by no means agreeable either to the French or Burgundian gentlemen. "I came to serve under you, my lord the Count," said the young Ingram de Croy, and if you do not go, and I am permitted to choose where you stay, I will remain." The old Lord of Rook gazed at him coldly, but made no observation, and the same feeling was found general, till the Count turned with a smile to Richard of Woodville, asking his choice. "Why, my noble lord," replied the young Englishman, "if I could serve you here, I should be willing enough to stay, but as that is not the case, I had better serve you elsewhere, and wherever this good knight goes, doubtless there will be some honour to be gained under his pennon." Walter of Rook still remained silent, but he did not forget the willingness of the foreign gentleman, and one very young noble of Burgundy, whose fortune and fame were yet to make. Taking courage at Woodville's words, proposed to go also. "I have but few men with me, my lord the Count," he said, with the modesty which was affected, if not felt, by all young men in chivalrous times, "and, as you know, I have but small experience, wishing to gain which, I will, by your good leave, serve under the Lord of Woodville here, who, I think you said, had been already in several stricken fields, and was a comrade of the noble King of England." "King Henry calls him his friend, Monsieur le Long, in his letter to me," replied the Count, "and I know he has gained Los in several battles, though I have been told that he was disappointed of his spurs at Bramham Moor." He did not pronounce the word very accurately, because such was the trust placed in his discretion, that he was sent to the late king just before the fight, when no one else could be trusted. Again Richard of Woodville marvelled to find his whole history so well known, but the Count went on immediately to add to the young Englishman's troop 10 of his own men-at-arms. "You, Monsieur le Long, brought 7, I think," he said, "so that will be some small reinforcement to your mené, my Lord of Rook." And drawing that gentleman aside, the prince whispered to him for some moments. "Willingly, willingly, fair sir," replied the old knight to whatever it was he said. "God forbid I should stay any noble gentleman anxious to do doughty deeds. He shall have the cream of it, and it shall go hard if I give him not the means to win the spurs. Monsieur de Woodville, I set out in half an hour. I will but have some bread and a cup of wine, and then am ready for your good company." But little preparation was needed, for all had been kept ready to set out at a moment's notice. Nevertheless, in the little arrangements which took place ere they departed, there sprang up between Richard of Woodville and the Lord of Lens what may be called the intimacy of circumstances. The young Burgundian, though brave and well practised in the use of arms, was diffident, from inexperience, of more active and perilous scenes than the tilt-yard of his father's castle, or the jousting lists in the neighbouring town, and he was well satisfied to place himself under the immediate direction of one who, like Richard of Woodville, had fought in general engagements and served in regular armies. He had also some dread of the Lord of Rook, but by fusing his party into the English gentleman's band, he placed another between himself and the severe old soldier, so that he trusted to escape the harsh words which their commander was not unaccustomed to use. To Woodville, then, he applied for information regarding every particular of his conduct, how he was to place his men, where he was to ride himself, and 1,000 other particulars, making his companion smile sometimes at the timidity which he had personally never known, from having been accustomed, even in boyhood, to the troublous times and continual dangers which followed the usurpation of the throne by the first of the Lancastrian house. While they were conversing over these matters, one of the pages of the Count of Charolois joined them from the inn, and bade the English gentleman follow him to the prince. The Count was alone in a small bedroom upstairs, and the temporary vexation which his countenance had expressed some time before had now quite passed away. He met Richard with a laughing countenance, and holding out his hand to him, exclaimed, addressing him by the name he had given him ever since their first interview, "God speed you, my friend. These rash nobles of ours have taken themselves in, and though stern old de Rook does not wish it mentioned that he is going on such an errand, I would have you know it, that you may take advantage of opportunity. I love you better for going with him than staying with me, as you may well judge, when I tell you that his object is to meet my father, and guard him from Paris to Lille, if the Duke can effect his escape from the French court. My father would not have me come, for he is likely to be pursued, it seems, and he says in his letter that should mischance befall him while I remain in Lille, there will still be a Duke of Burgundy to crush this swarm of Armagnac bees. even should they sting him to death. However, you must not tell de Rooke that I have given you such tidings, for if he knew it, he would scold me like a Newport fishwoman, with as little reverence as he would a horseboy." "I will be careful, my good lord," replied Richard of Woodville. "But if such be the case, had we better not have more men with us? 6 or 7 and 20 make but a small band against all the chivalry of France." "Oh, he has got 200 iron-handed fellows beyond the gates," replied the prince. "But hark, there is his voice. Quick, quick, you must not stay." And hurrying down into the little square before the hostel, the young Englishman found the men drawn up, and the Lord of Rooke with a page holding his horse, and his foot in the stirrup. "Ah, you are long, sir," said the old knight, swinging himself slowly up into the saddle. Nevertheless, Richard of Woodville was on horseback before him, for laying his hand upon his charger's shoulder, he vaulted at once, armed at all points as he was, into the seat, and in another instant was at the head of his men. "A boy's trick," said the old soldier with a smile. "Never think, young gentleman, that you can make up for present delay by after activity. It is a dangerous fancy." "I know it, my good lord," replied Richard of Woodville, "but I had to speak with my lord the Count before I departed." "Well, sir, well," answered the Lord of Rooke, when wheeling round his horse he gazed over the little band, marking especially the fine military appearance, sturdy limbs, and powerful horses of the English archers, with evident satisfaction. "Ah," he said, "good stuff, good stuff. Have they seen service?" "Most of them," replied Richard of Woodville. "They shall see more, I trust, before I have done with them," rejoined the old knight. "Come, let us go. March!" And leading the way through the streets of Lille, a little in advance of the rest of the party, while Richard of Woodville and the young Lord of Lynne followed side by side, at the head of their men, he soon reached the gates of the city without exchanging a word with any one by the way. "Why, this is strange," said the Lord of Lynne to his companion in a low voice, as they turned up towards the side of Douai, instead of taking the road to Tournai. "This is not the march that the Count said was laid out for us. The old man knows his road, I suppose." "No fear of that," replied Richard of Woodville. "Our business, comrade, is to follow and to ask no questions. Perhaps there is better luck for us than we expected. Commanders do not always tell their soldiers what they are leading them to." And turning his head as they came forth into the broad open road which extended to Péronne, through the numerous strong towns at that time comprised in the Flemish possessions of the House of Burgundy, he gave orders in French and English for his men to form in a different order, 9 abreast. Some little embarrassment was displayed in executing this manoeuvre, and he had to explain and direct several times before it was performed to his satisfaction. The Lord of Rooke looked round and watched the whole proceeding, but made no observation, and after proceeding for about 2 miles farther on the way, Woodville again changed the order of his men, when the old commander suddenly demanded, "What are you playing such tricks for?" "For a good reason, sir," replied Richard of Woodville. "I have men under me who have never been accustomed to act together. My own people, those of this young lord, and the men of arms of my lord the Count. I know not how soon you may call upon us for service, or what that service may be, and it is needful that they should have some practice, that they may be alert at their work. I have learnt that, in time of need, it does not do to lose even a minute in forming line." "Ah, you Englishmen," replied the old lord, "were always better aware of that fact than we are. There would never have been a Crécy if Frenchmen would have submitted to discipline. They will fight like devils, but each man has such an opinion of himself that he will fight in his own way, forgetting that one well-trained man who obeys orders promptly is better than 100 who do nothing but what they like themselves. Ride up and talk with me, young men. I do not see why we should not be friends together, though those satin jackets at Lille did not choose to march with old Walter de Rock." After speaking with some bitterness of the turbulent spirit and insubordination which existed in all continental armies, the Lord of Rooke led the conversation to the military condition of England, and inquired particularly into the method, not only of training the soldiers of that country, but of educating the youths throughout the land to the early use of arms, which he had heard was customary there. "Aye, there is a difference between you and us," he said, when Woodville had explained the facts to him. "You are all soldiers, and your yeomen, as you call them, are as serviceable as your knights and gentlemen. With us, who would ever think of taking a boor from the plough to make a man at arms of him? No one dares to put a steel cap on his head, unless he has some gentle blood in his veins, though it be but half a drop, and then he is as conceited of it as if he were descended from Charlemagne. I have charge to give you, sir, the best occasions," he continued, still addressing Woodville, "and I will not fail, for I see you know what you are about, and will do me no discredit." "I beseech you, my good lord, to let me share them with him," said Monsieur de Lens. "I am as eager for renown as any man can be." "You will share them, of course, as one of his band," replied the old soldier, "and I doubt not, young gentleman, will do very well. I will refuse honour to no one who wins it." And thus conversing, they rode on as far as Pont de Marc, where they found a large body of men-at-arms waiting for the old Lord of Rouc. Richard of Woodville remarked that they were most of them middle-aged men with hard and weather-beaten countenances, who had evidently seen a good deal of service. But he observed also that, probably from the unwillingness of the Burgundian nobility to submit to anything like strict discipline, there seemed to be few persons of distinction in the corps, and not one knight but the old lord himself. Without any pause, the whole party marched on to Douai, the young Englishman losing no opportunity of exercising his men in such evolutions as the nature of the ground permitted, and many of the old soldiers of De Rouc watching his proceedings in silence, but with an attentive and inquiring eye. At Douai they halted for an hour and a half, to feed their horses and to take some refreshment, and then marching on, they did not draw a rein again till Cambrai appeared in sight. Here all the party expected to remain the night, for Cambrai, as the reader well knows, is a good day's march from Lille, especially for men covered with heavy armour, and for horses who had to carry not only the weight of their masters and their masters' harness, but steel manifères, testières, and chanfrons of their own. The orders of the commander, however, showed them, before they entered the gates, that such repose was not to fall to their lot, for he directed them to seek no hostel, but to quarter themselves, without dividing, in the market-place, and there to feed their beasts. "'Tis a fine evening," he said, "and you shall have plenty of food and wine, but we must march on, for an hour or two at night, that we may be in time tomorrow. If we have more space than enough in the morning, why the destriers will be all the fresher." No one ventured to make any reply, though the men-at-arms of the Count of Charolois felt somewhat weary with their unwonted exertion, and would fain have persuaded themselves that their beasts could go no farther that night. Their leader, or vingtner, who held the rank of a sergeant of the present day, and usually commanded 20 men, went so far as to hint his opinion on the subject to Richard of Woodville, but the young Englishman stopped him in an instant, replying coldly, "If your horses break down, we must find you others. We have nothing to do but to obey." The young Englishman took care, however, that the chargers of his whole party should have everything that could refresh them, and he spared not his own purse to procure for them a different sort of food from that which was provided for the rest. The crumb of bread soaked in water was a favourite expedient with the English of that day, as it is now with the Germans, for restoring the vigour of a wearied horse, and he made bold to dip the bread in wine, which, on those beasts that would take it, seemed to produce a very great effect. After halting for 2 hours, the march was renewed, and wending slowly onward, they reached the small town, for it was then a town, of Gonnieu, having accomplished a distance of nearly 18 leagues. It was within half an hour of midnight when they arrived, and the good people of the place had to be roused from their beds to provide them with lodgings, but a party of 200 men-at-arms was not in that day to be refused anything they might think fit to require, and in the different houses and stables of the town they were all at length comfortably housed. Richard of Woodville was not one of those men who require long sleep to refresh them after any ordinary fatigue, and though, with the care and attention of an Arab, he spent a full hour in inspecting the treatment of his horses before he lay down to rest, yet, after a quiet repose of about 4 hours and a half, he awoke, and instantly sprang from the pallet which had been provided for him. He then immediately roused the young Lord of Lynne, who, with 5 or 6 others, slept in the same chamber. But the poor youth gazed wildly round him, at first seeming to have forgotten where he was, and it required a hint from his English friend that the old Lord of Rook was a man likely to be up early in the day, ere he could make up his mind to rise. Woodville and his companion had been in the stable about 5 minutes, and were just setting the half-awakened horseboys to their work, when a voice was heard at the door, saying, "This is well, this is as it should be," and turning round they saw the figure of the old knight moving slowly away to the quarters of another party. In an hour more they were again upon the road, but their march was this day less fatiguing, and Woodville remarked that their veteran leader seemed to expect some intelligence from the country to which they were advancing, for at each halting-place he caused inquiries to be made for messengers seeking him, and more than once stopped the peasantry on the road, questioning them strictly, though no one clearly seemed to understand his drift. He seemed, too, to be somewhat undecided as to his course, and talked of going on to Orville, or at least to Conchy, but he halted for the night, however, at Charolois, and quartered his men in that village and Saint-Nicaise. Woodville and his party were lodged in the latter, where also the old commander slept, but about 3 in the morning the young Englishman was roused by voices speaking, followed by someone knocking at a neighbouring door, and half raised upon his arm he was listening to ascertain, if possible, what was the cause of this interruption of their repose, when the door of the room was opened as far as the body of one of the English yeomen, who slept across it, would permit. "Hallo, Master Woodville," said the voice of Lord of Rook. "Up and to horse, your beasts are not broken down, I trust." "They have had time to rest since 6 last night," replied Woodville, "and will be found as fresh as ever, for they feed well." "Like all true Englishmen," answered the old soldier. "Join me below in a minute. I have something to say to you." Dressing himself and giving hasty orders for the horses to be fed and led out, the young Englishman went down to the ground floor, where everything was already in bustle, and perhaps in some confusion. The Lord of Rook was surrounded by several of his own officers, and was giving them orders in the sharp tones of impatience and hurry. "Ha, Sir Englishman!" he exclaimed, as he saw Woodville. "How long will it take you to be in the saddle?" "Half an hour," replied Richard of Woodville. "And these men want 2 hours," cried the old leader. "Well, hark ye," and leading Woodville aside, he whispered, "'Tis as well as it is. There will be no jealousy. Get your horses out with all speed, and you shall have the cream of the affair, as I promised the young count. You must know I am bound to meet our good Duke at Pont Saint-Maxence. He makes his escape from Paris this morning, and as he brings but 4 men with him, I fear there may be those who will try to stop him. His plan is to go out to hunt with the king in the forest of Halate, and there to be met by someone bringing him letters, as if from Flanders, requiring his hasty return. Then he will decently bid the king adieu, and ride away. I was in hopes to have had time enough to be near at hand with my whole force, to give him aid if they pursue or stay him, though he tells me in the packet just received to meet him at Pont Saint-Maxence. However, it is well that some should proceed farther, and if you can get the start of us, you can take the occasion." "I will not miss it," replied Woodville, "but 2 things must be needful. 1, a letter to the Duke, and another, someone who knows the road and the forest." "What sort of letter?" demanded de Rook sharply. "What is the letter for?" "To call the Duke back to Flanders," replied Richard of Woodville. "I will be the person to deliver it, should need be." "Ay, that were as well," answered the old knight, "though doubtless he has arranged already for someone to meet him, yet no harm of 2. It shall be written as if others had been sent before. I will call my clerk, for of writing I know naught." "In the meanwhile I will see for a guide," answered Woodville, and going forth he inquired, amongst the attendants of the young Lord of Lynne and the men-at-arms of the Count of Charolois, for someone who was acquainted with the forest of Halate. One of the latter had been there in former days, and remembered something of the roads, with which amount of information Richard of Woodville was forced to content himself, trusting to meet with some peasant on the spot who might guide him better. He then gave orders for bringing out the horses without farther delay, and for charging each saddle with 2 feeds of corn, and returning to the Lord of Rook, he found him dictating a letter by the light of a lamp to a man with a shaven crown. Before it was finished, for the style of the good knight was not fluent, the jingle of arms and the tramp of horses' feet were heard before the inn, and looking round, with a well-satisfied smile, the old soldier exclaimed, "Ha! This is well. This is the way to win los. There, that will do, Master Peter. Fold and seal it. Then for the superscription, as you know how." Some 5 minutes, however, were spent upon heating the wax, tying up the packet, and writing the address, during which time Richard of Woodville looked on with no small impatience, fearing that he might be forestalled by others in executing a task which promised some distinction. At length all was complete, and taking the letter eagerly, he hurried out and sprang into the saddle. The Lord of Rook added various cautions and directions, walking by the young Englishman's horse for some way through the village, but at length he left him, and putting his troop to a quicker pace, Woodville rode on towards Pont-Saint-Maxence. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Agincourt, a Romance, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Achievement. The forest of Halate, of which the great forest of Chantilly, as it is called, is in fact but an insignificant remnant, was, in the days of Philip of Valois, one of the most magnificent woods at that time in Europe, giving its name to a whole district, in the midst of which was situated the fine old palace and abbey of St. Christopher, or St. Christoffle en Halate, the scene of many of the most important transactions in French history. I do not find that the palace was much used in the reign of Charles VI, and it was very possibly going to decay, though the abbey attached to it still remained tenanted by its monks, and the forest still afforded the sport of the chase to the French monarchs and their court, being filled with wolves, stags, boars, and even bears, if we may believe the accounts of the time, which were preserved with more care from all but princely hands than even the subjects of the sovereign. The great variety of the ground, the hills, the dales, the fountains, the cliffs that the district presented, the rivers that intersected it, the deep glades and wild savannas of the forest itself, the villages, the towns, the chapels, the monasteries, which nestled themselves, as it were, into its bosom, the profound solitude of some parts, the busy cultivation of others, the desert-like desolation of certain spots, and the soft, calm monotony of seemingly interminable trees, which was to be found in different tracts, rendered the forest of Halate one of the most interesting and changeful scenes through which the wandering foot of man could rove. Whether he sought the city or the hermitage, whether the grave or the gay, whether the sun or the shade, here he might suit his taste, and the mutations of the sky, in winter, in summer, in morning, in evening, in sunshine or in clouds, added new changes to each individual spot, and varied still farther a scene which in itself seemed endless in its variety. About 3 o'clock on the afternoon of a day in early May, with a cool wind stirring the air, and some light vapours floating across the heaven, a gentleman, completely armed except the head, with a lance on his shoulder and a page carrying his casque behind him, rode slowly into one of the wide savannas, following a peasant with a staff in his hand, who seemed to be showing him the way. His horse bore evident signs of having been ridden far that day, without much time for the grooms to do their office in smoothing down his dark brown coat, but nevertheless, though somewhat rough and dusty, the stout beast seemed no way tired, and, to judge by his quick and glancing eye, his bending crest, and the eager rounding of his knee, as if eager to put forth his speed, one would have supposed that he had rested since his journey, and tasted his share of corn. "Ay, there is a piqueur of the hunt," said the gentleman, marking with a glance a man, clothed in green and brown, who stood holding a brace of tall dogs at the angle of one of the roads leading into the heart of the forest. "You have led us right, good fellow. There is your guerdon." The peasant took the money, and as it was somewhat more than had been promised, made a low, rude bow and stumped away, and the gentleman, turning to his page, beckoned him up. "Think you, Will, that you have French enough," he asked in English, when the boy was close to him, "to tell them where we are, and what to do?" "Oh, I will make them understand," replied the page, with all the confidence of youth. "I picked up a few words in Ghent, and a few more as we came along, and what tongue won't do, hand and head must." "Well, give me the casque," said his master, "and you take my barret." And receiving the chapelle de fer from the boy's hands, he placed it on his head, raising the visor till it rested against the crest, and rode slowly on towards the attendant of the chase, who, with all the sportsman's eagerness, was watching down the avenue attentively. "Good morning, my friend," said the gentleman in French. "Good afternoon, sir," answered the piqueur, for the vulgar are always very careful to be exact in their time of day. He did not look round, however, and the stranger went on to inquire if the king were not hunting in the forest. The man now turned and eyed the questioner. His splendid arms showed that he was a gentleman, and he was alone, so that no treason could be intended. "Yes, sir," replied the piqueur, "I expect him this way every minute. Do you want to see him?" "Why, not exactly," said the stranger. "Some of the people told me the good Duke of Burgundy was with him, and as it is he with whom I want to speak, if their report be true, it may save me a ride to Paris." "The good Duke is with the king," rejoined the man, "but, 'slife, I know not whether he will be so for long, for fortune alters favour, they say, and times have changed of late, though it is no business of mine, and so I say nothing, but the Duke was ever a friend to the commons, and to the citizens of Paris more than all." "Have they had good sport to-day?" demanded Richard of Woodville, for doubtless the reader has already discovered one of the interlocutors in this dialogue. "'Tis somewhat late in the year, is it not, piqueur?" "Ay, that it is for sundry kinds of game," replied the man, "but there are some not out, and others just coming in, and we are obliged to suit ourselves to the poor old king's health. He is free just now from his black sickness, and would have had a glorious day of it, had not Achille, the subveneur, who is always wrong, and always knows better than anyone else, mistaken which way the beast lay. But hark, they are blowing the death. The beast has been killed, and not passed this way, foul fall him. My dogs have not had breath to-day." "Then they will not come hither, I suppose," said Richard of Woodville. "Oh, yes, 'tis 1,000 chances to 1 they will," answered the man. "If they force another beast, they must quit that ground and cross the road to Senlis. And if they return with what they have got, they must take the Paris avenue, so that in either case they will come here." While he spoke, there was a vast howling of dogs and blowing of horns at some distance, and Woodville, trusting to the piqueur's sagacity for the direction the court would take, waited patiently till the sounds accompanying the curé were over, and then gazed down the avenue. In about 10 minutes some horsemen began to appear in the road, and then a splendid party issued forth from one of the side alleys, followed by a confused crowd of men, horses, and dogs. They came forward at an easy pace, and Richard of Woodville inquired of his companion which was the Duke of Burgundy. "What, do you not know him?" said the man in some surprise. "Well, keep back, and I will tell you when they are near." The young Englishman, without reply, reined back his horse for a step or two, so as to take up a position beyond the projecting corner of the wood, and while the piqueur continued gazing down the avenue, still holding his dogs in the leash, Woodville turned a hasty glance behind him to see if he could discover anything of his page. The boy was nearer than he thought, but was wisely coming round the back of the savannah, where the turf was soft and somewhat moist, so that his approach escaped both the eyes and ears of the royal attendant, till approaching his master's side, he said something which, though spoken in a low tone, made the man turn round. At the same moment, however, the first 2 horsemen passed out of the road into the open space, and immediately after the principal party appeared. At its head, a step before any of the rest, came a man seemingly past the middle age, with grey hair and a noble presence, but with cheeks channelled and withered, more by sickness and care than years. His eye was peculiarly clear and fine, and not a trace was to be seen therein of that fatal malady which devoured more than 1/2 of his days. His aspect, indeed, was that of a person of high intellect, and though his shoulders were somewhat bowed, and his seat upon the horse not very firm, there were remains of the great beauty of form and dignity of carriage which had distinguished the unhappy Charles in earlier days. Close behind the king came a youth of 18 or 19 years of age, with a fine but somewhat fierce and haughty countenance, a cheek colourless and bare, and a bright but haggard eye, and near him rode a somewhat younger lad of a fresher and more healthy complexion, round whose lip there played ever and anon a gay and wanton smile. Almost on a line with these were 3 or 4 gentlemen, one far advanced in years and one very young, while the personage nearest the spot where Richard of Woodville sat seemed still in the lusty prime of manhood, stout but not fat, broad in the shoulders, strong in the limbs, though not much above the middle height. He was dressed in high boots and long striped hose of blue and red, with a close-fitting pourpoint of blue, and a long mantle with furred sleeves hanging down to his stirrups. On his head he bore a cap of fine cloth, shaped somewhat like an Indian turban, with a large and splendid ruby in the front, and a feather drooping over his left ear. His carriage was princely and frank, his eye clear and steadfast, and about his lip there was a firm and resolute expression, which well suited the countenance of one who had acquired the name of John the Bold. "If that not be the Duke of Burgundy," said Richard of Woodville to the piqueur in a low tone, as the party advanced, "I am very much mistaken." "Yes, yes," replied the man, nodding his head, "that he is, God bless him, and that is the Duke of Aquitaine, the king's son, just before him, and there is the Duke of Bavaria on the other side." The young Englishman did not wait to hear enumerated the names of all the personages of the royal train, but as soon as the king himself had passed, rode up at once to the Duke of Burgundy, who turned round and gazed at him with some surprise, while the young pale Duke of Aquitaine bent his brow, frowning upon him with an inquiring yet ill-satisfied look. "My lord the Duke," said Woodville, tendering the letter he had received from de Ruyck, "I bear you this from Flanders." The Duke took it, and, without checking his horse, but merely throwing the bridle over his arm, opened the letter and looked at the contents. "Ha!" he exclaimed as he read. "Ha! I thank you, sir." And making a sign for Richard and his page to follow, he spurred on, and passed the 2 young princes to the side of the king. "This gentleman, sire," he said, displaying the letter, "brings me troublous tidings from my poor county of Flanders, which call for my immediate presence, and therefore, though unwilling to leave you, royal sir, at a time when my enemies are strong in your capital and court, I must even take my leave in haste, but I will return with all convenient speed." The king had drawn his bridle, and, turning round, gazed from the Duke to Richard of Woodville with a look of hesitation. But after a moment's pause he answered, with a cold and constrained air, "Well, Duke of Burgundy, if it must be so, go. A fair journey to you, cousin." And without farther ado, he gave a glance to his sons and rode on. The Duke of Burgundy bowed low and held in his horse while the royal party passed on, exchanging no very placable looks with the young Duke of Aquitaine, his son-in-law, and giving a sign to 4 or 5 gentlemen who were following in the rear, but immediately fell out of the train, and ranged themselves around him. "Who are you, sir?" demanded the prince, turning to Woodville, while the king and his court proceeded slowly towards a distant part of the savannah, and by the movements of different gentlemen round the Duke of Aquitaine, there seemed to be some hurried consultation going on. "An English gentleman, my lord, attached to the Count your son," replied Woodville, without farther explanation; but seeing that a number of men completely armed, who followed the principal body of courtiers, had been beckoned up, he added, "Methinks, fair sir, there is not much time to lose. Yonder is the way. I am not alone." Without reply, the Duke gave one quick glance towards the royal party, set spurs to his horse, and rode quickly along the road to which Woodville pointed. He had hardly quitted the savannah and entered the long broad avenue, however, when the sound of a horse's feet at the full gallop came behind, and a voice exclaimed, my lord the Duke, the king has some words for your ear." It was a single cavalier who approached, but the quick ear of Richard of Woodville caught the sound of other horse following, though the angle of the wood cut off the view of the royal train. "Good faith," answered the Duke, turning his head towards the messenger, but without stopping, "they must be kept for another moment, My business will have no delay." But even as he spoke, he caught sight of a number of men-at-arms following the first, and just entering the alley in a confused and scattered line. "But you must, my lord," exclaimed the gentleman who had just come up. "I have orders to use force." The Duke and his attendants laid their hands upon their swords, but Woodville raised his lance high above his head and shook it in the air, shouting, "Ho there, ho! Ride on, my lord, ride on! I will stay them." "Now, gold spurs for a good lance!" cried the Duke of Burgundy. "But I will not let you fight alone, my friend." And wheeling his horse, he formed his little troop across the road. "Ho there, ho!" shouted Woodville again, and instantly he heard a horn answering from the wood. "The first man is mine, my lord," he cried, setting his lance in the rest and drawing down his visor. "Fall back upon our friends behind. You are unarmed." And spurring on his charger at full speed, he passed the king's messenger, who was only habited in the garments of the chase, towards a man-at-arms who was coming at full speed some 50 yards in advance of the party sent to arrest the Duke. His adversary instantly charged his lance likewise. No explanation was needed, and the two cavaliers met in full shock between the parties. The spear of the Frenchman struck right on Woodville's cuirass, and broke it into splinters, but the lance-head of the young Englishman caught his opponent on the gorget, and without wavering in his seat he bore him back over the croup to the ground. Then wheeling rapidly, he galloped back to the Duke's side, while at a brisk pace, but in perfect order, his band came up under the young Lord of Lens, and the English archers, springing to the ground, put their arrows to the strings and drew the bows to the ear, waiting for the signal to let fly the unerring shaft. "Hold, hold!" cried the Duke. "Gallantly done, noble sir. You have saved me, but let us not shed blood unnecessarily." And casting his eye over Woodville's troop, he added, "We outnumber them far. They will never dare attack us." As he spoke, the men-at-arms of France paused in their advance, and some of the foremost, dismounting from their horses, raised the overthrown cavalier from the ground, and were seen unlacing his casque. At the same time, the gentleman who had first followed the Duke of Burgundy began quietly retreating towards his friends, and though the Duke called to him aloud to stop, showed no disposition to comply. "Shall I bring him back, noble Duke?" exclaimed the young Lord of Lens, eager to win some renown. "Yes, ride after him, young sir," said John the Bold. "Remember, he is unarmed," cried Richard of Woodville, seeing the youth couch his lance, and fearing that he might forget in his enthusiasm the usages of war. "You are of a right chivalrous spirit, sir," said the Duke, turning to the young Englishman. "Do you know my Lord of Woodville, who is that gentleman whom he unhorsed just now?" "The Count de Vaudemont, I think," replied the nobleman to whom he spoke. "I saw him at the head of the men-at-arms in the forest." "Oh, yes, it is he," rejoined another. "Did you not see the crosslets on his housings?" "A good knight and stout cavalier as ever couched a lance," observed the Duke of Burgundy. "The young kestrel has caught the hawk," he continued, as the Lord of Lens, riding up to him of whom he had been in pursuit, brought him back, apparently unwillingly, towards the Burgundian party. "Ah, my good Lord of Vertus," exclaimed John the Bold, "you have gone back with half your message. Fie, never look white, man. We will not hurt you, though we have strong hands amongst us, as you have just seen. Offer my humble duty to the king, and tell him that I should at once have obeyed his royal mandate to return, but that my affairs are very urgent, and that I knew not how long I might be detained to hear his royal will." "And what am I to say to our lord?" asked the Count de Vertus, "for Monsieur de Vaudemont, his son's bosom friend, overthrown by your people, and well nigh killed, I fear." "My daughter ought to be his son's bosom friend," replied the Duke sharply, "but she is not, it seems. And as to Monsieur de Vaudemont, perhaps you had better tell the king that he was riding too fast and had a fall. It will be more to his credit than if you say that he met a squire of Burgundy in fair and even course, and was unhorsed like a clumsy page. And now, my Lord of Vertus, I give you the good time of day. You said something about force just now, but methinks you will forget it, and so will I." Thus saying, the Duke turned his horse and rode away down the avenue. The The English archers sprang upon their steeds again, and Richard of Woodville, beckoning the young Lord of Lynne to halt, caused his whole troop to file off before him, and then with his companion brought up the extreme rear. A number of the French men-at-arms followed at a respectful distance, till the party entered the village of Fleurine, in the forest, but there, having satisfied themselves that there was no greater body of the men of Burgundy in the neighbourhood, which might have rendered the king's journey back to Paris somewhat dangerous, they halted and retired. The Duke had turned round to watch their proceedings more than once, nor did he take any farther notice of Richard of Woodville till the French party were gone. When they were no longer in sight, however, he called him to his side, and questioned him regarding himself. "I do not remember you about my son, fair sir," he said, "and I am not one to forget men who act as you have done to-day." "I have been in your territories, my Lord Duke, but a short time," replied Richard of Woodville, "as I came seeking occasions of honour to the most chivalrous court in Europe, and as I was furnished with letters from my sovereign to yourself and to your son, vouching graciously for my faith, the Count was kindly pleased to give me a share in anything that was to be done to-day. Happening to be in the saddle this morning somewhat before the rest of the Lord of Luke's troops, and my horses being somewhat fresher, the good old knight sent me on, thinking you might need aid before you reached the rendezvous you had given him." "Ay, he judged right," replied the Duke, "and had I known as much when I wrote to him as I learned yesterday, I would have had him at the gates of Paris, for my escape at all has been a miracle. They only put off arresting me or stabbing me in my hotel till the king returned from his hunting, in order to guard against a rising of the citizens. Have you this letter from King Henry about you?" "My page has it in his wallet, noble Duke," replied the young Englishman. "Will you please to see it?" John nodded his head, and calling up the boy, Richard of Woodville took the letter from him and placed it in the prince's hands. The Duke opened and read it with a smile. Then turning to Woodville, he said, "You justify the praises of your king, and his request shall be attended to by me, as in duty bound. Men look to him, sir, with eyes of expectation, and have a foresight of great deeds to come. His friendship is dear to me, and every one he is pleased to send shall have honour at my hands, for his sake. Ah, there is Pont Saint-Maxence, and the bright Oise. De Ruyck is probably there by this time." "I doubt it not, my lord," answered Richard of Woodville. "He could not be far behind." "Who is that youth," demanded the Duke, "who seems your second in the band?" "One of your own vassals, noble sir," replied the English gentleman, "full of honour and zeal for your service, who will some day make an excellent soldier. He is the young Lord of Lynne." "Ah," said the Duke in a sorrowful tone, "I have bad news for him. His uncle Charles is a prisoner in Paris, taken out of my very house before my eyes, and I doubt much they will do him to death. Break it to him calmly this evening, sir. But see, here are several of good old Duroc's party looking out for us. Methinks he would not have heard bad tidings of his duke without riding to rescue him." Thus saying, he spurred on, meeting, ere he reached Pont Saint-Maxence, one or two small bodies of men-at-arms, who saluted him as he passed, shouting, "Burgundy, Burgundy," and fell in behind the band of Richard of Woodville. The single street of the small town was crowded with people, and before the doors of the two inns which the place then possessed was seen the company of the Lord of Ruyck, with the men dismounted, feeding their horses, but all armed and prepared to spring into the saddle at a moment's notice. The approach of the Duke was greeted by a loud shout of welcome, not alone from his own soldiers, but also from the people of the town, for in the northern and eastern provinces of France, as well as in the capital, John the Bold was the most popular prince of the time. De Ruyck immediately advanced on foot to hold his stirrup, but his lord grasped him by the hand and wrung it hard, saying, "I am safe, you see, old friend, thanks to your care and this young gentleman's conduct." "Ay, I thought he would do well," replied the old soldier, "for he is up in the morning early." "He has done well," said the Duke, dismounting, and turning to Woodville, who had sprung from his horse, he said, "You rightly deserve some honour at my hands. Though we have no spurs ready, I will dub you now, and we will arm you afterwards at Lille. Kneel down." Richard of Woodville bent his knee to the ground before the crowd that had gathered round, and drawing his sword, the Duke of Burgundy addressed to him, as usual, a short speech on the duties of chivalry, concluding with the words, "Thus remember that this honour is not alone a reward for deeds past, but an encouragement to deeds in future. It is a bond as well as a distinction, by which you are held to right the wronged, to defend the oppressed, to govern yourself discreetly, to serve your sovereign lord, and to be the friend and protector of women, children, and the weak and powerless. Let your lance be the first in the fight, let your purse be open to the poor and needy, let your shield be the shelter of the widow and orphan, and let your sword be ever drawn in the cause of your king, your country, and your religion. In the name of God, St. Michael, and St. George, I dub you knight. Be loyal, true, and valiant." At each of these last words he struck him a light stroke with the blade of his sword upon the neck, and the crowd around, well pleased with every piece of representation, uttered a loud acclamation as the young knight rose, and the Duke took him in his arms and embraced him warmly. Old Duroc and the nobleman who had accompanied John the Bold from the forest grasped the young Englishman's hand one by one, and the Duke, turning to the Lord of Lens, added with a gracious smile, "I trust to do the same for you, young sir, ere long. In the meanwhile, that you may have occasion to win your chivalry, I name you one of my squires, and by God's grace you will not be long without something to do." The youth kissed his hand joyfully, and the Duke retired to the inn. Richard of Woodville paused for a moment to distribute some handfuls of money amongst the crowd, who were crying "Largesse" around, and then followed the old Lord of Rouc to give him information of all that had taken place in the forest of Halate, before they proceeded together to receive the farther orders of the Duke of Burgundy. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Agincourt, a Romance, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A summary. All was bustle and activity throughout Flanders and Burgundy after the return of John the Bold from Paris. Night and day messengers were crossing the country from one town to another, and every castle in the land saw gatherings of men-at-arms and archers, while across the frontier from France came multitudes of the discontented vassals of Charles VI, pouring in to offer either service or counsel to the great feudatory, who was now almost in open warfare, if not against his sovereign, at least against the faction into whose hands that sovereign, once more relapsed into imbecility, had fallen. If, however, the country in general was agitated, much more was the city of Lille, where the Duke prolonged his residence for some weeks. There, day after day, councils were held in the castle, and day after day, not only from every part of the Duke's vast territories, but also from neighbouring states, came crowds of his friends and allies. The people of Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres sent their deputies. The Duke of Brabant, the Bishop of Liège, and the Count of Cleves appeared in person, and even the Constable of France, Walleran, Count of St. Paul, took his seat at the table of the Duke of Burgundy, and refused boldly to give up his staff to the envoys sent from Paris to demand it. The cloud of war was evidently gathering thick and black, and foreign princes looked eagerly on to see how and when the struggle would commence, but the eyes of both contending parties were turned anxiously to one of the neighbouring sovereigns, who was destined to take a great part, as all foresaw, in the domestic feuds of France. To Henry of England both addressed themselves, and each strove hard not only to propitiate the monarch, but to gain the goodwill of the nation. All Englishmen, either in France or Burgundy, were courted and favoured by those high in place, and Richard of Woodville was now especially marked out for honour by both the Duke of Burgundy and the young Count of Charolois. The latter opened his frank and generous heart towards one with whose whole demeanour he had been struck and pleased from the first, and that intimacy which grows up so rapidly in troublous times easily ripened into friendship in the daily intercourse which took place between them. They were constant companions, and more than once, after nightfall, Richard was brought by the prince to his father's private chamber, where consultations were being held between them, not only on matters of war and military discipline, for which the young English knight had acquired a high reputation on the report of the old Lord of Rouc, but also on subjects connected with the policy of the English court, regarding which the Duke strove to gain some better information from the frank and sincere character of Woodville than he could obtain elsewhere. But, as we have shown, Richard of Woodville could be cautious as well as candid, and he replied guardedly to all open questions that he knew naught of the views or intentions of his sovereign, but that he was well aware Henry of England held in high esteem and love his princely cousin of Burgundy, and would never be found wanting, when required, to show him acts of friendship. Farther, he said, the Duke must apply to good Sir Philip de Morgan, a man well instructed, he believed, in all the king's purposes. Both the Count of Charolois and his father smiled at this answer, and turned a meaning look upon each other. "You have shown me, Sir Richard," said the Duke, "that you really do not know the king's mind on such subjects. Sir Philip de Morgan was his father's most trusted envoy, but is his own envoy not the most trusted? It is strange, your monarch's conduct in some things. He has added to his agents at our poor court a noble and wise man whom his father hated." "Because, my most redoubted lord," replied the young knight, "he judges differently, and is differently situated from his father. Henry IV. snatched the crown, as all men know, from a weak and vicious king, but found that those who had once been his peers were not willing to be his subjects. Though a mighty, wise, and politic prince, his life was a struggle, in which he might win victories indeed, and subdue enemies in the field, but he raised up new traitors in his own heart, new enemies within himself. I mean, my lord, jealousies and animosities. Our present king comes to the throne by succession, and his father has left him a crown divested of half its thorns. His nurture has been different too, never having suffered depression. He has nothing to retaliate. Never having struggled with foes, he has no fear of enmity. People say in my land that one man builds a house and another dwells in it. So it is with everyone who wins a throne. He has to raise and strengthen the fabric of his power, only to leave the perfect structure to another." The Duke leaned his head upon his hand and thought profoundly. Ambitious visions, often roused by the very name of Henry IV., were reproved by the moral of his life, and though John the Bold might not part with them, he turned his thoughts to other channels, and strove to learn from Richard of Woodville the character and disposition of the English sovereign, if not his intentions and designs. On those points the young knight was more open and unreserved. He painted the monarch as he really was, laughed when the prince spoke of his youthful wildness, and said, "It was but a masking face, noble Duke, put on for sport," and, like a mummer's wizard, laid aside the moment it suited him to resume himself again. Those who judge the king from such traits as these will find themselves woefully deceived. And he went on to paint Henry's energies of mind in terms which, though the Duke might attribute part of the praise to young enthusiasm, still left a very altered impression on the hearer's mind in regard to the real character of the English king. I have said that these interviews took place more than once, and also that they generally took place in private, for the Duke did not wish to excite any jealousy in his Burgundian subjects. But on more than one occasion several of the foreign noblemen who had flocked to the court of Lille were present, and between the Count of St. Paul and Woodville some intimacy speedily sprung up. The Count, irritated by what he thought injustice, revolved many schemes of daring resistance to the court of France, and thought of raising men, and as the ally of Burgundy opposing in arms the Armagnac faction and the Dauphin, he thought of visiting England and treating on his own part with Henry V, and from the young English knight he strove to gain both information and assistance. There was in that distinguished nobleman many qualities which commanded esteem, and Woodville willingly gave him what advice he could, and yet he tried to dissuade him from being the first to raise the standard of revolt, pointing out that, although the state of mind of the King of France and the absence of all legal authority in those who ruled might justify a prince so nearly allied to the royal family as the Duke of Burgundy in struggling for a share of that power which he saw misused, especially as he was a sovereign prince, though feudatory for some of his territories to the crown of France, yet an inferior person could hardly take arms on his own account without incurring a charge of treason, which might fall heavily on his head if the Duke found cause ultimately to abstain from war. The Count listened to his reasons and seemed to ponder upon them, and though no one loves to be persuaded from the course to which passion prompts, he was sufficiently experienced to think well of one who would give such advice, however unpalatable at the moment. Thus passed nearly a month from the day on which the young Englishman quitted Ghent, and so changeful and uncertain were the events of the time that he would not venture to absent himself from the court of Burgundy even for an hour, lest he should miss the opportunity of winning advancement and renown. In that time, however, he had gained much. He was no longer a stranger. The ways and habits of the court were familiar to him. He was the companion of all, and the friend of many who, on his first appearance, had looked upon him with an evil eye, and many an occurrence, trifling compared with the great interests that were moving round, but important to himself, had taken place in the young knight's history. The ceremony of being armed a knight was duly performed, the Duke fulfilling his promise on the first occasion, and completing that which had been but begun at Pont Saint Maxence. Yet this very act, gratifying as it was to one eager of honour, was not without producing some anxiety in the mind of the young Englishman. Such events were accompanied with much pageantry, and followed by considerable expense. Hitherto all his charges had been borne by himself, and he saw his stock of wealth decreasing far more rapidly than he had expected, though apartments had been assigned to him from the Gravenstein at Ghent. None had been furnished him in the castle of Lille, and no mention was made of reimbursing him for anything he had paid. One day, however, early in June, he was called to the presence of the Duke, and found him just coming from a conference with the deputies of the good towns of Flanders. The prince's face was gay and smiling, and as he passed along the gallery towards his private apartments, he exclaimed, turning towards some of his councillors, "Let no one say I have not good and generous subjects. Ha, Sir Richard," he continued, as his eye fell upon the young Englishman, "go to the chamber of my son. He has something to tell you." Richard of Woodville hastened to obey, but the Count de Charolois was not in his apartment when he arrived, and some minutes elapsed before the young prince appeared. When he came at length, however, he was followed by 3 or 4 of his men bearing some large bags, apparently of money, which were laid down upon the table in the anteroom. "Get you gone, boys," said the Count, turning to his pages, "and you, Godfrey, see that all be ready by the hour of noon. Now, my friend," he continued, as soon as the room was clear, "I have news for you, and I trust pleasant news too. First, I am for Ghent, and you may accompany me if you will." "Right gladly, my lord the Count," replied Richard of Woodville, "for, to say truth, almost all my baggage is still there, and I have scarcely any clothing in which to appear decently at your father's court. I have other matters, too, that I would fain see to in Ghent." "Some fair lady, now, I will warrant," replied the Count, laughing. "I have marked the ruby ring in your bascinet. But, faith, we have more serious matters in hand than either fine clothes or fair ladies. I go to raise men, Sir Knight, and you have a commission to do so likewise. My father would fain have you swell your company to 50 archers, taught and disciplined by your own men. The more Englishmen you can get, the better, for it seems that you are famous for the bow in your land. But our worthy citizens of Bruges are not unskilled either." "Good faith, my lord," replied Richard of Woodville, "I know not well how to obey the noble Duke's behest, for my riches are but scanty, and 'tis as much as I can do to maintain my band as it is." "Ha, are you there, my friend?" said the young prince with a smile. "Well, you have borne long and patiently with our poverty, but the good towns have come to our assistance now, and we will acquit our debt. One of these bags is for you, and you will find it contains wherewithal to pay you what you have spent, to reward your archers according to the rate of England, which is, I believe, 6 sterlings a day, for the month past, to pay them for 3 months to come, and to raise your band, as I have said, to 50 men. You will find therein 1,000 fleurs-de-lis of gold, or as we call them, francs à pied, each of which is worth about 40 of your sterlings." "Then there is much more than is needful, my good lord," replied the young knight. "1/2 of that sum would suffice." "Exactly," replied the Count, "but no one serves well the house of Burgundy without guerdon, my good friend. My father knighted you because you had done well in arms, both in England and in his presence. but knighthood is too high and sacred a thing to be made a reward for any personal benefit rendered to a prince. My father would think that he degraded that high order if he conferred it even for saving him from death or captivity, as you were enabled to do. For that good deed, therefore, he gives you the rest, and I do trust that ere long you will have the means of winning more." Richard of Woodville expressed his thanks, though, with the ordinary chivalrous affectation of the day, he denied all merit in what he had done, and made as little of it as possible. There was one difficulty in regard to increasing his band, however, which he had to explain to the young Count, and which arose from the promise he had given his own sovereign of holding himself ready to join him at the first summons. But that was speedily obviated, it being agreed that in case of his services being demanded by King Henry, he should be at liberty to retire with the yeomen who then accompanied him, and that the rest of the troop about to be raised should in that case be placed under the command of any officer the Duke might appoint. As was then customary, a clerk was called in, and an indenture drawn up, specifying the terms on which the young knight was to serve in the Burgundian force, the number of the men-at-arms and archers which he was to bring into the field, the pay they were to receive, the arms and horses with which they were to appear, and even the Burgundian cloaks or hooks which they were to wear. A copy was taken and signed by each party, and fortunate it was for Richard of Woodville that the young Count suggested this precaution. The usual clauses regarding prisoners were added, reserving the persons of kings and princes of the blood from those whom the young knight might put to ransom as his lawful captives, but the Count specifically renounced his right to the third of the winnings of the war, which was not unusually reserved to the great leader with whom any knight or squire took service. All these points being settled, Richard of Woodville hurried back to the inn called the Shield of Burgundy, where he and his men were lodged, and prepared to accompany the Count to Ghent. When he returned to the castle, with his men mounted and armed, he found the courtyard full of knights, nobles, and soldiery, all ready to set out at the appointed hour, and for a time he fancied that the young prince might be going to Ghent with a larger force than the good citizens, jealous of their privileges, would be very willing to receive. But as soon as the trumpet sounded and the whole force marched out over the drawbridge into the streets of Lille, the 700 or 800 men of which the party consisted separated into different bands, and each took its own road. One pursued its way towards Amiens, another towards Tournai, another towards Cassel, another towards Bethune, another towards Douai, and the Count and his train, reduced to about 100 men, rode on in the direction of Ghent, which city they reached about 4 o'clock upon the following day. Except the Lord of Croy, between whom and the young Englishman a good deal of intimacy had arisen, the Count de Charolois was accompanied by no other gentleman of knightly rank but Richard of Woodville, and as that high military station placed him who filled it on a rank with princes, those two gentlemen were the young Count's principal companions on the road to Ghent, and received from him a fuller intimation of his father's designs and purposes than had been communicated to them before they quitted Lille. All seemed smiling on the fortunes of Richard of Woodville. The path to wealth and renown was open before him, and he might be pardoned for giving way to all the bright visions and glowing expectations of youth. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Friend Estranged. Trumpet and timbrel were sounding in the streets of Ghent. The people, in holiday costume, were thronging bridge and market-place. The procession of the trades was once more afoot, with banners displayed. The clergy were hurrying here and there, with cross and staff, and all the ensigns of the Romish church. It was a high holiday, for the young Count had given notice, immediately on his arrival, that he would be ready in an hour before Compline, which may be considered about 6 o'clock in the evening, to receive the honourable corps of the good town, in order to return them thanks, in the name of his father, for the liberal aid they had granted him in a time of need. and flushed with loyalty to their prince. Well, I wot, a somewhat unusual occurrence, and with a full sense of their own meritorious sacrifices, each man pressed eagerly to be one of the deputies who were to wait upon the Count, and if that might not be, to go at least as far as the palace gates with those who were to be admitted. All the nobles who had accompanied the Count from Lille were present in the great hall of the Cour des Princes, where the reception was to take place, except, indeed, Richard of Woodville. He, soon after he had arrived, had begged the Count's excuse for absenting himself from his train, and hurrying to the inn where he had left Ned Dyram, with his horses and baggage, he dismounted from his charger and cast off his armour. To his inquiries for his servant, the host replied that he had not been there since the morning, and, indeed, seldom appeared there all day. But Woodville seemed to pay little attention to this answer, and merely washing the dust from his face and neck, set out at a hurried pace on foot. He thought that he knew the way to the place which he intended to visit well, though he had only followed it once, and passing on, he was soon out of the stream of people that was still flowing on towards the palace. But he found himself mistaken in regard to his powers of memory. Long, tortuous streets, totally deserted for the time, lay around him. Tall houses, principally built of wood, rose on every side, throwing fantastic shadows across the broad sunshine afforded by the sinking sun. And when he at length stopped a workman to ask his way, the man spoke nothing but Flemish, and all that Woodville had acquired of that tongue was insufficient to make the artisan comprehend what was meant. Leaving him, the young knight walked on, guided by what he remembered of the direction in which the house of Sir John Grey lay, for it is hardly needful to tell the reader that thither his steps were bent, when suddenly a cavalcade of some 5 or 6 horsemen appeared, coming at a slow pace up the street, and the tall, graceful figure of a man somewhat past the middle age, but evidently of distinguished rank, was seen at their head. The garb was changed, the whole look and demeanour was different, but even before he could see the features, Richard of Woodville recognised the very man he was seeking, and, hurrying on to meet him, he advanced to his horse's side. Sir John Grey gazed on him coldly, however, as if he had never seen him before, and Woodville felt somewhat surprised and mortified, not well knowing whether the old knight's memory were really so much shorter than his own, or whether fortune, with Mary's father, had possessed the power it has over so many, to change the aspect of the things around, and blot out the love and gratitude of former days, as things unworthy of remembrance. "Do you not know me, Sir John Grey?" he asked. "If so, let me recall to your good remembrance Richard of Woodville, who brought you tidings from the king, and also some news of your sweet daughter." "I know you well, sir," replied the knight. "Would I knew less. I hear you have acquired honour and renown in arms. God give you grace to merit more. I must ride on, I fear." His manner was cold and distant, his brow grave and stern. But Woodville was not one to bear such a change altogether calmly, though, for his sweet Mary's sake, he laid a strong constraint upon himself. "I know not, Sir John Grey," he said, "what has produced so strange a change in one whom I had thought steadfast and firm. Whether calmer thought and higher fortunes than those in which I first found you may have engendered loftier views, or reawakened slumbering ambition, so that you regret some words you spoke in the first liberal joy of renewed prosperity. But—" "Cease, sir, cease!" exclaimed the old knight. "I should indeed regret those words, could they be binding in a case like this. Steadfast and firm I am, and you will find me so, but not loftier views or reawakened ambition has made the change, but better knowledge of a man I trusted on a fair seeming. But these things are not to be discussed here in the open street before servants and horseboys. You know your own heart, you know your own actions, and if they do not make you shrink from discussing what may be between you and me—" "Shrink!" cried Richard of Woodville vehemently. "Why should I shrink? Shrink from discussing aught that I have done? No, by my knighthood, not before all the world, varlets or horseboys, princes or peers. I care not who hears my every action blazoned to the day. "But I do, sir," replied Sir John Grey, "for the sake of those dear to us both, for your good uncle's sake, and for my child's." "You are compassionate, Sir John," said Woodville bitterly, but then he added, "Yet no, you are deceived, I know not how or by whom, but there is some error, that is very clear. This I must crave leave to say, that I am fearless of the judgment of mortal man on aught that I have done. Sins have we all to God, but I defy the world to say that I have failed in honour to one man on earth." "According to that worldly code of honour we once spoke of, perhaps not," replied Sir John Grey. "According to what fastidious code you will," said the young knight. "I stand here willing, Sir John Grey, to have each word or deed sifted like wheat before a cottage door. I know not your charge, or who it is that brings it, but I will disprove it, whatever it be, when it is clearly stated, and will cram his falsehood down his throat whenever I know his name who makes it." "Ha, sir! Is it of me you speak?" demanded the knight somewhat sharply. "No, Sir John," replied Woodville. "You are to be the judge, for you," he added with a sorrowful smile, "hold the high prize. But it is of him who has foully calumniated me to you. For that someone has done, so I can clearly see, and I would know the charge and the accuser, here, now, on this spot, for I am not one to rest under suspicion, even for an hour." "You speak boldly, Sir Richard of Woodville," answered Sir John Grey, "and doubtless think that you are right, though I may not. For I am one who have long lived in solitude, pondering men's deeds, and weighing them in a nicer balance than the world is wont to use. However, as I said before, this is no place to discuss such things. But as it is right and just that each man should have occasion to defend himself, I will meet you where you will, and when, to tell you what men lay to your charge. If you can then deny it and disprove it, well, I will not speak more here. See, someone seeks your attention." "Whatever it is that any man on earth accuses me of," replied the young knight, without attending to Sir John Grey's last words, "I am ready ever to meet boldly, for my heart is free. As you will not give me this relief I ask even now, it cannot be too soon. I will either go with you at once to your own house—" "No, that must not be," cried the other hastily. "Or else," continued Woodville, "I will meet you 2 hours hence in the hostel called the Garland, on the market-place. What would you, knave?" he added, turning suddenly upon some one who had more than once pulled his sleeve from behind, and beholding Ned Dyram. "I would speak with you instantly, Sir Knight," replied Dyram, "on a matter of life and death." "Shall it be so, sir?" Richard of Woodville continued, looking again to Sir John Grey, who repeated thoughtfully, "In 2 hours." "Sir, will you listen to me?" exclaimed Dyram in great agitation. "Indeed you must. There is not a moment to lose. I tell you it will bear no delay. If you would save her life, you must come at once." "Her life!" cried Woodville in great surprise. "Whose life? Of whom do you speak, man?" "Of whom? Of Ella Broom, to be sure," replied Dyram. "If you stay talking longer, you leave her to death." Sir John Grey, with a bitter smile, shook his bridle, and striking his heel against his horse's flank, rode on. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Agincourt, a Romance, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Betrayer. The writer must retread his steps for a while to show the events which had taken place in the city of Ghent since Ned Dyram and Sir Simeon of Royden were last seen upon the stage. Whether the reader may think fit to do so or not must depend upon himself. All that the author can promise is, that he will be brief, and merely sketch the conduct of the personages left behind till he brings them up with the rest. The arrival of Sir Simeon of Royden in Ghent spread the same terror through the heart of poor Ella Broom that the appearance of a hawk produces in one of the feathered songsters of the bush or clouds. Had Richard of Woodville been there, she would have felt no apprehension, for to him she had accustomed herself to look for protection and support, and with that relying confidence, that trust in his power, his wisdom, and his goodness, which perhaps ought never to be placed in a man, and which is never so placed but by a heart where love is present. Had she been even in London, her terror would have been less, for even in those days, although they were dark and barbarous, although tumult and riot, civil strife and contention, injustice and wrong would, as we all know, take place in every different country, the peculiar character of the English people, the homely sense of justice and of right, which has been their chief characteristic in all ages, was sufficiently strong to render this island comparatively a land of security. Though there might be persons to oppress and injure, yet there were generally found some kind hearts and generous spirits to support and protect, and, in short, there were more defences for those who needed defence than in any state in Europe. Very different, however, was the case in Ghent, especially for a stranger, and Ella Brune well knew that it was so. She was aware that deeds could be done there boldly and openly, which in England would require cunning concealment and artful device, even for a chance of success, and the consequence was that she kept herself immured within the walls of her cousin's dwelling, never venturing forth even to breathe the air, but at night, and striving to make her companionship during the day prove as pleasant as possible to the worthy dame of Nicholas Brune. To her and to him she communicated the cause of her apprehensions, and it is but justice to the good folks to say that they entered warmly into her feelings, and did all that they could to mitigate her alarm and give her encouragement. But Ella Brune, in answer to all assurances of safety, constantly replied that she should never feel secure till Richard of Woodville had returned, and as it was already beyond the period at which he had promised to be back, she looked for his appearance every day. From such subjects sprang many a discussion between her and her good cousin as to her future conduct. "Why, you know, my pretty Ella," he would say, "you could not go wandering after this gay young gentleman all over the world. Mischief would come of it, be you sure. Men are not to be trusted, nor pretty maidens either. We have all our weak moments, and if no harm happened to you, your fair fame would suffer. Men would call you his leman." "Ay, that is what I fear," answered Ella Brune, "and that only, for though most men are not to be trusted, he is. But at all events," she continued, willing gently to remove all objections to the plan she was determined to pursue, "he might carry me safely with him to Burgundy, or to Liège, as he brought me here." Nicholas Brune shook his head, and Ella said no more at that time, but gradually she put forward the notion of obviating all difficulties and objections by assuming some disguise, and on that her good cousin pondered, thinking it a more feasible plan than any other, yet seeing many difficulties. "As what could you go?" he said. "If at all, it must be in male guise, and though you would make a pretty boy enough, I doubt me they would find you out there, Ella." "Why not as a novice of the Black Friars?" demanded Madame Brune, who entered into the maiden's schemes more warmly and enthusiastically than her prudent husband. "Then she would have robes longer than her own to cover her little hands and feet, and a hood to shade her head. There is no punishment either for taking the gown of a novice." "Then, as this man Dyron must be in the secret," said Ella Brune, "he could give me help and protection in case of need." "Aha! Are you there?" cried Nicholas, laughing. But Ella shook her head, no way abashed, replying, "You are mistaken, cousin of mine, but perhaps you have so much respect for those holy men, the monks, that you would object to a profane girl like me taking their garb upon her." "Out upon them, the lazy drones!" cried Nicholas Brune. "You may make what sport of them you like for that. I would put them all to hard labour on the dykes if I had my will." And he burst forth into the long vituperation of all the monastic orders, in terms somewhat too gross for modern ears, not even sparing the Holy Roman Catholic Church, but ending with another wise shake of the head, and an expression of his firm belief that the scheme would not do. Nevertheless, Ella Brune and his good dame were now perfectly agreed upon the subject, and worked together zealously, preparing all that was needful for Ella's disguise, while Ned Dyram brought them daily information on the proceedings of Sir Simeon of Royden, and made them smile to hear how he had deceived the knight into the belief that Ella was far away from Ghent. "But if he should discover the truth," said Ella Brune, really anxious that no one should suffer on her account, "may he not revenge himself on you, if you give him the opportunity, by going every day and working in gold and silver under his eyes? I beseech you, Master Dyram, run no risk on my account. I would rather endure insult or injury myself than that you should incur danger." Ned Dyram's heart beat quick, though Ella said no more to him than she would have said to anyone in the same circumstances, but he shook his head with a triumphant air, replying, "He dare not wag his finger against me." He added no more, but turned to the subject of Ella's disguise, having before this been made acquainted with her project, and being, moreover, eager to second it; for the prospect of having to leave her behind in Ghent, if his young master should be called upon some more distant expedition, had often crossed his mind, producing very unpleasant sensations. Day after day, however, he visited Simeon of Royden, and generally found him alone. Plenty of work was provided for him, and the payment was prompt and large. Now it was an ornamented bridle that he had to produce, encrusted all over with fanciful work of silver, now a testiere or a poitrale arabesqued with lines of gold. Sometimes he compounded perfumes or essences, sometimes he illuminated a book of canticles, which the knight intended to present to the monastery. One morning, however, going somewhat earlier than was his wont, he met the monk, Brother Paul, coming down the stairs from the knight's apartments. The cenobite gave him a grim smile, but merely added his benedicite and passed on. Ned Dyram paused and mused before he entered. More than once he had asked himself what it was that detained Sir Simeon of Royden so long in Ghent. The court was absent, there was little to see and less to gain, and the visit of Father Paul gave him fresh matter for reflection. But Ned Dyram was one who, judging by slight indications, always prepared himself against probable results, and he now divined that the discovery of the truth in regard to Ella might not be far off. He found no change in Simeon of Royden when he entered, and the morning passed away as usual. But on the following day the knight received him with a smile so mixed in its expression that Dyram felt the hilt of his analyse, and returned him his look with one as doubtful. "Shut the door, Master Dyram," said Sir Simeon of Royden. The man obeyed without the least hesitation, and the knight proceeded. "Think you, fellow, that it is wise and worthy to cheat and to deceive?" "On proper occasions, and with proper men," replied Ned Dyram calmly. "Ah, you do!" cried the knight with his brow bent. "Then let me tell you that you will deceive me no more." "That depends upon circumstances and opportunity," answered Ned Dyram, with the same imperturbable effrontery as before. "I dare say you will not give me the means, if you can help it." "What if I take from you the opportunity of cheating anyone again?" exclaimed Sir Simeon of Royden. "What if, as you well deserve, I call up my men and bid them dispose of you as they know how?" "You will not do that," replied Dyram, without a shade of emotion. "Why should I not?" demanded the knight fiercely. "What should stop me? Out of these walls no secrets are likely to pass. Why should I not, I say?" "Because," said Dyram in a cool conversation tone, "there is a certain bridge in this city over the river Lys, where you may have seen as you pass along a foolish figure cast in bronze of two men, one going to cut off the other's head apparently. They represent a son who offered to execute his father, when, as old legends say, but I do not believe them, the sword flew to splinters in the parricide's hand. However, that has not much to do with the matter, as I see you perceive. But the fact is, that bridge is called the Bridge of the Decapitation, not, as many men fancy, on account of those two statues, but because it is there the citizens of this good town have a pious custom of putting to death knights and nobles who have had the misfortune to become murderers. Now you must not suppose me so slow-witted a man as to come to visit Sir Simeon of Royden under such peculiar circumstances, without letting those persons know where I am, who may inquire after me if I do not reappear. I am always ready for such cases, noble knight, and, to say truth, care little when I go out of the world, so that I have a companion by the way. And that, in this instance at least, I have secured. 'Tis therefore, I say, you will abandon such vain thoughts." Sir Simeon of Royden gazed at him for a moment with the expression of a fiend, but suddenly his countenance changed and he fell into deep thought. What strifes there are in that eternal battlefield, the human heart! What strifes have there not been therein since the first fell passion entered into man's breast with the words of the serpent tempter, ay, with the words of the tempter, for man had fallen before he ate. But perhaps there is none more frequent than the struggle between passion and policy in the bosom of the vehement and wily, none more terrible either, for whichever gains the ascendancy ruins the country round. There was something in Dirham's demeanour that suited well with the character of him to whom he spoke. Opposed to him, it first excited wrath, but yet a voice whispered that such a man might be made most useful to his purposes, if he could but be won. And as the knight's anger abated, the question became, how could he be gained? In regard to Ella Broom, Royden was aware of much that had taken place, but not of all. Otherwise his course would have been soon decided. By this time he had learned that Ella had journeyed from England in the train of Richard of Woodville. He knew that Dirham had stayed behind, not dismissed by his master as the man had insinuated, but left in charge of his baggage. And Simeon of Royden suspected, judging of others by himself, that he had been left in charge of Ella also by her paramour. But of Dirham's love for her he had no hint, though there might have arisen in his mind a vague surmise that such attachment did exist, from the fact which brother Paul had discovered and communicated, that Dirham visited her once at least each day. That surmise, however, was enough to guide him some way, and after pausing and pondering till silence became unpleasant, he said, "Perhaps, my good friend, you may be mistaken in what you fancy. No fears of the results you speak of would stay me, were I so minded. Those who have good friends dread no foes." "That is what I say, sir," replied Ned Dirham in the same tone. "I have no apprehensions, because I know there are those who will take care of me or avenge me." "You need have none," answered Sir Simeon of Royden, "but not for that cause. There are other regards that would restrain me. You have deceived me, it is true, but you can deceive me no more, and now that I know your motives and your conduct, I think that our ends may not be quite so different as you imagine, and as I too imagined at first." "Indeed," said Ned Dirham with a sarcastic smile, "I know not what your ends are, or what you think you know. Knowledge is a strange thing, noble knight, and those who fancy they know much often know little." "True, learned master," answered Simeon of Royden, "but you shall hear what I know. I wish not to conceal it. Your lord brought this fair girl to Ghent, then, being called to serve the Duke of Burgundy, left his sweet leman." He paused upon the word, and saw his companion's visage glow. But Dirham said nothing, and the knight went on. "Left his sweet leman with his other baggage under your careful guard. She lives now in the house of one Nicholas Brune, and you see her daily. You love her, and fancying that I seek her paramours, would fain hide from me where she is. That you see is vain, and I will show you, too, that what you suppose of me is false. I care not for the girl, though perchance I may have thought in former days to trifle with her for an hour. But I will tell you more, Dirham. I love not your lord, and I believe that you have no great kindness for him either. Is that not so?" "All wrong together, puissant knight," replied Ned Dirham with a laugh. "She is no leman of Richard of Woodville. Sir Richard, by the mass, for I have heard to-day he has been made a knight. Nay, more, he cares no further for her than as a boy, who has saved a bird from hawk or raven, loves to nourish and fondle it." "That may be," answered Sir Simeon, who had now regained all his coolness. "You know more than myself of his doings, but of one thing we are both certain, she loves him, and it would need but his humour to make her his. Of that I have had proof enough before I crossed the sea." Ned Dyron winced, but he replied boldly, "Because she looked coldly upon you." "Nay, not so," said the knight, "but on account of signs and tokens not to be mistaken. However, if, as you think, he loves her not, my scheme falls to the ground." "And what was that, if I may dare to ask?" demanded Ned Dyron. "I heed not who knows it," replied Royden at once. "I seek revenge, and thought to accomplish it by taking this girl from him. As to what is to follow, I care not. I never seek to see her more, would wed her to a hind or anyone. But if you judge rightly, and he loves her not, I am frustrated in this, and must seek other means." There was a pause of several minutes, and both thought, or seemed to think, deeply. With Dyron it was really so. Though the more shrewd and wise of the two, he had suffered the words of Royden to fall upon the dangerous weaknesses of his bosom, like a spark into some inflammable mass, and doubt, suspicion, jealousy were all in a blaze within. Yet he had sufficient power over himself to hide his feelings skilfully, and sought, neither admitting nor denying aught farther, to lead on the knight to speak of his purposes more plainly. But Simeon of Royden saw there was a struggle, and that was sufficient for his purpose without discovering clearly what it was. He did speak more plainly then, and by many an artful suggestion and many a promise sought to lure Dyron on to aid in separating Ella Brune from him who could protect her, concealing carefully that it was on her his thirst of revenge longed to sate itself, though Richard of Woodville was not forgotten either, and before they parted he thought that he had nearly won him to his wishes. The man did indeed hesitate, but the sparks of better feeling, which I have before said he possessed, burned up ere their conversation ended, and a doubt which, even in the midst of passion, will rise up in the minds of the cunning and deceitful, that there may ever be a knavish person in others, made him desire to see his way more clearly. All that the knight could gain was a promise that he would consider of his hints, and Dyron left him with the resolution to draw from Ella Brune by any means a knowledge of her true feelings towards his master, and to watch every movement of Simeon of Royden with a care that should let not the veriest trifle escape. In the first object he was frustrated as before, for the cold despair of Ella's love, its utter unselfishness, its high and lofty nature, was a veil to her heart which the eyes of one so full of human passion as himself could by no art penetrate. But in his second he was more successful. With the cunning of a serpent, with the perseverance of a ferret, he examined, he watched, he pursued his purpose. He had already wound himself into the confidence of several of the knight's servants, and he now took every means to gain some hold upon them, which was not indeed difficult from the character of the men whom Royden had chosen. Neither did he altogether cease his visits to their master, but for many days kept him negotiating as to the price of his services, and although he could not exactly divine the end that the other proposed to himself, he learned enough to show him that Royden was sincere, when he assured him that no love for Ella influenced him in seeking to remove her from the protection of Richard of Woodville. Then he admitted that he loved her himself, in order to see what the knight would propose, and was not a little surprised to find how eagerly Royden grasped at the fact as a means to his own ends. "Then she may be yours at a word," exclaimed Royden, grasping his hand as if he had been an equal. "But aid me boldly and skilfully in what I seek, and she shall be placed entirely in your hands, at your mercy, to do with as you will. Then, if you use not your advantage like a wise and resolute man, it is your own fault." Dyron mused. The prospect tempted him. The strong passions of his nature rose up, and urged him on. He could not resist them. But still, cunning and cautious, he resolved to make his own position sure, and he replied, "I must first know your motive, noble knight. Men are not so eager without some object. What is it?" "Revenge," replied Sir Simeon of Royden vehemently, and he said truly. But then he added more calmly the next moment, I am still unconvinced by what you have said in regard to the feelings of your master. Though he may seek a higher lady as his wife, and, indeed, I know he does, yet he loves this girl, and will seek her paramours as soon as he has made sufficient way for her, for I persist not in saying that she is his leman. I have been acquainted with him longer than you have, since his boyhood, and he cannot hide himself from me as from others. At all events, that is my affair. I seek revenge, I tell you, and if I think I shall inflict a heavy blow on him by making this girl your paramour, and am mistaken, the error will fall on myself. You will gain your ends, and I gain not mine." "My paramour?" said Ned Dyron thoughtfully. "Ay, or your wife, if you will," replied the knight; "but perchance she will not, till forced, readily consent to be your wife. You understand me. I will give you every surety you may demand, that she shall remain wholly in your power. The course you follow afterwards must be of your own choosing." The great tempter himself could not have chosen better words to work his purpose. It seemed, as if by instinct, that the one base man addressed himself to all that was weak in the other's nature, and there is a kind of divination between men of similar characters which leads them to foresee, with almost unerring certainty, the effect of particular inducements upon their fellows. Gradually Dyron yielded more and more, resolving firmly all the while to do nothing, to aid in nothing, without ensuring that his own objects also were attained. But in the execution of such schemes there are always small oversights. Passion so frequently interferes with prudence, the stream grows so much stronger as we are hurried on, that it is scarcely possible to stop when we would. And when once the knave or the fool puts power in the hands of another, his own course is as much beyond his direction as that of a charioteer who will guide wild horses with pack-thread. How strange it is, perhaps the most wonderful of all moral phenomena, that any man should trust another in the commission of a bad action. The question between Sir Simeon of Royden and his lowlier companion speedily reduced itself to how Ella Broom was to be separated from those who could afford her protection. But the knight soon pointed out a means, instructed as he was by another, who kept himself in the dark. "These people," he said, "with whom she resides, are known to be the followers of a new sect of heretics, which has sprung up in a distant part of Germany, and is similar to our own Lollards, only their apostle is named Huss instead of Wycliffe. The girl herself is more than suspected of favouring these false doctrines. Such things are matters of no moment in your eyes or mine, but the zealous priesthood, fearful for their shaken power, are resolute to put such blasphemous notions down, and if you can but discover when these Brunes go to one of their assemblies, which are kept profoundly secret, we can ensure that they shall be arrested. The girl, then left alone, shall be placed at your disposal. If she will fly with you from Ghent for fear of being implicated, well; if not, on your bringing me the information you shall have a sufficient sum of money to hire unscrupulous friends, and carry her whithersoever you will." "But if she should accompany them to their assembly," said Ned Dyron at once, "how shall I ensure that she is not thrown into prison, tortured, perhaps burnt at the stake? No, no, that will never do." "All those ifs can be met right easily," answered Simeon of Royden. "Ere you give any information you can exact a promise from Brother Paul." "A promise from Brother Paul!" exclaimed Dyron with a mocking laugh. "What, trust the promise of a monk? You are jesting, Sir Knight. Was there ever promise so sacred, sworn at the altar on the body of our Lord, that they have not found excuse for breaking or means of evading? Do you judge me a fool, Sir Simeon of Royden?" "Not so," rejoined the knight. "The danger did not strike me, but I see it now. It must be obviated, or I cannot expect you to go along with me. Yet, let me consider. Methinks it were easily guarded against. Perchance she may not go, but if she do, you can go with the party, take what number of men with you like, and in the confusion that must ensue, rescue your fair maiden. The gates at this time of night are not shut till 10. Horses may be ready, and there is a castle some 5 leagues off, on the road to Bruges, which I saw and cheapened 3 days since, as a place of residence during my exile. It is vacant now. You can bear her thither. Tomorrow you can speak with Father Paul yourself, and make your own terms as to leading him to the place of their meeting, if you discover it." "No," replied Ned Dyron. "No, I will not go with him. I will be at their meeting with men I can trust. So can I be sure that I shall be near at hand to guard her. I will have it under his hand, too, that I am authorised by him to go, or perchance they may burn me likewise." "You are too suspicious, my good friend," cried the knight, with a laugh that rang not quite so merrily as it might have done. "A monk, a monk," answered Dyron. "One can never doubt a monk too much. I will gain the intelligence wanted, Sir Knight, but I leave you to prepare this brother Paul to grant me all the security I ask, or he hears not a word from me. And so, good night, you shall have news of me soon." And thus saying, he left him. Simeon of Royden bent down his head and thought for several minutes, but at length he exclaimed, biting his lip, "He will shear down my revenge to a half, and yet, perhaps, that may be as bitter as death. To be the minion of a varlet, 'twill be a fiercer though a slower fire than that of faggot and stake." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hussites. In a large old house built almost entirely of wood, and situated in one of the suburbs of Ghent, far removed from all the noise and bustle of the more frequented parts of that busy town, there was a large old hall, in former years employed as a place of meeting by the linen weavers, but which, at the time I speak of, had been long disused for that purpose, when, the trade becoming more flourishing, its followers had built themselves a more splendid structure in the heart of the city. In this hall were assembled at a late hour of the day about 50 personages of both sexes, and apparently of various grades and professions. Some were dressed in rather gay habiliments, some in and sober costume, but fine and costly withal, and some in the garb of the common artisans. The greater number, however, seemed of a wealthy class, and all appeared to know each other, and the rich citizen spoke in brotherly fellowship to the poor mechanic. The well-dressed burgher's wife nodded with friendly looks to the daughter of her husband's workman. There was one part of the hall, indeed, in which, for a moment, there was a momentary bustle caused by a beautiful girl in a mourning garb, of somewhat foreign fashion, expressing apparently a wish to quit the hall. But it was soon quieted, and a minute or two after, a tall, elderly man, with white hair, stood up at the end of a long table, having some books laid upon it, while the rest of the assembly sat on benches round, at some little distance, leaving a vacant space in the midst. After pausing for a minute or two till all was silent, the old man began to speak, addressing his companions in a fine, mellow tone, and with a mild, persuasive air. "My brethren," he said in the Flemish tongue, "although I be an ignorant man and not meet to deal with such high matters, you have permitted me to expound to you the opinions of wiser men than myself, and especially of the venerable John Huss, upon things that nearly touch the salvation of all. And on former occasions I have shown you cause to see that very many corruptions and abominations have, by the wickedness of men, been brought into the Church of Christ. Amongst other points on which we have all agreed, there are these principal ones: that the word of God, first preached by the lowly and the humble to the poor and ignorant, should be laid open to all men, and committed to their own keeping, not being made to be put under a bed or hidden in a bushel, but to be a light shining in darkness, and leading everyone in the way of salvation. That the Bible is no more the book of the priests than the book of the people, but it is the property of all for the security of their souls. Secondly, we have agreed that there is but one mediator with God the Father, Jesus Christ our Lord, and that to worship or invoke or kneel down to even good and holy men departed, whom we are wont to call saints, is a gross idolatry, as well as the worship of statues, figures, or cross pieces of wood and stone. there being nothing that can save us but faith in our Redeemer, and no intercession available but his. For surely it is a folly to suppose that men who are sinners like ourselves have power to help or save others when they have need of the one atonement for their own salvation. Thirdly, we have held that in the Mass there is no sacrifice, Christ having entered in once for all, and that to suppose that any man, by the imposition of a bishop's hands, receives power to change mere bread and wine into the substance of our Lord's body and blood, is a fond and foolish imagination devised by wicked priests for their own purposes. These were the points touched upon when last we met, and now, before we proceed farther, let us pray for grace to help us in our examination. Thus saying, he knelt down at the end of the table, and all the rest but one followed his example, turning and bending the knee by the benches around. The Hussite teacher raised his eyes and hands to heaven, and then in a loud tone uttered a somewhat long prayer, followed by the voices of his little congregation. It was by this time growing somewhat dusk, for the sun must have been half-way below the horizon, and the windows of the hall were narrow and far up, but nevertheless when the kneelers raised themselves again at the conclusion of the prayer, and turned round towards the teacher, the eyes were all fixed on one spot at the end of the table, and a universal cry burst from every lip. With some it seemed to be the sound of terror, with others that of rage and surprise, and well indeed might they feel astonished, for there, exactly opposite the old man who had led them in prayer, stood a figure frightful to behold, covered with long black shaggy hair, with two large horns upon its head, a pair of wings on its shoulders, swarthy and ribbed like those of a bat, and with a face apparently of a negro. Hardly had they time to recover from their surprise and to ask themselves what was the meaning of the apparition they beheld, when the doors of the hall burst open, and a mixed multitude rushed in, consisting of monks and priests, and the whole train of varlets and serving-men which, in that day, were attached to monasteries, chapters, and other religious institutions in great towns. Staves and swords were plenty amongst them, and with loud shouts of "Ah, the heretics! Ah, the blasphemers! Ah, the worshippers of Satan!" they rushed on the unhappy Hussites, overpowering them by numbers. No resistance was made. In consternation and alarm, the unhappy seekers of a purer faith rushed towards the doors, and even the windows, in the hope of making their escape, but the attempt was vain. One after another they were caught by their furious enemies, while cries of triumph and savage satisfaction rose up from different parts of the hall, as captive after captive was seized and pinioned. "We have caught you in the fact," cried one. "You shall blaspheme no more," shouted another. "I saw the arch-enemy in the midst of them," added a third. "They were in the act of worshipping the devil," said Brother Paul. "To the stake with them! To the stake with them!" roared a barefooted friar. "You see what you have done," said Ella Brune to her cousin, who stood near with his arms tied. "This was very wrong of you, Nicholas." "It was," answered Nicholas Brune in a sorrowful tone, "but they can do no harm to you, for I and others can testify that you came, unknowing whither, and would have left us if we had allowed you." "Will they believe your testimony?" asked Ella, in a tone of deep despondency. Before he could answer, Brother Paul approached, and gazing at the fair unhappy girl with a malicious smile, he said, Ah, fair maiden, I knew your hypocrisy would be detected at length. I did not forget having seen you with the heretics at Liège." Even as he spoke, however, there was a bustle at the door, and to the surprise of all the hall contained, a number of men completely armed appeared, having at their head a gentleman in the ordinary riding dress of the day, with the knightly spurs over his boots, and two long feathers in his cap. "Stand there," he said in a loud voice, turning to the men who followed, "and let no one forth." Then striding through the hall, with the multitude of priests and monks scattering before him, he advanced, gazing from right to left, till he reached the spot where Ella Brune was standing. A low murmur of joy burst from the poor girl's lips as Richard of Woodville approached, and she would fain have held out her hands towards him, but that her delicate wrists were tied with a hard cord. Richard of Woodville gazed from her to Father Paul, who stood beside her with a stern brow, and then in a low but menacing voice exclaimed, "Untie that cord, foul monk." "I will not," answered Father Paul sullenly. "Who are you that you should interrupt the course of justice and rescue a blasphemous heretic from the stake?" "Thou liest, knave," answered Richard of Woodville. "She is a better Catholic than thou art, with all thy hypocritical grimaces." And unsheathing his dagger, he cut the cord from Ella's wrist and set her free. "Ah, he draws his knife upon us," cried Father Paul. "Upon him! Cleave him down! There are no brave men here." A rush was instantly made towards Richard of Woodville, and one man, with a guisarme, thrust himself right in his way. But laughing loud, the young knight bared his long heavy sword and waved it over his head, grasping Ella by the hand, and exclaiming in English, "On, my men, on! Open a way there!" All but the most resolute of his opponents scattered from his path, and his stout followers forced their way forward into the hall, showing some reverence for the priests and monks, it is true, but striking the varlets and serving men sundry heavy blows with the pommels of their swords, not easily to be forgotten. A scene of indescribable confusion ensued. The darkness of the hall was becoming every moment more profound. A number of the Hussites made their escape, and untied others, while still through the midst of the crowd Richard of Woodville slowly advanced towards the door, and knocking the guisarme out of the hand of one of the men who seemed most strongly bent on opposing his passage, he brought the point of his sword to his throat, exclaiming, "Back or die!" The sturdy varlet laid his hand upon his dagger, but at the same moment one of the English archers who had reached his side struck him on the jaws with his steel glove, and knocked him reeling back amongst the crowd. Quickening his pace, Richard of Woodville hurried on, still holding Ella by the hand, and soon reached the top of the narrow stairs. There, pausing at the door, he counted the number of his men who had closed in behind him, to see that none were left, and then hastened down with his fair charge into the street, several other fugitive Hussites passing him as they fled with all the speed of terror. As soon as they had reached the open road, the young Englishman turned to his followers, and ordered 3 of them to remain a step or 2 behind, to ensure that they were not taken by surprise, and to give notice if they were pursued. But the party of fanatic priests within were busy enough in the wild riotous scene presented by the hall, now in almost total darkness, and often mistook one man for another in endeavouring to secure the prisoners that still remained in their hands. Thus Woodville and his companions were suffered to proceed on their way unfollowed, through numerous long and narrow streets, till they reached the inn where they had first alighted on their arrival in Ghent. "Quick!" cried Richard of Woodville to one of his attendants, "saddle 4 horses and the mule, and you with Peter and Alfred be ready to set out. You must leave Ghent with all speed, my poor Ella," he continued, leading her into the inn. "I cannot go with you myself, but you shall hear from me soon, and the men will take care of you." "I must go first to my cousin's house," said Ella eagerly. "'Twill not take long to run thither and return. There are many things that I must take with me." "You can pass round there as you go," replied Woodville. "Less time will be lost, and there is none to spare." "Here, host," he cried. "Host, I say." But the host was not to be found, and one of the chamberlains, running up as the young knight and his followers stood under the arch, demanded, "What's your will, sir?" "At what time are the city gates closed?" asked Richard of Woodville. "I have to levy men at Bruges for the service of the Duke, and must send some of my people on tonight." "They do not shut until 10, sir, in this time of peace," replied the chamberlain, "so you have more than an hour, but even after that an order from the syndic will open them." "That will do," replied Richard of Woodville. "They must set out at once." The moment after, the horses were brought round, with the mule which Ella Brune had ridden from Newport, and placing her carefully thereon, the young knight gave some orders to his men in a low tone, added some money for their expenses, and with a kindly adieu to Ella, saw them depart. He then directed 2 of his archers to superintend the immediate removal of his baggage to the apartments which had been assigned him in the Gravenstein, to see to the care of the horses, and to rejoin him without loss of time; after which, followed by the rest of his attendants, he took his way back to the old castle of the Counts of Flanders, and sought the chamber in the basement of one of the towers, which had been pointed out for his own by the Count of Charolois. At the door stood a stout man-at-arms, whom Woodville had placed there that night, after his meeting with Sir John Grey, for it may be necessary to mention here what we did not pause to notice before, that the young knight had returned with Direham to the Gravenstein to seek for his men, as soon as he heard of the danger which menaced poor Ella Broom. Opening the door of the chamber, Richard of Woodville went in, and found Direham seated at the table with his head leaning on his arms. He moved but slightly when his master entered, and Woodville, casting himself into a seat opposite, gazed at him for a moment with a stern and angry brow. "Look up, sir," he said at length. "In your terror and haste to remedy the evil you have caused, you have spoken too much not to speak more. You once boasted of telling truth. Tell it now, as the only means of escaping punishment." "Is she saved?" asked Ned Direham, raising his head, and gazing in his young master's face with a look of eager anxiety. "Is she saved? I care for naught else." "Yes, she is saved," replied Richard of Woodville, "but with peril to her and peril to me. I found her with her hands tied, and what may be the result no one yet can tell. And so you love her," he continued, gazing upon him thoughtfully. "A glorious means indeed to prove your love." "I have been deceived," said Direham. "The villain cheated me. He promised that she should be mine, and when I told him of the day and hour when the assembly was to take place, thinking that I kept the power in my own hands, so long as I did not mention where they were to meet, they laughed me to scorn, and told me they wanted to know no more." "They!" exclaimed Richard of Woodville. "They! Whom do you mean?" "Brother Paul," replied Direham, hesitating. "Brother Paul well, it matters not. If you learn not from me, you will learn from others, so I will say it first myself. Brother Paul and Simeon of Royden." "Simeon of Royden!" exclaimed the young knight, starting up, and lifting his hand as if to strike him. "Have you been villain and traitor enough to betray this poor girl into the hands of that base and pitiful knave? By the Lord that lives, I have a mind to have you scourged through the streets of Ghent as a warning to all treacherous varlets." Direham bent his brows upon him with a bold scowl, answering in a low, muttering tone, "You dare not." The words had scarcely quitted his lips when, with a blow on the side of the head, Richard of Woodville dashed him to the ground. The man started up and drew his dagger half out of the sheath, but his master, who had recovered from his anger the instant the blow was given, so far at least as to be sorry that it had been struck at all, looked at him with a smile of cold contempt, and raising his voice, exclaimed, "Without there!" The archer instantly appeared at the door, and pointing to Direham, the young knight said, "Take away that knave, and put him forth from the castle and from the band. He is not one of my own people, and unfit to be with them. He is a base and dishonest traitor who betrays his trust. Away with him." Direham glared upon him for a moment without moving, then thrust his dagger back into the sheath, raised his hand with the right finger extended, and shook it at Richard of Woodville with his teeth hard set together, and a significant frown upon his brow. Then, turning to the door, he passed the archer, saying in a menacing tone, "Touch me not," and quitted the room. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The result. Perhaps I have been too harsh, thought Richard of Woodville when the man Direham was gone, and he sat alone in his chamber. Surely that knave's conscience must be punishment enough. What must it be to think that we have betrayed a friend, violated a trust, injured one who has confided in us? Can hell itself afford an infliction more terrible than such a memory? Methinks it were torment enough for the worst of men to render remembrance eternal. And he was right. Surely he was right. In this world we weave the fabric of our punishment with our sins. As the young knight proceeded to reflect, however, his mind turned from Direham to Sir Simeon of Royden, and suddenly a light broke in upon him. "It must be so," he cried. "'Tis this man has poisoned the mind of Sir John Grey against me. But that will be easily remedied." The next instant he suddenly recollected the half-made appointment with Mary's father, which in all the bustle and excitement of the scenes he had lately gone through had escaped his memory till that moment, and he started up, exclaiming, "This is unfortunate indeed. There may yet be time. I will go." But as he turned towards the door, the clock of the castle struck. Nearly an hour had elapsed since the appointed period, for the stealthy foot of time ever runs fastest when we could wish his stay. Nevertheless, Richard of Woodville went forth, received the password of the guard, and hurried to the inn to inquire whether or not the old knight had come during his absence. He was in some hope that such might not be the case, for Mary's father had ridden away abruptly without saying whether he accepted the appointment or not. But when Woodville reached the hostel, he found to his mortification that Sir John Grey had not only been there, but had waited some time for his return, and had gone away, the host informed him, with a gloomy brow. Sad and desponding, with all the bright hopes which had accompanied him to Ghent darkened, he strode back to the Gravenstein, and passed through the court to his apartments, remarking that there seemed a number of persons waiting, and a good deal of confusion, unusual at so late an hour. But his thoughts were busy with his own situation, and he walked on in the darkness to his chamber, without inquiry. There, leaning his head upon his hand beneath the light of the lamp, he gave himself up to bitter reflections, thinking how sad it is that a man's happiness, his name, fame, purposes, abilities, virtues, should be so completely in the power of circumstances, the stones with which fate builds up the prison walls of many a lofty spirit. While he was thus meditating, there was a knock at his chamber door, and bidding the applicant come in, the next moment he saw the young Lord of Lynne enter. The youth's countenance betokened haste and agitation, and closing the door carefully, he said, "The Count has just whispered to me to come and warn you, good knight, not to quit your apartments till he comes to you." "How so?" asked Woodville, partly divining the cause of this injunction. "Do you mean, my young friend, that I am a prisoner?" "Oh, no," answered the other, "'tis for your own safety. There are enemies of yours in the castle, and perhaps if they were to see you, they might seize you even here. You know not the daring of these men of Ghent, and how, when passion moves them, they set at naught all authority. They would arrest you in the very presence of the prince if they thought fit, and they are even now pouring their complaints into the Count's ear. Luckily, however, they know not that you are in the Gravenstein, and with a show of loyal obedience, of which they have very little in their hearts, they are affecting to ask permission, as you are one of his knights, to have you sought for in the town tomorrow, and apprehended for something rather rash that you have done this evening." "I have done nothing rash, my friend," replied Woodville gravely, "but only what I would do again tomorrow if the case required it. Only, in fact, what my knightly oath required. I have but rescued a defenceless woman from wrong and oppression. I can justify myself easily to the Count or any other gentleman of honour." "Well, wait till he comes," answered the young nobleman, "for though you might be able to set yourself right at last, yet you would ill brook imprisonment, I wot. And perhaps even the Count might not be able to save you from these people's hands if you were found just now. They are a furious and unruly set, and the priests have got syndics and magistrates of all kinds on their sides." "I have heard tales of their doings," replied Richard of Woodville, "but I cannot bring myself to fear them. However, I will, of course, obey the Count's commands, and wait here till he is pleased to send for me." "I will bear you company," replied the young Lord of Lynne, "for I love not the presence of these foul citizens, and heaven knows how long they may stay with their orations, as lengthy and as flat as one of their own pieces of cloth." To say the truth, Richard of Woodville would have preferred to be alone, but he did not choose to mortify the good-humoured young lord by suffering him to perceive that his presence was a restraint, and sometimes in grave conversation, sometimes in light, they passed nearly an hour, till at length numerous sounds from the courtyard gave notice that the deputation of the good citizens was taking its departure. For half an hour more they waited, in the expectation of soon receiving some messenger from the Count de Charolois, but none appeared, and at length Richard of Woodville besought his companion to seek some intelligence. The young nobleman readily undertook the task, and opened the door to go out, but on the very threshold was met by the Count himself, followed by the Lord of Croy. The expression of the prince's countenance was grave and troubled, and seating himself, he made a sign to the rest to do so likewise, and then, looking at Woodville with an anxious and careful smile, he said, "This is an awkward business, my friend." "If told truly, it is a very simple one, my lord the Count," replied the knight. "It may be simple, yet have very dangerous results," said the young prince gravely. "These men of Ghent are not to be meddled with lightly, and though their insolence must some day be checked, and shall, yet this is not the time to do it. It seems, by their account, that you brought a pretty light-o'-love maiden with you hither from England, and that she having been found, with a number of other heretics, worshipping, they assert, the devil himself, who was seen in proper form amongst them," Woodville smiled, "you delivered her with the strong hand from the people sent to seize the whole party. What makes you laugh, Sir Richard?" "Because, my good lord," replied the young knight, "you, here in Flanders, do not seem to understand monks and priests so well as we do in England. They have made a fair story of it, which is almost all false. I am as good a Catholic as any of them, though I have not had my head shaved. I believe all that the Church tells me, for I doubt not that the Church knows best, but I can't help seeing that she has got a great number of knaves amongst her ministers." "But what is the truth of the story, Sir Knight?" said the Lord of Croy. "I told the Count that I was sure they had made a mountain of a molehill." "Thanks, my good lord," answered Woodville. "The truth is simply this. The poor girl is a good and sincere Catholic, and has been bitterly tried, for many of her relations are what we call Lollards, a sort of heretics like your Hussites, and she has steadfastly resisted all their false notions. She was persecuted and ill-treated in England by a base and unworthy man, a knight, heaven save the mark, one Sir Simeon of Royden, now banished from the English court for his ill-treatment of her. She having relations in this land, amongst others Nicholas Brune, your goldsmith, sir, quitted London to join them. I found her in the same ship which brought me over, and in Christian charity and common courtesy gave her protection on the way. She is no light-o'-love, my lord, but a good and honest maiden, and I will be the last to sully her purity by word or deed. As soon as I reached Ghent, and found out where her cousin dwelt, I placed her safely under his roof, and thought of her no more, accompanying you to Lille. A servant, however, whom I had left with my baggage and some spare horses here in Ghent, a clever knave, but a great rogue, was smitten, it seems, by her beauty on the way, and went often to see her. On my return, while I was speaking with Sir John Grey in the street, this man came up importunately and told me, if I did not save her, she was lost. Hurrying along with him to gather my men together, I found that a certain monk or friar, named Brother Paul, had combined with others, of whom I have since discovered this Simeon of Royden was one, to seize upon the poor girl, with the whole party of her friends, as a heretic meeting in the old linen-weaver's hall. On their promise to give her up to him, this scoundrel servant of mine, Dyram, had betrayed to the cunning monks at what hour the assembly was to be held. But when he asked for the securities they had promised, that she should be placed in his hands, they laughed him to scorn. He is a persevering knave, however, and by one means or another gained a knowledge of all their proceedings and intentions, and found that they had dressed up one of their varlets as the arch-enemy, covering him with the skin of a black cow, and setting the horns upon his head. The mummer was to be placed under the table in the hall, as doubtless he was, for I saw something of the figure when I went in, and as soon as it grew dusk he was to rise up amongst the heretics, giving a sign for the others to rush in. Knowing the girl to be a Catholic, as I have said, and free from all taint of this heresy—" "Then why went she thither?" demanded the Count de Charolois. "She told me afterwards, my lord," replied the young Englishman, "that her cousin Nicholas and his wife had deceived her, and, anxious to convert or pervert her to their own notions, had taken her to this place without letting her know whither she was going. She says they will acknowledge it themselves, if they are questioned, and also that she strove to go away when she found out where she was, but was prevented by them. However, knowing her to be a good Catholic, and certain that the whole matter was contrived out of some malice towards her, I had no hesitation in hastening to her deliverance. I used no farther violence than was needful to set her free, took no part in delivering the others of whose religious notions I knew nothing. And the greater part of them escaped, it seems, said the Lord of Croy. With that I have nothing to do, replied Richard of Woodville. I contented myself with cutting the cords that they had tied round the poor girl's wrists, and making my way with her out of the hall, leaving the monks and their mene to settle the matter with the others as they thought fit. And where is the maiden now, my friend? Asked the Count de Charolois. I instantly sent her out of the town with 3 of my men, replied Richard of Woodville. I thought it the surest course. The Count looked at the Lord of Croy, as if for him to speak, and the young English knight, somewhat hastily concluding that they entertained doubts of his word, exclaimed, after a moment's pause, I trust that you do not disbelieve me, sir. You cannot suppose that an English gentleman of no ill repute would tell you a falsehood in a matter such as this. No, no, my friend, no, replied the Count. I do not doubt you for a moment. I only look to our good comrade here to speak what is very unpleasant for me to say. Indeed, I do not know how to explain it to you, for you will naturally think that my father's power ought to be sufficient to protect one of his own knights against his own people. The truth is, Sir Richard, said the Lord of Croy, that the citizens of Ghent are an unruly race, and if they once get you in their hands, they may treat you ill. If my lord the Count were to resist them, there is no knowing what they might do. I would not answer for it, in such a case, that we should not see them in arms before the castle gate ere noon to-morrow. That shall never be on my account, noble prince, replied the knight, turning to the Count, but under these circumstances it were wise in me to quit the town of Ghent. That is exactly what I wished to say, answered the prince, but in truth it seems most ungrateful of me to propose such a thing to you, my friend. Undoubtedly, if you are not pleased to go, I will defend you here to the best of my power, and my father would soon give us aid in case of necessity. But I need not tell you that to have Ghent again in revolt, just on the eve of a new war with the Armagnacs in France, might be ruinous to all his schemes and fatal to his policy. Moreover, if they were to accuse him of countenancing heresy here, it would do him a bitter injury, for the people in Paris have just pronounced that the sermon preached by one of his doctors, Jean Petit, is heretical. Well, answered Richard of Woodville, I can go to Bruges, my lord, where you said I should find good archers, and can be carrying on my levies there. The Count shook his head, saying, That will be no place of safety. These good folks of Ghent, and those of Bruges, so often at deadliest enmity, are now sworn friends, and the Brugeois will give you up without a thought. No, what I have to propose is this, that you should go an hour or 2 before daylight to my cousin Valorant de St. Paul, who is now raising troops on the Meuse. I shall have to pass thither also, for my father sends me into Burgundy, and I cannot go through France. If you will wait for me between Chimay and Dinan, I will join you within 10 days, and we will go on to the west, and raise what man we can at Besançon. So be it, my noble lord, replied Richard of Woodville, but where shall I find the Count? You will find him at Chimay, replied the young prince. He has a castle 2 leagues thence, on the road to Dinan. From me you shall hear before I come. I will meet you somewhere in the Ardennes. Make all your preparations quickly, and in the meanwhile I will write letters to my uncles of Brabant and Liège, that you may have favour and protection as you pass. Richard of Woodville thanked him for his kindness in due terms, and as soon as the young Count with the Lords of Croy and Lynne had left him, called his servants and gave orders to prepare once more for their immediate departure. Fortunately, it so happened that he had ordered all his baggage to be brought from the inn, so that no great time was lost, and in about an hour all was ready to set out. The letters to the young Count, however, had not arrived, and Richard of Woodville waited pondering somewhat anxiously upon the only difficulty which presented itself to his mind, namely, how he was to recall the men whom he had sent with Ella Brune upon the side of Bruges, without depriving her of aid and protection at the moment when she most needed it. It was true, he thought, she had no actual claim upon him. It was true that he had done more for her already than might have been expected at his hands, without any motive but that of compassion. But yet he felt that it would be cruel, most cruel, to leave her in an hour of peril, undefended and alone. "We take a withering stick and plant it in the ground," says Sterne, "and then we water it because we have planted it." And Richard of Woodville was one who felt that the kindness he had shown did give her a title to expect more. At first he thought of bidding the men rejoin him and bring her with them, but then the glance which Sir John Grey had cast upon him as her name was mentioned came back to his mind, and he said, "No, that must not be. For her sake and my own she must go no farther with me. Men might well think, if she did, that there were other ties between us than there are. I will bid them take her to England, or place her anywhere in safety, and then come. To Sir John Grey I must write, and to my sweet Mary also. I may well trust her, I hope, to plead my cause, and repel the charges which this base villain has brought. Yet 'tis most unfortunate that this event should have occurred at such a moment." He was still thinking deeply over these matters when the door opened and the young Count of Charolois appeared alone. "Here are the letters, my friend," he said. "I have ordered some of my people to go with you for a mile or two beyond the gates, in order to secure you a safe passage. Is there aught I can do for you while you are absent?" "One thing, my noble lord," replied the young knight, a sudden thought striking him. "If you will kindly undertake to be my advocate with one whose good opinion is to me a matter of no light moment. You must know that Sir John Grey, so long an exile in your father's dominions, but now empowered by King Henry to treat, in conjunction with Sir Philip de Morgan, at the court of Burgundy, has one daughter, plighted to me by long love, by her own promises, and by her father's also. But some scoundrel, the same, I do verily believe, who has made all this mischief, I mean Sir Simeon of Royden, has brought charges against me to that good knight, which have altered his countenance towards me. Called suddenly away, I have no means of explanation, and I leave my name blighted in his opinion. The accusation, I believe, refers to this poor girl, Ella Brune, but you may tell Sir John, and I pledge you my knightly word you will tell him true, that there is naught between her and me but kindness rendered on my part to a woman in distress, and gratitude on hers to one who has protected her." "I will not fail," replied the young prince, giving him his hand, "nor will I lose any time before I explain all as far as I know it." Thus saying, he walked out with Woodville into the court, where the horses stood prepared, and in a few minutes the young wanderer was once more upon his way. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. True Love's Defence. In one of the best houses in the best part of Ghent, and in a chamber hung with splendid tapestry, and ornamented with rich carvings of dark oak, sat a fair lady, with a bright and happy face, the rounded chin, with its small dimple, resting on a hand as white as marble and as soft as satin. The dark brown eyes, full of cheerful light, were raised towards the gilt roses on the ceiling, as if counting them. But the thoughts of Mary Markham, or, as we must henceforth call her, Mary Grey, were full of other things. If she was counting anything, it was the minutes till her father should return from the Cour des Princes, and tell her who had come back to Ghent with the young Count of Charolois. She was, as the reader knows, of a hopeful disposition, that most bright and blessed of all frames of mind, that lightener of the labours of the world, that smoother of the rough ways of life. And Mary had already hoped that, perchance, when the door opened and her father's form appeared, another well-loved too might be beside him. For on her first arrival Sir John Grey had spoken to her much of Richard of Woodville, had praised him, as she was proud to hear him praised, and had smiled to see the colour come into her cheek, as if he meant to say, "Fear not, you shall be his." True, for the last 2 days he had not mentioned his name, but that, she thought, might be accidental. And now her father did not come so soon as he had promised. But then she fancied that this court ceremony might have been long and tedious, or that other business might have detained him after the reception was over. Minute upon minute passed, however. 1 hour went by after another. Day fled, and night came on, and after gazing some time upon the flickering fire on the wide hearth, for the evening was somewhat cold, though spring had well nigh made way for summer, Mary rang the little silver bell before her, and bade the servant bring her light to work. The man obeyed, and when the sconce, protruding through the tapestry by a long gilded arm, was lighted, she said, "Is not my father long?" "He has been back, lady," replied the man, "but did not dismount, only giving some orders to Hugh, and saying that if Sir Philip de Morgan came, to tell him he would be here in 2 hours." "How long ago was that?" demanded Mary Grey. The man replied, "More than an hour ago." And with this intelligence she was forced to rest satisfied. Not long after, she heard a step, and her heart beat. But, listening eagerly, she perceived that the sound gave no hope that there were 2 persons approaching, and with a sigh she plied the busy needle. The next instant her father came in, and though he kissed her tenderly, with long denied affection, she could see that his face was clouded and somewhat stern. "I have kept you late from supper, my sweet child," he said, "but I had business which took me away after my visit to the prince." "Not pleasant business, I fear, noble father," replied Mary, hanging on his arm, "for you look sad." Sir John Grey gazed on her for a moment or two, with a look of melancholy interest and affection. She had never seen such an expression on his countenance before, but when he had taken leave of her to quit his native land as an exile, and it seemed prophetic of misfortune. "What has happened, my dear father?" she exclaimed. "Has any new misfortune befallen you?" "No," answered Sir John Grey, "and yet I must say yes, too, for that which is sad for you must be sad for me, Mary." "He is dead! He is killed!" cried Mary Grey, her sunny cheek growing deadly pale, but her father hastened to relieve her on that score. "No, Mary," he said gravely, "he is not dead, but he is unworthy." The blood rushed up again into her face, as if someone had accused her of a crime. But the next moment she laughed, gaily answering, "No, my father, no, someone has deceived you. That is impossible. Richard of Woodville cannot be unworthy." "Alas, my sweet child, 'tis you deceive yourself," replied the knight. "The confidence of love speaks out before you know the facts." "I know one fact, my father," answered Mary, "which none can contradict, and which is my answer to all that can be said. For many a long year I have known him. In youth and manhood I have watched him well, and there is not a truer heart on earth. If any one say that his courage has failed in the hour of peril, it is false, my father. If any one say that he has betrayed his friend, it is false. If any one say that he was deceived, even by word, man or woman, high or low, it is false. If any one say that he has forgotten his duty, broke his plighted word, wronged his king, his country, you or me, believe it not, for it is false, my father." "These are the words of love, my Mary," replied Sir John Grey. "But though I would fain shield that dear bosom through life from every shaft of sorrow, pain, and disappointment, yet, my sweet child, I would rather see you suffer, bitterly though it might be, than regard what I have to tell you of this youth with that light indifference which some might show. He left his native land, Mary, plighted and pledged to you, telling you he went to seek honour for your sake, and yet he brought hither with him a fair leman, to soothe his idle hours with songs and dalliance. Was this worthy, Mary? Nay, doubt it not, for I have it from 3 several sources, and his own conduct myself confirms the tale." He thought to see tears, or at least thoughtful looks, but Mary once more laughed gaily, and holding her father's arm with her fair hand, gazed merrily in his face. "Alas!" she said, "how men are fond of mischief! And what chance can a poor defenceless woman have to escape scandal, when you powerful lords of earth so slander one another? Forgive me, my dear father, but I needs must laugh, to think that anyone here in a foreign land should take the pains, from pure malignity to my poor knight, to try thus sillily to trouble the peace of Mary Grey, by poisoning her parents' mind against her lover. Poor Ella Broom! Little did she think, or little did I think when I bade her go, what evil to her kind and generous benefactor might be done, by her coming with him. I have an antidote to the poison, my dear father, and thanks to that generous candour which made you condescend to tell your child all the plain truth, I can apply it. I know this girl, my father, I know the whole history. I am even art and part in her offence, or rather it is mine, not his. She is my paramour, not Richard's." And Mary blushed brightly, while even in her laughing eyes a dewy drop of emotion rose up and sparkled as she defended him she loved. "Your words are strange, dear one," said the knight, "but let me hear more. Tell me the whole, my child." "But that I will do," replied Mary. "I will tell you the whole tale after supper, and hers is a very sad one. But first, to set your mind fully at ease, let me say that the only evil thing Richard has done in all this affair was showing some want of courtesy to the poor girl herself. For when, after having received from him kind and generous protection in her hour of sorrow and of danger, she thought to journey to join her friends in Burgundy, under the safeguard of his little band, Richard, fearing too much what men might say, or perchance fancying that Mary might be jealous, unkindly refused to take her, and it was I who bade her go, and promised her that, with a free heart, I would let all idle fancies pass me by as evening winds." "Your love is very confiding, my sweet child," replied the knight. "And it will never be wronged," said Mary warmly. "I would not have given it, father, to one unworthy of such trust. And when the confidence ends, the love will end with it, but that will never be." "Yet, my dear child," answered the knight gravely, "as I told you I had, in the very first instance, an intimation of this fact from some unknown hand, and then—" "Some idle mischief-maker," cried Mary, "who chanced to see them on the road, and in his own fancy made the evil he would ascribe to Richard." "But then comes another, lately arrived from England," continued Sir John Grey, "a gentleman of good repute, who tells the same story with strange exactness, if it be false. And then, when questioned by me, Sir Philip de Morgan says, with a worldly laugh at young men's follies, that he has heard something of it." "But who was this man from England?" asked Mary eagerly. "This gentleman of good repute? I doubt, my father, I doubt. Methinks I could name him at once." "Do so, then," replied her father. "I will tell you if you are right." "Simeon of Roydon," said his daughter, and the knight nodded his assent. "A gentleman of good repute!" cried Mary. "A false and perjured knave, my father. One who has already foully slandered poor Harry Dacre, yet, with a craven cautiousness, has kept himself free from the lance's point. One who dare not, before Richard of Woodville's face, say aught but that he has heard such reports, that he vouches not for them, that he mentioned them in thoughtlessness. Out upon the base, ungenerous hound! Why, this very man, for his shameless persecution of this poor girl, and on the bold accusation of good Sir Philip Beauchamp, my second father, is banished from England for 2 years, and vowed revenge on her and all of us. Had it not been for the king's presence, I believe noble Sir Philip would have crushed him as an earwig or a wasp." "And is it so?" exclaimed Sir John Grey. "That makes a great change, indeed, my child; for if the teller of a tale be a villain, we may well judge that his story will have some scoundrel object. Nor can I doubt," he continued with a smile, "that this poor girl, of whom so much has been said, is not what they call her; for though your eyes might be blinded by love, dear girl, my noble friend Sir Philip is not likely to be affected by any tender self-deceit." Mary laughed gaily. "That he is not," she said. "Nay, love is with him, my father, but another name for folly. Did I not tell you right, that whoever has assailed the name of Richard of Woodville is a false knave?" "I trust it may be so," replied her father. "But yet, dear Mary, we must not forget that, long ere this Sir Simeon of Roydon uttered a word, some one unknown wrote to me the self same tale." "It was himself, or some one like him," answered Mary Grey. "It could not be himself," rejoined the knight, "for he was not yet in Flanders when the letter came." "Is there but one slanderer in the world, dear father?" replied the fair girl, raising her eyes almost reproachfully to her parent's countenance; "and should we even doubt the conduct of one whom for many a long year we have seen walk in truth and honour, because some nameless calumniator breathes a tale against him?" "We should not," replied Sir John Grey firmly. "Yet such is the world's justice, my child, and such is, I fear, the heart of man, ready to doubt, prone to suspect, and instructed by its own weakness in the weakness of others. However, you have well pleaded your lover's cause, my Mary, and he shall have full and patient hearing to explain whatever yet remains obscure." "Is there aught obscure?" asked Mary Grey. "To me his whole conduct seems, as it ever has been, light as day." "Yes," answered the knight, "but yet, Mary, even while I spoke with him to-night—" "What, is he here?" cried Mary Grey, interrupting him, and clasping her hands with eager joy. "And have you seen him? Spoke with him? How did he look, my father?" "Well, but not too happy when he was away from me, I dare to say." "Well, he certainly seemed," replied her father with a smile, "and anything but happy, my dear child. But, as I was going to add, even while I spoke with him upon these most serious charges, a man came up and plucked him by the sleeve, beseeching him to come to Ellerbroon. His whole countenance changed at the name, and though he had fixed to meet me within 2 hours, he failed in his appointment. I waited for him as long as he could decently expect, and then came hither, doubting no longer that the tale was true." Mary paused thoughtfully, and cast down her eyes; but then a moment after she raised them again, with a look of relief, as if she had settled the whole in her own mind. "I will be warrant," she said, "that some great peril has beset our poor Ella, and that he has gone to deliver her. Most likely the hateful persecution of this same base man. Nothing else, nothing I know, would have kept Richard of Woodville away from Mary Grey, if, indeed, he knew that I was here." "Nay, I must do him justice," answered the knight. "He did not know it, Mary; and perhaps what you suppose is the case, for the man did mention something of danger, and besought him to save her. We will look upon it in as fair a light as may be, and I will send to him early in the morning to bid him come hither and explain. He will then have 2 advocates instead of 1, my child, and I am very ready to be convinced, for I love him for his love to you." "Can you not send to-night?" whispered Mary Grey, resting her hands upon her father's arm. "Nay, nay," replied the knight, smiling kindly on her. "It is late to-night, dear girl. To-morrow will do." Does to-morrow ever do? But seldom, for the hour that is, we can only call our own. All that is to come is in the hands of that dark, mysterious fate, which, ruling silent and unseen the acts and wills of men, reserves to itself, in its own dim council chamber, each purpose unfulfilled, each resolution made and not performed, sporting with chances and with hopes, trampling into dust expectations and designs, and leaving to man but the past for his instruction, and the present for his energies. The word to-morrow should be blotted out from the catalogue. It is what never exists in the form we think to find it. And thus it was with Sir John Grey. When the morning came, he wrote briefly to Richard of Woodville, requesting him to come to him, and making the tone of his epistle more kindly than his words the night before. But it was returned unopened from the Gravenstein, with the tidings that the young knight and all his band had set out on some expedition a few hours after midnight. As she heard the answer, the gay and happy eyes of Mary Grey filled with tears, and her father, gazing on her, reproached himself for having lost the moment that was theirs. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rescue. It was a sultry summer morning in the midst of July, and there was a dull, oppressive weight in the air, although neither mist nor cloud hung upon the lazy wings of a south wind, when an armed party rode through the deep forest of Hautevillers, a part of the ancient Ardennes. Road, properly so called, there was none, but yet the way, though somewhat difficult to find for those not accustomed to all the intricacies of the wood, was not difficult to travel, for no care had been taken to plant new trees where old ones had fallen by the stroke of time or the axe. All had been left to nature, and thus amidst the thick copses and the tall groves of old trees, wide open spaces and long uncovered tracts had spread here and there, over which the soft turf afforded pleasant footing for man or beast. True, the whole district was rocky and mountainous, and without a guide the wanderer might have found it a wearisome journey in a sultry day, having to climb a high hill in one place, or wind in and out to avoid the long projecting cliffs of slaty stone in another. But for one directed by any persons well acquainted with the track, the journey was far more easy, and by choosing the proper breaks in the forest, and the long spaces which lay midway up the hills, he might ride along for many miles without having to ascend any mountain, or deviate very greatly from a straight course, on account either of the wood or the rocks. Such was the course followed by the party of which I speak, under the direction of a tall, powerful man, clothed from head to heel in steel, for those were not times, nor was that a part of the country in which men of rank and station could travel in safety without being armed in proof. Valerin de St. Paul, indeed, might better have risked his life with scanty arms and few attendants than any other noble of the day in that district, for he was well known and generally beloved by the lesser lords around, and his redoubted name rendered it a somewhat fearful task to strive with him, even if taken unprepared. But it would still have been a hazardous experiment, for in those remote and uncultivated tracts, bordering upon several great states, and very uncertain in their attachment to any, numerous bands of wild and lawless men took refuge, and, secure from the arm of justice, lived a life of plunder and oppression, only varied by the mimic warfare of the chase. None of the great nobles in the vicinity, generally engaged in the civil strifes and incessant broils of their own countries, had time to suppress them, even if they had the inclination. But it may well be doubted whether they felt at all disposed to put down, with the strong hand, the troops of roving plunderers which at that time infested the great forests that stretched along the banks of the Meuse and the Moselle, for in those very bands they frequently found a sort of depot for brave and determined followers, from which their forces might at any moment be recruited for a short space of time. It is, moreover, whispered that in many instances the more civilized and polite of the powerful barons round were accustomed to exact a certain share of the plunder from their marauding neighbours, as the price of toleration, and the inferior lords sometimes shared the peril as well as the spoil, and received as welcome guests into their strong castles the leaders of the freebooters, when any accidental reverse of fortune rendered the green wood no longer a secure abode. Such was the state of the land through which now rode the Lord of St. Paul, still holding the sword, if not the office, of Constable of France, with Richard of Woodville by his side, and a train of about 40 men-at-arms behind them, so that all peril from their somewhat covetous neighbours of the Ardennes was unthought of by either, and the beauty of the scene, the heat of the day, their approaching meeting with the young Count of Charolois, the state of France, and the probability of speedy deeds of arms, were the subjects of the conversation. The landscapes, indeed, were most lovely as they proceeded. Beneath, upon the left, sloped down the hillside, here and there covered with green wood, here and there broken with wild and rugged rocks, but everywhere so much below them that the eye could generally catch the shining course of the Meuse, wandering on with 1,000 sinuosities, and could then roam at large over the wide and varied country on the other side, sometimes reaching distant towns and cities many leagues away, sometimes checked by a bold mountain near at hand. Above rose the hills with their woody garmenture, from which would often start out a high grey cliff of cold slaty stone, sheer up and perpendicular as a wall, or at other times would rise a conical peak, smooth at the sides or broken into points, and through many of the gorges that they passed, perched upon the isolated hills that seemed inaccessible, were seen the towers and walls of some stern feudal fortress, frowning down the valley, as if prognosticating woe to the traveller who ventured there alone. Of each of these castles the Lord of St. Paul had some tale or anecdote, and he kindly strove to amuse the mind of his young companion by the way. But though Woodville listened with all due courtesy, ay, and admired the beauty of the land, and answered with a calm and ready mind, yet it was evident his cheerful gaiety was gone, at least for the time, and that his thoughts were preoccupied by sadder themes, which only spared his attention for a moment to reply to the words addressed to him, and then recalled it immediately to himself. "You seem sad, Sir Knight," said the Lord of St. Paul at length. "I trust that with the letters from the noble Count, which seemed to me full of all joyance, you received no evil tidings?" "Tidings most strange, my redoubted lord," replied Richard of Woodville, "for while the Count speaks cheerfully of having removed all cause of difference between myself and a noble gentleman, Sir John Grey, on whom my best hopes depend, letters from that knight himself are filled with reproaches undeserved by me, and refuse all explanation or argument." "That is strange indeed," said the Count. "What are the dates? One may have been written earlier than the other." "The dates are the same," answered Richard of Woodville, "and the letters of Sir John Grey, coming by the same messenger as those of the Count, might easily have been stopped, had the explanation been given after they were written. It is a dark and misty life we lead in this world, and still when we think all is clear and bright, as I did when I returned from Lille to Ghent, some thick vapour spreads over the whole, concealing it from our eyes, like the cloud now rolling round the brow of the castle on that high rocky steep." "We shall have rain," remarked the Lord of St. Paul, "and when it does begin it will prove a torrent. Here, old Carloman," he continued, turning to one of his men-at-arms, "what does that cloud mean? And where can we best wait for the noble prince, the Count of Charolois, who is to meet us at the mill-bridge?" "The cloud means a heavy storm, my lord," replied the old man, riding forward. "Do you not see how the earth gapes for it? But it will not be able to swallow all that will come down, I think. We have not had a drop of rain these 2 months, and very little dew, so that everything is as parched as pulse. Then, as to wait for the prince, the meadows by the river would be the best place, if it were not for that cloud." "Oh, we mind not a little rain," answered the Count of St. Paul. "'Twill but make the armourer's fingers ache to take off the rust to-night." "It is not the rain I am thinking of," said the old man, "but the meadows are no safe resting place when there are storms above there. The water gathers in the gullies, and comes down into the Saumon, till the old Fool can hold no more, and then the whole valley is covered." "Oh, but if that is the case, we can easily gallop up higher," replied the Count. "There is no shame in running away from a torrent, old Carloman. It's not like turning one's back on the foe." "Faith, that is a foe that gallops quicker than you can," answered the man-at-arms. "The meadow is so narrow and the bank so high that you cannot cut across, so you had better stop above, in what we call the Rock Castle, where you can see the country below, and the mill bridge and all, without getting in the way of the water. The old Saumon is a lion, I can tell you, when he is angry, and nothing makes him so fierce as a storm in the hills." "Well, be it so," answered his lord. "You shall be our governor, good Carloman." "Then keep up higher, dread sir," replied the man-at-arms. "See," he added, as they passed a little brook that was running down a narrow ravine, all troubled and red, "it has begun farther to the east already, and it is coming against the wind. That is a sign that it will be furious, though not long-lived." The Count and his party rode on, somewhat quickening their pace, and though they heard occasionally a distant roar, showing that there was thunder somewhere, no lightning was seen, and the wind still continued blowing faintly from the south-west. The clouds, however, crept over the sky, approaching the sun with their hard leaden edgings, and to the north and east, covering the whole expanse with a deep black wall, broken and rugged at its summit, as if higher hills and rocks of slate and marble were rising from the bosom of the mountain seen into the heavens above. Over the deep curtain of vapour, indeed, here and there floated detached some smaller paler clouds, and others seemed hurrying up from the south, where all had been hitherto clear, as if drawn by some irresistible power towards the adamant-like mass in the north-east. From one of these, as they passed overhead, a few heavy drops fell, but then ceased, and still the sun shone out, as if in scorn of the black enemy that rose towering towards him. A deep stillness, however, fell upon the scene. There is generally in the risen day an unmarked but all-pervading sound of busy life, composed of many different noises mingled in the air. According to the season of the year and hour, it varies its course. Sometimes it is full of the song of birds, the voices of the cattle, the hum of insects, the rush of streams, the whispering of the wind, the rustle of the trees, and 1,000 other undistinguished sounds to which the ear pays no heed. But when they all, or most of them, cease, it is strange how we miss the murmur of creation. What a want, what a vacancy there seems! So was it now, and turning to Richard of Woodville, the Lord of St. Paul remarked, "How silent everything has become!" "It is generally so before a thunderstorm," answered the young knight. "In my country we judge whether it will be merely rain or something more by the conduct of the cattle. If after a drought we are going to have refreshing showers, the sheep and oxen seem to hail it with their voices, but if there be lightning coming, everything is silent." Almost immediately after he had spoken there was a brief flash, not very near, but dazzling, and some drops fell, while the thunder followed at a long interval. Spurring on, they rode forward for about 2 miles farther, and as they went, every little gorge and hollow way had its minor torrent coming down thick and turbulent, though the rain, where the Count and his party were, had not become violent, pattering slowly upon their arms and housings, and spotting the sleek coats of the horses with marks like Damascene work. The river, which they were now approaching nearer, might be seen swelling and foaming in its bed, its crowded waters curling in miniature whirlpools along the edge, and rising higher and higher up the bank, as the innumerable tributaries from the mountains poured down continual accessions to the flood. At length the old man-at-arms exclaimed, "To the right, my lord!" and passing through a narrow opening between the great belt of wood and a small detached portion that ran farther down the hill, they entered a sort of natural amphitheatre crowned with old pines and carpeted at the bottom of the crags with soft green turf spread over the rugged and undulating surface of ground. Numerous immense masses of rock, however, detached from the hills above, and rolled down in times long past, started out from the greensward bare and grey, and here and there would rise up a group of old oaks or beeches, while on the stony fragments themselves was often perched an ash or a fir, like a plume in the helmet of a knight. In front of this amphitheatre the trees sloped away both to the right and left, leaving a wide open space, gradually descending the hill, so that from most parts of the Castle of Rocks, as it was called, a considerable portion of the course of the Sormonne might be seen, the nearest point being somewhat less distant than 1/4 of a mile. Directly in front was a double wooden bridge spanning over the stream, which was there divided by a low island of very small extent, which served but as a resting place for the piles of the 2 bridges, and for a mill which gave the name to that particular spot. Beyond, on the opposite side of the water, was an undulating plain of several miles in extent, bounded by hills all round, but open to the eye of St. Paul and his party as they stood in the midst of the amphitheatre. "Is not this the best place now, my lord?" asked old Carloman. "You can not only see here, but you can find shelter, and need not get your arms rusted or your horses wet, unless you like. There, under the cliff where it hangs over, you can post 2/3 of the men, and as the storm comes the other way, not a drop will reach them. Then, as for the rest, they can get under this rock in front, where they will be quite dry if they keep close." "I will stay here," replied the Count of St. Paul. "You lodge the others, Carloman." "I will keep you company, my lord," said Richard of Woodville, "and if we dismount, we shall be better able to shelter the horses." Such was the plan followed, and all the troop, men and horses, were under shelter before the storm became violent. Nor indeed did the thunder ever reach that grand and terrible height which it frequently does attain in wood-covered mountains. The rain seemed to drown it, but the deluge which soon fell from the sky was tremendous, and long lines of black and grey it poured straight down, mingled with hail, and every now and then crossed by the faint glare of the lightning. The distant country was hidden by the misty veil, and even the nearer scene of the bridge and the mill, the only dwelling in the neighbourhood, grew indistinct. The Lord of St. Paul and Richard of Woodville endeavoured in vain to descry the plain on the opposite side of the river, in expectation of seeing the train of the Count of Charolois coming from the side of Acquaintances. Nothing could they distinguish beyond 100 yards from the opposite bank, and they mutually expressed a hope that the prince might have been delayed in a more cultivated country to the west, where he would find shelter from the storm. "He cannot surely be already in the mill," said the Count. "There seem a great many people at that casement looking up the stream. How many men did he say he would bring, Sir Richard?" 200 horse, replied Richard of Woodville. "He cannot be there, my good lord, yet there seems a number of heads too. Good heaven, how the stream is rising! 'Tis nearly up to the roadway of the bridge." "It will be higher than that before it is done, Sir Knight," observed one of the men-at-arms. "I have seen the bridge carried away twice since I was a boy." "Here comes a boat down the stream," said Richard of Woodville. "Ay, we passed one a little way further up," replied the same man who had spoken before. "It has broken away, I dare say." "That is not a boat," exclaimed the Lord of St. Paul after gazing for a moment. "It is the thatch of a cottage. Heaven have mercy upon the poor people." And lifting the cross of his sword to his lips, he kissed it and muttered a prayer. At the same moment a number of men, some evidently of inferior rank, and some in garbs which betokened higher station, ran out of the mill, and Woodville could then perceive that, almost close to the door, between the building and the bridge, the water had risen over the low shore of the islet, so as to be up to the knees of those who came forth. He fancied at first that they were about to make their escape over the bridge, but he saw that several of them were armed with long poles, and turning to the men-at-arms, who seemed well acquainted with the country, he inquired what they were about to do. "To draw the broken cottage roof to the shore, Sir Knight, I suppose," replied the other, "lest it should damage the bridge." "See, there comes down a bull," cried the Count. "How furiously he struggles with the stream! Ha! They have caught the roof with their hooks. They have got it. No!" They had indeed obtained for a moment some hold upon the heavy mass of timber and straw that came rushing down, and were dragging it towards the little island; but the stream was increasing so rapidly, and pouring such a body of water upon the land where they stood, that one of the men slipped and let go his pole, glad enough to be dragged out of the eddy by those behind. The roof at the same moment swang round and disengaged itself. The bull, still struggling with the torrent, was dashed against the bridge and recoiled. The heavy mass of thatch and woodwork was borne forward upon him with the full force of the stream, and crushed him between itself and the piers. A shrill and horrible cry, something between a roar and a scream, burst from amidst the fierce rushing sound of the overwhelming waters. The whole mass of the floating roof was cast furiously upon the weaker part of the bridge in the centre, already shaken by the torrent, and with an awful crash the whole structure gave way, and was borne in fragments down the stream. "The flood has reached the mill," said the Count of St. Paul, turning to the man-at-arms. "Is there no danger of its being carried away too?" "The miller would tell you, none, my dreaded lord," replied the soldier. "But every day is not like to-day, and what has happened once may happen again. He always says there is no danger, since he put up an image of the Blessed Virgin over the door. But I recollect when I was a little boy and lived at Givet, that island was 6 feet under water, and where there was a mill in the morning, you could row over in a boat at night. They were all drowned, this man's uncle and all." "Why are you stripping off your casque and camel, Sir Richard?" asked the Count. "Because I imagine they may soon want help, my good lord," replied the young knight. "Madness!" cried the Lord of St. Paul. "No man could swim such a torrent as that." "I do not know that, noble sir," answered Richard of Woodville. "We are great swimmers in my country, and accustomed to buffet with the waves. But there is a boat higher up. I will first try that, and if that sinks, swimming must serve me." "I will not suffer it!" exclaimed the Count. "Neither boat nor man could live in such a rushing torrent as that." "Indeed, my good lord, you must," replied the young knight gravely. "My life is of no great value to myself, or any one now, and though I know not who these good folks are, They shall not be lost before my eyes without an effort on my part to deliver them. See, see, he cried, some one waves to us from the window, and casting off his corslet and all his heavy armour, he was hurrying down. But the Count caught him by the arm with a glowing cheek, saying, Stay, stay yet a little. They are in no danger yet. The stream may not rise higher. But if it does, they are lost, answered Woodville, gently disengaging his arm. Then I will go with you, said the Count. No, no, my lord, replied the young knight. You would but fill the boat, which is small enough. 1 man is better than 1,000 there. If I die, divide my goods amongst my men, send my ring to my sweet lady, and farewell. Thus saying, he sped on to the very brink of the water, which instead of decreasing was still rising rapidly. There he tried to make the people of the mill hear him, and they shouted from the casement in reply, but the roaring of the torrent drowned their words, and hurrying up to the spot where he had seen the boat moored, he found it, now far out from the actual brink of the stream, swaying backwards and forwards with the eddies. The top of the post, to which it was attached by a chain, and which an hour before had been some yards on shore, was now just visible above the rushing waters. But, wading in, the young knight caught the chain and drew the boat to him. It was luckily flat and somewhat heavy in its build, so that he managed to get in without upsetting it, but not without difficulty. The only implements, however, which he found to guide its course were 1 paddle and a large pole with an iron hook, such as he had seen in the hands of the people of the mill. But he had no hesitation, no fear, and throwing loose the chain, he guided the boat into the middle of the stream, where, though the current was stronger, the eddies were less frequent. There it was borne forward with terrible rapidity towards what had been the island, but was no longer to be distinguished from the rest of the stream but by the foaming ripple on either side, and the mill rising in the midst. The bank of the river on the eastern side was crowded by his own attendants and the followers of the Count of St. Paul. The windows of the mill and a little railed platform above the wheel showed a multitude of anxious faces. No one spoke, no one moved, however, but 2 stout Englishmen, who were seen upon the shore, stripping off their arms and clothing, while the timbers of the mill and the posts and stanchions of the platform quivered and shook with the roaring tide as it whirled, red and furious, past them, lingering in a curling vortex round, as if unwilling to dash on without carrying every obstacle along with it. Richard of Woodville raised not his eyes to look at those who hung between death and life. He turned not to gaze at his companions on the shore. He knew that every energy, every thought was wanted to accomplish the great object, and if he suffered his mind to stray, for even a single instant, to other things, it was but to think, I will show those who have belied me that I can risk life, even for beings I do not know. His eyes were fixed upon one spot, where the boiling of the tide evinced that the ground came near the surface, and there he determined first to check the furious speed at which he was hurried down the stream. A little farther on were the strong standards and braces of a mill of those days, and he thought that, if he could break the first rush of the boat at the shallow, he should be able more easily to bring her up under the casements and the platform. Now guiding with the paddle, now starting up to hold the boat pike, he came headlong towards the shoal, but fending off till the speed of the boat was checked, and she swung round with the torrent and drifted more slowly on, he caught at the thick uprights of the mill with the hook, missed the first, grappled the second, and though almost thrown over with the shock, held fast till the boat swung heavily round, and struck with her broadside against the building. A rope was instantly thrown from above, and tying it fast through a ring, which was to be found in the bow of all boats in those days, he relaxed his hold of the woodwork, and the skiff floated farther round. Then first he looked up, and then first a feeling of deadly terror took possession of him. His cheek grew pale, his lips turned white, and stretching out his arms, he exclaimed, "Oh, Mary! Oh, my beloved! Is it you on whom such peril has fallen? Quick, quick!" he continued. "Lose not a moment. The stream is coming down more and more strong. The building cannot stand. Bear her down quick, Sir John." "Pooh! The building will stand well enough," said a man in a rude jargon of the French tongue. "'Tis but that people are afraid." "Fool!" cried Richard of Woodville, who saw the timbers quivering as if shaken by mortal agony. "If you would save your life, come down with the rest." "Not I," answered the miller with a laugh. "I have seen as bad floods before now. Here, lady, here, set a foot upon the wheel. It is made fast and cannot move. Catch her, young gentleman. Nay, not so far, or you will upset the boat. That will do. There she is." And Richard of Woodville, receiving Mary Grey in his arms, seated her in the stern of the boat, and again advanced to aid her women and the old knight in descending. 2 fair young girls, a young clerk in a black gown, and 3 armed servants formed the train, and they were the first to take refuge in the boat, leaving their horses behind them. There were 3 other men remained above, and laughed lightly at the thought of danger. But one young lad of 15 years of age, though he too said he would stay, bore a white cheek and a wandering eye. "Send down the boy, at least," cried Richard of Woodville to the miller. "Though you may be foolhardy, there is no need to sacrifice his life." Go, Edmé," said the miller. "You are as well there as here. You can do us no good." The boy hesitated, but the increasing force of water made the mill tremble more violently than ever, and, hurrying on, he sprang into the boat. "Every one down and motionless," cried Richard of Woodville, without exchanging even a word with those who were most dear, and, casting off the rope, he steered as well as the paddle would permit towards the bank, but hurried rapidly forward down the stream, with scarcely any power of direction. He saw that the frail bark must pass the ruined bridge. It was a moment of terrible anxiety, for the eddies showed that the foundations of the piers were left beneath the waters. By impulse, the instinct of great peril, he guided the boat over the most violent gush of the stream, between 2 of the half-checked whirlpools, and she shot clear down, falling into another vortex below, which carried her completely round twice, and then, broken by the blade of the paddle, let her float away into the stream. The whole band of the Count of St. Paul were running down by the side of the river, and as the course of the skiff became more steady, Richard of Woodville turned his eyes towards them. They had got what seemed a rope in their hands, and, ever and anon, one of his own archers held it up, and made signs as if he would have thrown it, had they been nearer. "Someone be ready to catch the rope," cried Woodville. "I cannot quit the steering," and he guided the boat gently and gradually towards the shore. The young clerk sprang at once into the bow. The women sat still in breathless expectation. Sir John Grey advanced slowly and steadily to aid the youth, and when, at the distance of a few yards, a band formed by the sword belts of the troop, tightly tied together, was thrown on board, the young man and the old knight caught it, but were pulled down by the shock. Some of the others aided to hold it fast, but in spite of all Woodville's efforts, the boat swung round, struck the rocky shore violently, and began to fill. There were now many to aid, however. One after another was supported to the land, and Richard of Woodville, springing out the last, caught his sweet Mary to his heart, and blessed the God of all mercies for her preservation in that hour of peril. As he did so, a faint and distant cry and a rushing sound, different, very different, either from the roar of the stream or the growling of the thunder, caught the ear. All turned round towards the mill, and gazed. It was gone. A black mass floated on the tide, struck against the sunken piers of the fallen bridge, obstructed for a moment the torrent which instantly poured over it in a white cataract, and then, broken into innumerable fragments, rushed past, darkening the red waters. Woodville ran to the brink, and gazed, but no trace of the rash men who had chosen to remain appeared, and their bodies were not found for many days, when they floated to the shore far down the then subsided stream. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Recompence. Oh, what a moment it was when, after seeing the wreck of the mill drift by, Richard of Woodville again held Mary Grey to his heart. He cared not who witnessed his emotions. He thought not of the crowd around. He thought not of her father's presence, or of the letter he had received on the preceding night. All he remembered, all he felt, was that she was saved, and the knowledge of the dreadful death that had just overtaken those who had perished by their own obstinacy added to the joy of that overpowering feeling, notwithstanding the horror of their fate. Bearing her rather than leading her, her lover brought Mary to the shelter of the trees, for though the storm had somewhat abated, the rain was still coming down heavily, and there, while the tears poured fast from her beautiful eyes, one or two of the stout English archers, who had known her well at Dunbury, came quietly up and kissed her hand. The Count of St. Paul and his men stood looking on. Sir John Grey gazed upon the lover and the lady with a silent smile, and they themselves spoke not for many minutes, so intense were the emotions of their hearts. At length, however, after a few low words of explanation with the Count of St. Paul, the old knight advanced to Woodville's side and took his hand, saying, "What, not a word to me, Richard?" The young knight put his hand to his brow and gazed at Mary's father in surprise, so different seemed his tone from that of the letter he had received. "The surprise of seeing you here, noble knight," he answered in a confused manner, "the joy of having been brought, as it were, by heaven's own hand to save this dear lady, when I least expected to meet with her, all confounds me and takes away my words." "Surprise at seeing us!" repeated Sir John Grey in a tone of astonishment, "when you least expected to meet with her! Have you not received my letter by the post of the Count of Charolois?" "One letter, Sir Knight, I did receive," replied Woodville, "but it gave me no thought that I should see you here." The knight gazed at him for an instant with a look that seemed expressive of doubt as well as wonder. "Here is some mistake," he said. "I trust, my young friend, this catastrophe has not shaken your brain. But one letter have I written, and therein I besought you to meet us at Givet or at Dinan." Richard of Woodville replied not, but beckoned to his page, and when the boy hurried up, took from him the gibecière which hung over his shoulder. With a hand hasty and agitated, he unfastened the 3 buttons and loops which closed it, and drew forth a paper, which in silence he placed in the hands of Sir John Grey. The knight took it, gazed on the superscription, examined the seal, and then turned to the contents, but instantly exclaimed as he read, "This is not mine! This is a fraud! I never wrote these words. The outside is from my hand, the seal, too, is seemingly my own, but not one of these harsh terms did I indite." "Then I thank God," replied Richard of Woodville, grasping his hand eagerly. "Nay, more, I thank the man who wrote it, though it may seem strange, noble knight. But perchance, had it not been for this and the despair it brought with it, I might have listened to the kind friends who would fain have persuaded me not to risk my life, or, as they thought, to lose it, for men who were strangers to me." "What then?" cried Mary, rising from the ground on which she had been seated. "Did you not recognise us?" "I knew not when I left the shore," replied Richard of Woodville, "that there was one being on that miserable islet whom I had ever beheld before. I merit no guerdon, dear one, for saving you, for I knew not what I did." "1,000 and 1,000 thanks, Richard," she answered, laying her fair hand upon his arm, "and far more thanks do I give you than if you had perilled more to save me knowingly. But by such a deed, done for a mere stranger, you show my father that his child has not spoken of you falsely." "Nay, dear Mary, I doubt it not," replied Sir John Grey. "By calumny and malice all men may be for a time misled, but henceforth, my child, no one shall do him better justice than myself. You judged from acts that you had often seen and known. I had none such to judge by, but should he need defence hereafter, let him appeal to me. This must seem strange to you, my good lord," he continued, turning to the Count of St. Paul, "but we will explain it all hereafter. All, at least, that we can explain, for here is something that we must inquire into as best we may. This letter has been forged for some base end, but by whom, or for what, remains a mystery, though perhaps we may all suspect." "Everything else seems clear enough," said the Count with a smile. "Though I understand but half you have said, yet I guess well, here has been love, and, as so often happens with love, love's traverses, and in the end, the happy meed which attends due knightly service to a fair lady. As soon as my noble cousin appears, though by my faith he is somewhat long in coming—" "I see his train, my lord, or I am blind," said the old man at arms called Carloman. Do you not perceive a long black line winding on there down from the hills, near a league distant, like a lean serpent?" "No very sweet comparison for a prince's train," exclaimed the Count of St. Paul, laughing. "But faith, I see it not. Ah, yes, I catch it now. 'Tis doubtless he. Then when he comes, Sir Knight, we will on to Charleville, where, having dried our dripping clothes, we will tell the tale of this day's adventure over a pleasant meal, and will inquire how this deceit has taken place. Has yon young novice naught to do with it?" he continued, dropping his voice. "He holds aloof, and though he seems to murmur something to his rosary from time to time, yet, good faith, I put but small trust in the honesty of mumbling friars." "No, no," replied Mary Grey with a smile. "I will answer for him." "Aha!" cried the Count, laughing loud with the rude jocularity of the day. "Look to your lady, Sir Richard, or you may lose her yet. She answers for the honesty of a monk. By my faith, sweet lady, I would rather beard John the Bold in his house at Dijon than do such a rash thing." "But I can answer for him too," replied Sir John Grey gravely, "for though he be now my clerk, he was not with me there, and so had no occasion to deceive me, even had he been disposed. But yonder assuredly comes the Count. I can see banners and pennons through the dim shower. But how we are to journey on with you to Charleville, I hardly know, my good lord, for all but what we have brought in our pouches, horses and clothes and arms, and many a trinket, have gone down in that poor mill." "I saw no horses in the stream," said Woodville. "They were in the court on the other side," replied one of Sir John Grey's men, "and it had a stone wall. The water was up to the girths when we got into the second story, and I saw my poor beast, with bended head and open nostrils, snuffing the tide as it rose whirling round him. He soon drowned, I fear." "'Tis but a league to Charleville, and not much more," said the Count, answering the English knight. "We will dismount some of our men, and make a litter for the lady and her maidens. Hark ye, Peterkin, ride back like light to the castle. In the Florence chamber you will find store of your lady's gear. My good wife is not here, Sir Knight, but she has left much of her apparel behind, which, though she be somewhat fatter than this fair dame, God wot, will serve to clothe her for the nonce. Ride away fast, boy, bring it to Charleville, and lose no time. Now, to build the litter. Lances may serve for more purposes than one, and green boughs be curtains as well as canopies. Quick, my men, quick! Let us see if ye be dexterous at such trades." In about half an hour an advanced party of the Count of Charolois' band approached the bank of the river, but it was still so swollen that though the Count of St. Paul and the 2 English knights went down as far as they could, and the rain by this time had well nigh ceased, the distance across and the roaring of the stream prevented their voices from being heard at the other side. While they were still striving to make the men comprehend that the bridge had been carried away, and that they must ride farther down the river, the young Count himself and the Lord of Croy, with a number of other knights and noblemen, appeared, and by signs, as words were vain, the Lord of St. Paul explained his meaning to them. He himself, with his own party, waited for about a quarter of an hour longer, till the hasty litter was prepared for Mary Grey, and then, with some on foot and some on horseback, they moved on towards the point of rendezvous at Charleville. It was a happy evening, that which they passed in Charleville, for there is naught which so heightens the zest of pleasure as remembered pain, naught that so brightens the sense of security as danger past. All the bustle and confusion in the little town, which was not then fortified, every inn was full, every house was occupied, but it was willing bustle and gay confusion. From one hostel to another parties were going every moment, and the door of that at which the young Count of Charolois had taken up his quarters was besieged both by the townspeople and his own friends and followers. The tale of the swollen torrent and the mill swept away was told to the noble prince by the Lord of St. Paul and Sir John Grey, and when Richard of Woodville, who had lingered a little with Mary Grey, appeared, the Count grasped his hand with a generous warmth, which was very winning in one so high, calling him frequently his friend, and then turning to Sir John Grey, he demanded, "Said I not, noble knight, of what stuff he was made?" "You did him but justice, my good lord," replied the knight, "and I do him full justice now. Well has he won his lady's hand, and he shall have it. Come, cried the prince, starting up, I will go offer her my homage too. But why should we not see the wedding ere we part, Sir John? Nay, nay, my lord, answered the English knight, I have grown proud with restored prosperity, and my child must go to the altar in my own land, and with my own old followers round me. Oh, slow age, how tardy it is to yield to the eager haste of youth! But Sir John Grey added words still less pleasant to the ear of Richard of Woodville. When I return from the court of the Emperor, my noble prince, he continued, I speed back at once to Westminster. I trust that your expedition will then be over, and Sir Richard here may follow me with all speed. Once there, I will not make him wait. Such was the first intimation Woodville had received of the course that lay before him and Sir John Grey, for the previous moments had passed in words of tenderness with her he loved, and in long but not uninteresting explanations with her father. He had hoped that their paths would lie together, and without inquiring what motive should carry Sir John Grey and the Count of Charolois into the Duchy of Burgundy, he had arrived at the conclusion that the knight's steps were bent thither as well as his own. It was a bitter disappointment, for imagination in such cases is ever the handmaid of hope, and Richard of Woodville had fancied that, in the course of the long expedition before them, many an opportunity must occur for urging upon Sir John Grey his petition for Mary's hand. Now, however, they were again to be separated, with wide lands between them, and with the certainty of months, perhaps years, elapsing ere they met again. It is strange, it is very strange, and scarcely to be accounted for, that people advanced in life and experienced in the uncertainty of all life's things seem to have a confidence in the future which the young do not possess. They delay, they put off without fear or apprehension, they calculate as if with certainty upon the time to come, while eager youth, on the contrary, at the very name of procrastination, conjures up every difficulty and obstacle, every change and chance, not alone within the range of probability, but within the reach of fate. Perhaps it is that the old have acquired a juster appreciation of all mortal joy. Perhaps it is that the keen edge of anticipation being dulled in themselves, they cannot comprehend the impatience of others. That, knowing how little any earthly gratification is really worth, they think it but a small matter, not meriting much thought, whether the hand of the future snatches the desired object from us or not, whether the butterfly, enjoyment, be caught by the boy that chases it, or escape. So it is, however, Sir John Grey seemed not even to understand or to perceive the pain he was inflicting upon the lover, and as Woodville knew that it would be of no use to argue, he made up his mind to enjoy the present as much as might be, and then, with Mary's love for his guidance and encouragement, to seek honour and advancement in the fields before him. After a few more words, he accompanied the Count of Charolois, with the principal nobles of his train and Sir John Grey, to the hostel where the English knight had taken up his abode. But as they entered, the eyes of Richard of Woodville fell upon the figure of a poor disconsolate-looking boy, who stood near, with his arms folded on his chest, and his eyes bent down upon the ground, without being once lifted to the gay and glittering group that was passing in. And pointing him out to the Lord of St. Paul, the young knight said, "He was one of those saved from the mill, my lord, and, if I mistake not, he is of kin to some of the men who perished." "Come hither, boy," said the constable. "Who art thou?" "I am Edmé Mark, my lord," replied the boy, looking up with tearful eyes, "and all my friends are dead." "Then you are the miller's son?" inquired the Lord of St. Paul. "No, sir, his nephew," the boy answered, in the jargon of his country. "Faith, then, we must do something for you," rejoined the nobleman. "Will you ride with me and be my coutelier, or with that knight?" "I would rather go with him," cried the boy, pointing to the young Englishman, "for he saved my life." "Well, then, take him with you, Sir Richard," said the Lord of St. Paul. "You want to swell your band." "Good faith, I have need, my lord," answered Richard of Woodville, "for the 3 men I left behind me when I came from Ghent have never rejoined me." "I saw some Englishmen with the Count's train in the court of his hostel," replied the Lord of St. Paul. "I knew them by their flat cuirasses and their long arrows." "I marked them not," answered Richard of Woodville, "but I will go and see. Come hither with me, boy," he continued. and, followed by the lad, he retrod his steps in haste to the inn where he had found the Count. In the court he saw nothing but Flemings and Burgundians, but in the stables, tending their horses, he found the 3 men whom he sought, and who now informed him, in the brief and scanty words of the English peasant, that they had escorted Ella Brune to Bruges, and there had left her, she having assured them that she was safe, and required their protection no farther. They had then immediately returned to Ghent, for they had never received the written order which their leader had sent to them, and having obtained speech of the Count of Charolois, they accompanied him on his expedition, according to his commands. Richard of Woodville mused over this intelligence for some minutes, and then, after placing the boy Edmé in their hands, with orders to take care of him, he hurried back to her he loved. For 3 or 4 days Sir John Grey took advantage of the escort of the Count of Charolois on his journey towards the imperial court, purchasing horses and clothing where he could find them, to supply the place of those lost in the torrent. During that time, as may be supposed, Richard of Woodville was constantly by Mary's side, and it passed happily to both. Nor did any incident occur, worthy of record here, till they reached the town of Bar, where they were destined to part. The last conversation that took place between them ere they separated was in regard to Ella Brune, led on by a half-jesting question addressed to Mary by her lover, if she had really never felt jealousy or doubt when so many suspected. "Neither, Richard," she answered. "I would not suspect you, and besides, I had myself told that poor girl that I would never doubt or be jealous, and I blamed you to her, Richard, for not taking her when first she sought to go." "She seems to have the gift of winning confidence, my Mary," replied the young knight, "and a blessed gift it is." "'Tis only gained by deserving it, Richard, and not always then," answered Mary Markham. "But one cannot well doubt her either. When one sees a clear stream flowing on abundantly, we judge that the source is pure, and all her thoughts gush so limpid from the heart, we cannot doubt that heart to be unpolluted too." "Would that we knew where she is, my Mary," said Richard of Woodville thoughtfully. "I fear for her much, left in the same land with that base villain who has so persecuted her, and of whose dark wiles there seems no end." "She is safe, exclaimed the lady. "I have heard of her since she departed. She is safe, and with friends able and willing to protect her, I know. But I fear indeed that what you say is true in regard to that traitor, Simeon of Royden. Do you doubt, Richard, that this forged letter from my father was some contrivance of his?" "And yet," answered Woodville, "we can by no means trace it to him. The messenger declares he brought the packet as he received it. The Count says he placed your father's and his own together, and gave them to his page, who, in turn, vows he carried them straight to the messenger." "It is strange, indeed," said Mary. "But as to poor Ella, she is safe, and wherever I am, I will do my best to befriend her, Richard." They were alone, and he pressed her to his heart with feelings far brighter, far tenderer than mere passion. For beauty is but the expression of excellence, and when we find the substance, oh, how much more deeply we love it than the picture. The fairest features that ever were chiselled by the hand of nature, the sweetest form that ever woke wild emotions in the breast, could never have produced in the heart of Richard of Woodville the sensations that he then felt towards Mary Grey. Ere long they parted, and while she with her father wended on towards the court of the Emperor, Sir John Grey acting as a sort of precursor to the more splendid embassy soon after sent by Henry V., the young knight followed the Count of Charolois to Dijon and Besançon, and aided to raise that force with which John the Bold soon after took the field against the rival faction of Armagnac, then all powerful in the court of France. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Disappointment. Months had passed. The clang of trumpets and timbrels had sounded beneath the walls of Paris, from morning till well nigh vespers, and the clear blue country sky was glowing with the last rays of the sun before he set. But still the redoubted chivalry of Burgundy, with glittering arms and royal pageantry, stood upon the frosty ground before the gates, the towers of which were crowded with armed men who dared not issue forth to meet their enemies in the field, less because they doubted their own strength, for they were treble at least in number, than because they knew that, within that city, the popular heart beat high to take part with the bold Duke John, the people's friend. Faults he had many. Crimes of a dark dye he had committed. The blood of the Duke of Orleans was fresh upon his hand, but his princely generosity, his daring courage, and more than all, his love of the commons, a body grown everywhere already into terrible importance, wiped out all stains in the eyes of the citizens of Paris, and they longed to build up once more the fabric of his power on the ruin of those proud nobles who, still in their attachment to pure feudal institutions, looked upon the craftsman and the merchant as little better than half-emancipated serfs. Long ere this period, the power of the middle classes had grown into an engine which might be guided, but could not be resisted without danger. In England, its influence had first been recognised by the great de Montfort, who had wisely attempted to direct its young energies in a just and beneficial course, for which the land we live in, nay, perhaps the world, owes him still a deep debt of gratitude. Influenced by the character of the nation, its progress in this country was marked by slow but steady increase of strength, and it went on gaining fresh vigour more from the natural result of contests between the various institutions which it was destined to supersede, than from its own efforts to extend its sphere. Rebellious nobles looked to it for aid, kings courted its support, usurpers submitted more or less their claims to its approval, and from each and all it obtained concessions, seldom meeting any severe check till in long after years a fatal effort was made to raise an embankment against it, when it burst in a deluge over every obstacle. During the early period of our history it diffused itself calmly, more like the quiet overflowing of the fertilizing rill than the rush and destructive outbreak of a pent-up torrent. But in France such was not the case, and for ages the struggle to resist it went on, while, partaking of the fierce but desultory and ungoverned activity of the people, it sometimes burst forth, sometimes was driven back, till at length its hour came and it swept all before it, washing away the seeds of good and evil alike, and leaving behind a new soil for the plough, difficult to labour and fertile of thorns as well as verdure. In these Middle Ages of which I write, few were wise enough to see the existence and comprehend the inevitable course of the great latent principle which was destined to take the place of every other, the fact, the truth, that all power is from the people, and that wisdom is the helm which must guide it, was a discovery of after times, and was, moreover, so repugnant to the spirit of the feudal system, that strange but great ideal, that in the land where feudal institutions were most perfect, the men who owed them all never dreamed that they could be swept away by the seemingly weak and homely influences which they were accustomed to use at their will. Even as our ancestors, not many years ago, little imagined that the vapour which rose from the simmering kettle of the peasant or the mechanic would one day waft navies through the ocean and reduce space to nothing. If there were any in that land of France who, without a foresight of what was to be, merely owned the existence of a great popular power, it was but to use it for their own purposes, ever prepared to check it at the moment it had served their object. Some, indeed, in habits of mind and disposition, were of a character to win its aid by demeanour and conduct, and such was pre-eminently John the Bold. Strange, too, to say, that very chivalrous spirit which characterised so many of his actions won to his side a great body of the nobles without alienating the middle and the lower classes. But it was that he was more the knight than the feudal baron, more the sovereign than the great lord. It must never be forgotten in viewing the history of those times that the original object of the institution of chivalry was to correct the evils of the feudal system, to strike the rod from the hand of the oppressor, to defend the defenceless, and to right the wronged, and had chivalry remained in its purity, it might have averted long the downfall of the system with which it was linked. The people loved the true knight as much as they hated the feudal lord, and long after the decay of the order, even the affectation of its higher qualities both won regard from the lower classes and excited the admiration of all those above them who retained any sparks of the spirit which once animated it. Thus the Duke of Burgundy, though surrounded by many of the highest in the land, and possessed of their affection in an extraordinary degree, was popular with the trader in his shop and the peasant in his cot. Town after town had opened its gates to him as he advanced, and now he stood before the gates of Paris, trusting to the citizens to rise and give him admission. But the love with which he was regarded by the people was as well known to others as to himself, and all chance of a demonstration in his favour had been guarded against with the most scrupulous care. The Dauphin, Duke of Aquitaine, whether willingly or unwillingly it is difficult to say, marched through the streets of the capital surrounded by the family of Orleans and the partisans of Armagnac, and followed by no less than 11,000 men-at-arms, exhorting the populace in every quarter, by the voice of a herald, to remain tranquil and resist the suggestions of the agents of the Burgundian faction. And thus, says one of the historians of the day, they provided so well for the guard of the town that no inconvenience occurred. The walls and gates were covered with soldiery. The heralds and messengers of the Duke were not suffered to approach, though their words were peaceful, and some of the Burgundian nobles who ventured too near, in order to speak with those whom they thought personally friendly, were driven back by arrows and quarrels. Even the kings of arms were threatened with death if they approached within bow-shot, and though one was found bold enough to fix the letters of which he was the bearer on a lance before the gate of St. Anthony, and others contrived to obtain secret admission into the town, to distribute the Duke's proclamation amongst the people, and even affix copies to the gates of the churches and palaces, so strict was watch kept upon the citizens that a rising was impossible. Disappointed and angry, but with apparent scorn, the Duke, who had not sufficient forces to render an attack upon the walls successful, even if it had been politic to make it, withdrew to Saint-Denis at nightfall, and the menacing array disappeared from before Paris, like a pageant that had passed away. The leaders of the troops of Burgundy, separated from those of Flanders and Artois, took up their abode, where they had been quartered in the morning, at the hostel called the Lance, nearly opposite to the Abbey, and while the Duke remained for several hours closeted with some of his oldest councillors, the Lord of Croy drew Richard of Woodville apart from the rest and whispered that he wished to speak with him alone in his chamber. The young knight followed him at once, for the intimacy which had arisen between them at Lille and on the road to Ghent had ripened into friendship during their long expedition into Burgundy, and without preface, the noble Burgundian exclaimed as soon as the door was closed, "This will not go forward, Woodville. The Duke, bold as he is, will not strike a stroke against the king's capital, with the king therein. I see it well, and with this enterprise passes away my hope of delivering my poor boy John, who lies, as you know, a prisoner at Montlhéry, unless I can take some counsel for his aid." "Nay, my good lord," replied Richard with a smile, "doubtless you have taken counsel already, and all I can say is, that if I can aid you, my hand is ready. Can you not march to Montlhéry and deliver him? The country is clear of men, for everyone capable of bearing arms for the enemy has been gathered into Paris." "I have thought of it, Woodville," replied the Lord of Croy, "but a large body moving across the country would soon call the foe forth in great numbers. And, moreover, my lord the Duke could ill spare so many men as your band and mine will carry off. But I will give my land of Nurenville to anyone who would lead a small party to Montlhéry and set free the boy as I have planned it." "Ah, my lord, I thought your scheme was fixed," said the young knight, laughing at the circuitous manner in which his friend had announced his wishes. "Let me know what it is, and, as I said before, if I can succour your son, I am ready." "To say truth, it is the boy's own device," replied the Burgundian. "He has made a friend of the chaplain in the castle where they hold him, and by this good man's hands I receive letters from him. He tells me that if a small body of resolute gentlemen, not well known to be of our party, could enter the town and keep themselves quiet therein for one day, he could find means to go forth to mass and escape under their escort. I have chosen out 20 of my surest men, but, as it was needful that they should pass for followers of the Duke of Orleans, I could not send any one to command them who had gained much renown in France, lest he should be known. Thus they want a leader, and where can I find one of sufficient experience, and yet not likely to be recognised, if you refuse me?" "That will I not, my lord," replied Richard of Woodville, "but I must have the Duke's leave. Who are the men to go with me? I know most of those under your banner." "Lamont de Launoy," replied the Burgundian, "Villemont de Montebar, whom you know well, and Jean Roussel are amongst them. Then, as for the Duke's leave, that is already gained, for I spoke to him as we marched back to-night, and he himself suggested that you should lead the party, because you speak the French tongue well, and yet your face is unknown in France." "A work of honour and of friendship shall never find me behind, my lord," replied the young knight, "and I will be ready to mount an hour before daylight. But I must have full command, my lord. Some of your men are turbulent, so school them well to obey. And in the meantime I will dispatch a letter or two, for good and evil news have reached me here together." "The good from your fair lady I can guess," said the Lord of Croy, "for I have heard to-day of her father's journey back through Ghent towards England. The evil is not without remedy, I trust." "No, I trust not," replied Woodville. "It comes from a dear friend of mine, Sir Henry Dacre, who writes word that some one has done me harm in the king's opinion, and speaks of letters sent from his highness long ago, requiring my return, surely delivered and yet unnoticed and unanswered. Now, no such letters ever reach my hand, nor can I dream who could have power to wrong me with King Henry, for the only one inclined to do so is a banished man." "3 times have I remarked a stranger amongst your people since we were at Charleville," answered the Lord of Croy. "Once it was at Besançon, once at Toul, and the other day again at Compiègne. His face is unknown to me, and yet he was talking gaily with your band, as if he were one of them. But he stayed not long. I saw him as I passed through the court of the inn, and he was gone when I returned." "It shall be inquired into," replied Richard of Woodville. "But now I must to these letters, my good lord, and to-morrow an hour ere daybreak I will be in the saddle. Pray God give us success, and that I may restore your son to your arms." The Lord of Croy thanked him as such prompt kindness might well merit, and took his leave. But as soon as he was gone, Richard of Woodville leaned his head upon his hand in thought, and with a somewhat dark and gloomy brow remained in meditation for several minutes. "What is it makes me so sad?" he asked himself. "It cannot be this empty piece of malice from some unworthy fool, whose calumnies I can sweep away in a moment, and whose contrivances I can frustrate by a word of plain truth. The king does not believe that I would contemn his commands. In his heart he does not, I am sure. Yet I feel as if some great misfortune hung upon the wings of the coming hours. Perchance I may fall in this very enterprise. Who can tell? Many a man finds his fate in some petty skirmish, who has passed through stricken fields unwounded. The lion-hearted Richard himself brought his life safe from Palestine, and 1,000 glorious fields, from dangers of all kinds, sufferings, and imprisonment, to lose it before the walls of a pitiful castle scarce bigger than a cottage. Well, what is to be, will be, but I must provide against any event." And calling some of his men to speak with them, he told them that he was about to be absent for 3 days, taking no one with him but his page. He then gave them directions, in case of any mischance befalling him, either to find their way back to England, or to continue to serve with the band of the Lord of Croy; but at all events, unless specially summoned by the King of England, not to quit the Duke as long as he remained in the field. This done, he turned to his letters, and remained writing till a late hour of the night. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Disaster. In the square of the pretty town of Montlhéry, nearly opposite the church and under the domineering walls of the chateau, were 2 hostels or inns, the one called the Wheatsheaf and the other the Bunch of Grapes. For in those days, as in the present time, the houses of public reception were not only more numerous in France than in any country in the world, but were ornamented with signs taken from almost every object under the sun, and from a great many that the sun never shone upon. As every one knows, the little town of Montlhéry is situated on a high, isolated, and picturesque hill, and down one of the streets running from the place or square could at that time be seen the rich plain stretching out by Longpont to Plessis-Saint-Père, with the numerous roads which cross it in different directions towards Épinay, Villers-Bois, and other small towns, as well as the highway towards Paris. Before these two inns on the morning of a cold but clear day towards the end of February were collected some 20 men-at-arms, who had been lodging there from the night before, and who seemed now preparing to ride away upon their farther journey, after the morning meal, then called dinner, should have been discussed. In the meantime they were undergoing a sort of inspection from their leader, a young man of a tall and powerful frame, and a handsome and engaging countenance, bronzed with the sun and marked with a scar upon his brow. Though he moved easily and gracefully under the weight, he was covered with complete armour from the neck to the heels, which displayed the spurs of knighthood. His casque lay upon the bench at the door of the Wheatsheaf, and leaning negligently against the wall of the inn appeared the lances of the men-at-arms, who each stood beside his horse, while the knight passed from one to another, making some observation to each, sometimes in a tone of reproof, sometimes in words of praise. The host of one of the inns stood before his door observing their proceedings, and some 6 little boys were spending their idleness in gazing at the glittering soldiery. Towering above appeared the ancient castle held by the partisans of the Orleans or Armagnac faction, and when it is remembered that these below were soldiers of the house of Burgundy, and that the young knight at their head was Richard of Woodville, it must be acknowledged that this was a somewhat bold stratagem thus to parade a body of hostile troops in the midst of an enemy's town. The young leader, however, well knew that nothing but the assumption of perfect ease and security could escape suspicion, and confirm the tale which had been told of his band being a party of the men of Orleans. The gate of the castle he could not see, but from time to time, as he passed from one man to another, he looked round to the door of the church, and presently, as the clock struck, he held up his fingers, saying, "What hour is that?" And then, as he counted, he turned somewhat sharply to the host, exclaiming, "By the Lord, you have kept us so late for our dinner that we shall have time to take none. Bring the men out some wine. Quick, my men, quick, on with your bassinets." The host assured him that the meal would be served in a minute, but the knight replied, "A minute! Did you not tell me so half an hour ago? Quick, bring out the wine, or we shall be obliged to go without that. What do you think our lord will say if we wait for your minutes?" And while the host retired to bring the wine, the men assumed their casques, and Richard of Woodville whispered to one who seemed superior to the rest, "He is in the church. I saw him go in with the priest." "So did I," replied the other, "but he has got a guard with him." "We must not mind that," replied Woodville. "We shall have some start of them, for they will all be at dinner in the castle. No horses saddled, no armour buckled on. Mount, my men, mount. You can drink in the stirrups. Now, boy, give me my casque." The page ran and brought the bassinet, and the host returned with the wine, and each man drank a deep draught and handed the cup and tankard to his neighbour. Richard of Woodville then sprang into his saddle, his page mounted, and taking the bridle of a spare horse, which was then very generally led after the commander of a party, followed his lord, as, with his lance in his hand, he headed his little troop, and took his way across the place, saying aloud, as he rode slowly forward, "One prayer to Our Lady, and I am with you." The host gazed after them to the door of the church, but thought it nothing extraordinary that a young knight should follow so common and laudable a custom as beginning a journey with a petition for protection. When, therefore, Richard of Woodville dismounted with 2 of his men and entered the sacred building, he turned himself into his own house again and applied himself to other affairs. In the meanwhile the knight strode up the nave, looking round him as he went, while his 2 companions followed close behind. Some 6 women, principally of the lower orders, were the only persons at first visible, but in one of the small chapels, from which the sound of a voice singing mass was heard, they soon after perceived a young gentleman, habited in the garb of peace, kneeling at a little distance from the altar, before which stood a priest in robes, performing the functions of his office. "That is he," whispered one of the Burgundians to Richard of Woodville, and advancing straight to the young Lord of Croy, the knight took him by the arm, saying in a low tone, "You are wanted, John of Croy. Where is the guard who was with you?" "Somewhere in the church, speaking with a woman who was to meet him here," said the young lord, rising. "Perhaps we may get out without his seeing us." "Never mind if he do," said Richard of Woodville. "We shall be far on the way before they are in the saddle." And hurrying on with the young Lord of Croy, he reached the door of the church without interruption. The priest could not but see the whole of the proceedings, but he took no notice, going on with the service devoutly. The clang of the step of armed men, however, had caught another ear, and just as the young Lord of Croy was passing out, a voice was heard exclaiming, "Whither are you going, young sir?" Richard of Woodville turned his head and replied, "Home!" and then, issuing forth, closed the door, and thrust his dagger through the staple that confined the large heavy latch. The horse led by the page was close at hand, and John of Croy, with his deliverers, sprang into the saddle and rode out of Montlhéry at full speed. The precaution of the English knight in fastening the door proved less serviceable than he had hoped, however, for as they passed down the street, he turned and saw the man who had been sent to guard the prisoner, having found exit by some other means, running as fast as he could go towards the castle, and when they reached the foot of the hill, the sound of a trumpet came, borne upon the breeze from above. On the little party hurried, however, and they had already gained so much ground that every prospect of escape seemed before them. But, unfortunately, no one was well acquainted with the road. Richard of Woodville and his company had found their way thither as best they could, and the young Lord of Croy, who was at the head of the band, while Woodville brought up the rear, turned into a wrong path in the wood near Longpont, so that some time was lost ere they got right again. They were just issuing forth on a road which leads to the left of Longjumeau, when the sound of pursuit caught the ear, and at the same moment the horse of the page stumbled and fell. "Up, up, boy!" cried Richard of Woodville, drawing in his rein, as he had nearly trodden the poor youth under his horse's feet, and then adding to those before, "Ride on, ride on!" He stooped and held out his hand to the lad, who staggered up, confused and half stunned with the fall. Before the horse could be raised and the youth mount, coming round the angle of the wood by a shorter cut, appeared the pursuers from Montlhéry. The Burgundians had followed the order to ride on, which, had they been the young knight's own band, they might, under the circumstances, have perchance disobeyed. Woodville gazed after them, turned his eyes towards the enemy, the foremost of whom was not more than 100 yards distant, took one moment for consideration, and then, setting his lance in the rest, he spurred on towards the enemy. The man met him in full career, but not prepared for such a sudden encounter, was unhorsed in a moment, and the 2 or 3 who followed pulled in the rein. The young knight's object was gained, their pursuit was checked, and the advantage of even a few minutes was everything for the young Lord of Croy. "Surrender, knight, surrender!" cried the voice of one of the opposite party, but Woodville, though he knew well that such must be the result at last, resolved to struggle for a farther delay, and exclaiming, "What, to half a dozen squires? Never, never!" He reined back his horse as if to take ground for a fresh career, and again charged his lance, which had remained unsplintered, while his page rode up behind, asking, "May I fight too, noble sir?" "No, boy, no, keep back," cried the knight, and at the same moment a more numerous party appeared to the support of the Armagnacs, led by a baron's banner. They bore down straight towards him, some still calling upon him to surrender, and seeing that farther resistance was vain, Woodville raised his lance and took off his gauntlet as a sign that he yielded. "After them, like lightning!" cried the voice of a gentleman in a suit of richly ornamented steel. "A knight is a good exchange for a squire, but we must not let the other escape. Now, fair sir, do you yield, rescue or no rescue?" "I do," answered the young knight. "There is my glove, and I give you my faith." "Pray let us see your face," continued the nobleman, raising his own visor, while the greater part of his troop rode on after the young Lord of Croy. Richard of Woodville followed his example, but neither was known to the other, though as it afterwards proved they had once met before. "May I ask your name, fair sir?" demanded the captor in the courteous tone then used between adversaries. "Richard of Woodville," replied the young knight, and a smile instantly came upon the countenance of the other, who replied, "A follower of Burgundy, or I mistake. I regret I was not up sooner, good knight, for if the heralds had given me the name truly, I owe you a fall. The last we met, I was neither horsed nor armed for combat properly. The chance might have been different this time." "Perhaps it might, my lord the Count," answered Woodville. "Fortune is one man's to-day, another's to-morrow. Mine is the turn of ill luck, else had I not been here a prisoner." "I bear no malice, sir," rejoined the Lord of Vaudemont; "but if you please we will ride back to Montlhéry." And following the invitation, which was now a command, the young knight accompanied his captor, saying to himself, "I felt that this enterprise would end ill, for me at least." He knew not how far the evil was to extend. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Captivity. Oh, the long and tedious hours of imprisonment! How they weigh down the stoutest heart! How soul and mind seem fettered as well as body, and how the chain grows heavier every hour we wear it! Days and weeks passed, weeks and months flew away, and, strictly confined to one small chamber in the castle of Montlhéry, Richard of Woodville remained a prisoner. The Count of Vaudemont, courteous in words, showed himself aught but courteous in deeds. Every tone had been knightly and generous while he stayed in the château, but no results had followed. He would never fix the ransom of his captive, he would never hold out any prospect of liberty, and ere long he departed for Paris, leaving Woodville in the hands of the châtelain of the place, who, severely blamed for the escape of the young Lord of Croy, revenged himself upon him, by whose aid it had been accomplished. To that one little room high up in the château was Woodville restricted. No exercise was permitted to him but the pacing up and down of its narrow limits. No relaxation but to sing snatches of the old ballads of which he was so fond, or to gaze from under the pointed arch of the window over the changing scene below. No one was permitted to see him but his own page, who had been captured with him, and one of the soldiers of the castle. No book existed within the walls, and materials for writing, purchased with difficulty in the town, were only granted him in order to write to the Lord of Vaudemont concerning his ransom. At first he remonstrated mildly, but when no other answer arrived but that the Count would think of it, he took another tone, reproached him for his want of courtesy, and reminded him that though he had surrendered rescue or no rescue, the refusal of reasonable ransom justified him in making his escape whenever the opportunity might occur. The Count's reply consisted of but 4 words: "Escape if you can," and from that hour the guard kept upon him became more strict than before. The weary hours dragged heavily on. Summer succeeded to spring, and autumn to summer, without anything occurring to cheer the lonely vacancy of his captivity. But on occasional rumour, brought by the page or the soldier who acted as jailer, either of the great events which were then agitating Europe, or of efforts made for his own liberation. The reports, however, were all vague and uncertain. He heard of war between France and Burgundy, but could with difficulty obtain any means of judging which party had gained the ascendancy. Then he heard of a new peace, as hollow as those which had preceded it, and with that intelligence came the tidings, which the page gained from the soldiers of the garrison, that a large ransom had been offered for him, but whether by the Duke of Burgundy himself or the Lord of Croy, he could not correctly ascertain. Next came a rumour of dissensions between France and England, and of a probable war, but none of the particulars could be learnt, except that the demands of Henry V were in the opinion of the Frenchmen extravagant, and that the greater part of the nation looked forward with delight to an opportunity of wiping away the disgrace of Crécy and Poitiers, and blotting out for ever the treaty of Bretigny. Oh, what would he have given for his liberty then! All his aspirations for glory and renown, all his hopes of winning praise and advancement, all the dreams of young ambition, all the bright imaginations of love, rose up before him as memories of the dead. Those prison walls were their cold sepulchre, that solitary chamber the tomb of all the energies within him. He had well nigh become frantic with disappointment, but he struggled successfully with the despair of his own thoughts, as every man of a really powerful mind will do. No one can obtain full mastery of the minds of others, without having full mastery of his own. He would not suffer his fancy to dwell upon sad things. He strove to create for himself objects of interest, and from the arched window he made himself acquainted as a friend with every object in the wide-spread scene beneath his eyes. Every church spire, every castle tower, every belt of wood, every stream and every road, every hamlet and every house, for miles around, were described and marked as if he had been mapping the country in his own mind. But it was only that he was seeking for objects of interest, and he found them, and variety too he found, for every hour and every season brought its change. The varying shadows as day rose or declined, the different hues of summer and of winter, of autumn and of spring, the changeful aspect of the April day, the frowning sublimity of the thunderstorm, the cold, stern, desolate gloom of the wintry air, all gave food to nourish fancy with, and from which he extracted thought and occupation. He had withal one grand support and consolation, the best after the voice of religion, a conscience clear of offence. He could look back upon the past and say, I have done well. There was no reproach within him for opportunities missed, advantages wasted, or ill deeds done, and often he thought of the first song that poor Ella Brune had sung him, and of that stanza in which she said, In hours of pain and grief, if such thou must endure, thy breast shall know relief in honour tried and pure. For the true heart and kind its recompense shall find, shall win praise and golden days, and live in many a tale. In the meanwhile his treatment varied greatly at different times. Sometimes the Châtelain was harsh and severe, refusing him almost everything that was necessary to his comfort. At others, with the caprice which is so common amongst rude and uncivilized people, he would seem joyous and good-humoured, would visit his prisoner, talk with him, and send him dishes from his own table, permitting many a little alleviation of his grief, which on former occasions he denied. In one of these happier moods he allowed the page to buy his master a cithern, which proved one of the prisoner's greatest comforts and resources. Not long after, in the summer of 1415, a still greater change of conduct took place towards him. His table became supplied with princely liberality, rich wines and dainty meats were daily set before him, and the page was suffered to go at large about the town to procure anything his master might require. One day the boy returned very much heated with exercise, and moved with what seemed pleasurable feelings, and looking round the room eagerly, he closed the door with care. "You have tidings, Will," said the young knight, "and joyful tidings too, or I am mistaken." "I have better than tidings," replied the boy. "I have a letter. Read it quick and then hide it. I will go out into the passage and watch, lest Joachim come up." He was lolling at the foot of the stairs. Richard of Woodville took the letter from the boy eagerly, and read what was written in the outer cover. The words were few, and in a hand he did not know. "Nothing has been left undone," the writer said, "to set you free. A baron's ransom has been offered for you and refused. The Duke of Burgundy required your liberation as one of the terms of peace, but could not obtain it. The Lord of Croy offered 2 prisoners of equal rank, and a ransom besides, but did not succeed. But fear not, friends are gathering round you. Be prepared to depart at a moment's notice, and you shall be set free as others have been. The moment you are free, hasten to England, for you have been belied." Within this was a short letter from Mary Grey, full of tenderness and affection, with words and avowals which she might have scrupled to utter for any other purpose but the generous one of consoling and supporting him she loved in sorrow and adversity. Beneath her name were written a few words from her father, expressive of more kindness, confidence, and regard than he had ever previously shown. But he too spoke of the young knight's return to England as absolutely necessary for his own defence, and he too alluded to the rumours against him, without stating what those rumours were. If there was much to cheer, there was much to distress and grieve, and Woodville paused for several minutes to think over the contents of these letters, and to consider what could be the nature of the calumnies referred to, believing that he had fully refuted the charge of having neglected to obey the king's command to return to England before he set out on the expedition which had been attended by such an unfortunate result. At length the page looked in to see if he had done, and Woodville, bidding him shut the door, inquired from whom he had received the letters. "It was from the young clerk, noble sir," replied the boy, "who was with Sir John Grey at Charleville. I saw a youth in a black gown wandering about the castle gates some days since, and as I stood alone upon the drawbridge about half an hour ago, he passed me again, and seeing that there was no one there, made me a sign to follow. I walked after him into the church, and then he gave me the letter for you, but bade me tell you to be upon your guard, for that there are enemies near as well as friends. To make sure that you were not deceived, he said, you were to put trust in no one who did not give you the word, Mary Markham." "Hark!" cried Woodville, rising and going to the window. "There are trumpets sounded." "I heard the Lord of Vaudemont was expected today," replied the boy. "And there he is," said Richard of Woodville, watching a body of horse coming up the hill. "On my honour, if I have speech with him, he shall hear my full thoughts on his discourteous conduct. But now, hie thee away, Will. Seek out this young clerk in the town, and ask if he can convey my answer back to the letters which he brought. I will find means to write if he can." "Oh, I can find him," replied the boy, "for he told me where he lodged, in the house of a widow woman named Chatin." "Away then," answered Woodville. "Let them not find you here." When he looked forth from the window again, the young knight could no longer perceive the body of horse he had seen advancing, but the noises which rose up from the court of the castle below, the clang of arms, the gay tones of voices laughing and talking, the word of command, and the shout of the warder, showed him that the party had already arrived. About an hour passed without his hearing more, but then came the sound of steps in the passage. The door opened, and 3 gentlemen entered, of whom the first was the Count of Vaudemont. The next was a man several years younger, and the third a stout, ill-favoured personage of nearly 50 years of age. None of them were armed, except with a dagger, usually worn hanging from the waist, and all were dressed in the extravagant style of the French court in that day, with every merely ornamental part of dress exaggerated till it became a monstrosity. Every colour, too, was the brightest that could be found, each contrasted with the other in the most vivid and inharmonious assortment, green and red, amber and blue, pink and yellow, so that each man looked like some gaudy eastern bird new feathered. The Lord of Vaudemont was evidently in a light and merry mood, or at least affected it, for he entered laughing, and at once held out his hand to his prisoner as if a familiar friend. Richard of Woodville, however, drew back, saying, "Your pardon, my good lord, I am a captive, for whom ransom has been refused. You forget." "Nay, I remember it well, Sir Knight," replied the Count, laughing again, "and that you intend to escape. You have not succeeded yet, I see. However, let me set myself right with you on that head. 'Tis not I who refuse your ransom, 'tis my lord, the Duke of Aquitaine, who will not have you set free just yet, so that I risk my angels if you have wit enough to find your way out. His commands, however, are express, and I must obey. My lord the Duke of Orleans, here present, will witness for me, as well as my lord of Armagnac, that I would far rather have your gold in my purse, where it is much needed, than your person in Montlhéry, where it could be well spared." The young knight regarded the famous nobles of whom he had heard so much with no slight interest, and the Duke of Orleans, drawing a settle to the table, leaned his head upon his arm in a thoughtful attitude, saying, "It is quite true, sir, but perhaps that may be remedied ere long. If you be willing to renounce the cause of Burgundy and agree to serve no more against the crown of France, the difficulty may be removed." "I have no purpose, sir, to ride for that good lord, the Duke, any more," answered Richard of Woodville. "I did but seek his court to win honour and renown, but now I am called to England by many motives, so that I may well promise not to serve with him again. But if your proposal goes farther, and you would have me give my knightly word not to fight for my sovereign against any power on earth where he may need my arm, I must at once say no. I am his vassal, and will do my duty according to my oath, whenever he shall call upon me. He is my liege lord, and—" "There are some Englishmen, and not a few," said the Count of Armagnac in a harsh and grating tone of voice, "who do not hold him to be such, but rather a usurper. Edmund, Earl of March, is your liege lord, young knight." "He has never claimed that title, noble sir," answered Richard of Woodville, "and indeed has renounced it by swearing allegiance himself to his great cousin." "Compulsion, all compulsion," said the Duke of Orleans. "We shall yet see him on the throne of England." "I trust not, my lord the Duke," answered the English knight. "But if the plea of compulsion can, in your eyes, justify the breach of an oath, how could you expect me to keep a promise made, not to serve against this crown of France here in a prison?" "But why say you that you trust not to see him on the throne?" asked the Count of Armagnac, evading the part of Woodville's reply which he would have found difficult to answer. "He is surely a noble and courteous gentleman, full of high virtues." "Far inferior in all to his royal cousin," answered the knight. "But it is not on that account alone I say so, but for many reasons. We Englishmen believe that our crown is held by somewhat different rights from yours of France. At the coronations of our kings, we by our free voices confirm them on their throne. The people of England have a say in the question of a monarch's title, and without that recognition they are not kings of England. To our present sovereign the nobles of the land offered their homage ere the crown was placed upon his brow; but he, as wise in this as in all else, would receive none till he was proclaimed king, not by a herald's trumpet, but by the tongues of Englishmen. Besides, I say, I trust I shall never see the Earl of March wearing the English crown, because I hope never to see an honourable nobleman forget his oath, nor a perjured monarch on the throne." "And yet your fourth Harry forgot his," said the Duke of Orleans. "Not till intolerable wrongs and base injustice drove him to it," answered the knight. "Not till the monarch so far forgot his compact with the subject as to free him from remembrance on his part of the obligation. Besides, I was then a boy. I found a sovereign reigning by the voice of the people. To him I pledged my first oath of fealty. I have since pledged it to his son, and I will keep it." The two counts and the duke looked at each other with a significant glance, and after a moment's consideration, the Count of Vaudemont changed the subject, saying, "Well, good knight, such are your thoughts. We may judge differently. But say, how have you fared lately? I hear that our worthy Châtelain here had been somewhat harsh with you, resolving that you should not play him such a trick as the boy of Croy. And I ordered that such treatment should be amended. Has it been done? I would not have you used unworthily." "It has been done in some points, my lord," replied Richard of Woodville, "but not in all." "Nay, good faith, with warning from your own lips that you sought to escape," answered the Count. "He was right not to relax on all points." "But some he might have relaxed, yet held me safe," rejoined the young knight. "I have been cut off from all means of holding any communion with my friends, though it was most needful that I should urge them to offer what terms might find favour for my liberation. I have been kept more like some felon subject of this land than a fair prisoner of war." "Nay, that must be changed," said the Duke of Orleans. "Such was not your intention, I am sure, de Vaudemont." "By no means, noble Duke," answered the Count. "I will take order that it be so no more. You shall have liberty to write to whom you will, Sir Knight, and indeed, having a courier going soon to England, you will have the means right soon, if you will, of sending letters. I have heard," he added with a laugh, "that there is a certain noble gentleman of the name of Grey, with whom you have some dear relations, much in King Henry's confidence, if I mistake not. Perchance, were he to use his influence with that prince, something might be done to mitigate the Dauphin's sternness. We are still negotiating with England, though, by my faith, these preparations at Southampton, and this purchase of vessels from the Hollanders looks more warlike than one might have wished." "If my liberation, noble Count, depends on Sir John Grey's using his influence for aught but his sovereign's interests," replied Richard of Woodville, "I fear I shall be long a captive. However, to him will be perchance my only letter, for he can communicate with other friends." "Do as you will, noble lords," cried the Count of Armagnac, who had been sitting silent for some time, gnawing his nail in gloomy meditation. "But were I you, I would suffer no such letters to pass. They will but tend to counteract all that you desire. Here you have in your hands one of the hearty enemies of France, that is clear from every word, one who at all risks would urge his sovereign to deeds of hostility against us, when we are already wrung by internal discord. Why should you suffer him to pour such poison into the hearts of his countrymen?" "Nay, nay," replied the Count of Vaudemont, "my word is given, and I cannot retract it. We are less harsh than you, my lord, and doubt not that this noble knight will say nothing against the cause of those who grant him this permission." "On no such subjects will I treat, sirs," answered Richard of Woodville. "The matter of my letter will be simple enough, my own liberation being all the object." "You must be quick, however," said the Lord of Vaudemont, "for at morning song tomorrow the messenger departs." The young knight replied that his letters would be ready in an hour, and the three noblemen withdrew for a moment, but he could hear that they continued speaking together in the passage, and the next instant the Duke of Orleans and the Count of Armagnac returned. "We cannot suffer long letters, Sir Knight," said the latter as soon as he entered. "If all you wish is to treat for your ransom, and to induce your friends to exert themselves for your liberation, you can send messages by word of mouth, which we can hear and judge of." "But how will my friends know that such messages really come from me?" demanded Woodville with deep mortification. "Why," replied the Count, after a moment's thought, "you may send a few words in the French tongue in our presence, for which we have heard of inks and inventions which escape the eye of all but the persons for whom they are intended. You may send a few words, I say, merely telling the gentleman to whom you write to give credit to what the bearer shall speak." Woodville paused and meditated, but then, having formed his resolution, he replied, "Well, my good lord, if better may not be, so will I do. Send me the messenger when you will, and I will give him the credentials required." "Call him now, my fair Lord of Armagnac," said the Duke of Orleans, with a significant look. "He is below." The Count soon reappeared with a stout, plain-looking man, habited as a soldier; and Woodville, after inquiring if he had ever been in England before, and finding that such was not the case, gave him directions for seeking out Sir John Grey in Winchester, from which town the letters that had been conveyed to him were dated. He then gave him messages to Mary's father, and pointing out that it would be better to lose any amount of money rather than remain longer in prison, he besought the knight to borrow a sum for him to the value of 1/2 of his estates, and offer it to the Lord of Vaudemont as his ransom, adding, somewhat bitterly, "Tell the good knight that I find in France the fine old spirit of chivalry is at an end, which led each noble gentleman to fix at once a reasonable ransom for an honourable prisoner, and that nothing but an excessive sum will gain a captive's liberty." The Duke of Orleans frowned, but made no observation in reply, merely speaking a few words in a low tone to the Count of Armagnac, who went to the door and called aloud for a strip of parchment and some ink. What he required was soon brought, and he laid before the young knight a narrow slip, not large enough to contain more than a sentence or two, saying, "There, fair sir, you can write in the usual form as follows." Richard of Woodville took the pen and addressed the letter at the top to Sir John Grey, the Duke of Orleans coming round and looking over his shoulder, while the Count of Armagnac stood on the opposite side of the table and dictated what he was to write. "You can say," he proceeded, "these are to beg of you, by your love and regard for me, to hear and believe what the bearer will tell you on my part, and then put your name." Richard of Woodville wrote as he directed, word for word, till he came to the conclusion, but then he added rapidly, "touching my ransom," and affixed his signature so close that nothing could be interpolated. "What have you written more?" cried the Count, whose eye was fixed upon his hand. "Touching my ransom," said the Duke of Orleans, gazing across. The Count snatched up the parchment and read it with a frowning brow, as if angry that his dictation had not been exactly followed; and then, beckoning to the Duke of Orleans and the messenger, he hurried abruptly out of the room. The door was not yet shut by the inferior person, who went out last, when the young prisoner heard the Count of Armagnac say to the Duke in a low growling tone, "This will not do." "Let me see," said the voice of the Lord of Vaudemont, who had apparently been waiting behind the door. A blasphemous oath followed, and Richard of Woodville heard no more, but a smile crossed his countenance, for they had evidently sought to use him for some secret purpose of their own, and had been frustrated. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Flight. A month had passed, and Richard of Woodville sat alone in his solitary chamber on a dark and stormy night, towards the end of September, reading by the glimmering lamplight a book which had been procured for him in the town by his page. The rain blew, the wind whistled, the small panes of glass in the casement rattled and shook, and the howling of the breeze as it swept round the old tower seemed full of melancholy thoughts. His own imaginations were heavy and desponding enough, and he eagerly strove to withdraw his attention both from the voice of the storm without and from the dark images that rose up in his heart. But he could not govern his mind as he desired, and still from the pages of the book he would lift his eyes, and gazing into vacancy, revolve every point in his fate, gaining, alas, nothing but fresh matter for sad reflection. He had seen no more of the Count of Vaudemont, the Duke of Orleans, or the Count of Armagnac, and had learned that they had quitted Montlhéry early on the day following that during which he had received their visit. He little heeded their departure, indeed, or desired to see them, for he felt convinced that their only object had been to make a tool of him for secret purposes of their own, and that, disappointed therein, they were in no degree disposed to show him favour, or even to listen to just remonstrance. What grieved and depressed him more was the unaccountable disappearance of the young clerk who had brought him the letters from Sir John Grey, but who had been no more seen by the page after the arrival of the Count de Vaudemont in the town. The boy inquired at the widow's where the clerk had lodged, and was told he had left the place, and no farther trace could be discovered of the course he had pursued, or whither he had turned his steps. The distracted state of the country, indeed, the young knight thought, might have scared the novice away, for the page brought him daily reports of strange events taking place around, of factions, strife, and bloodshed in almost every province of France, and of rumours that daily grew in strength and consistency, of foreign wars being speedily added to the miseries of the land. Large bodies of armed men passed through the town at different times. The garrison of the castle was diminished to swell the forces preparing for some unexplained enterprise, and the Châtelain himself was called to lead them to the field. But a stricter guard was kept upon the prisoner than ever. Of the scanty band that remained in the castle, one always remained in arms at his door, and another was stationed at the foot of the stairs. Night and day he was closely watched, and the page himself was not permitted to go in and out except at certain hours. All chance of escape seemed removed, and bitterly did Richard of Woodville ponder upon the prospect of long captivity, at the very time when, under other circumstances, opportunity must have occurred for the exertion of all those energies by which he had fondly hoped to win glory, station, and renown. He struggled hard against such thoughts and all the bitterness they brought with them, and after indulging them for a few minutes, turned ever to the page of the book he was reading, and laboured through the crabbed lines of the ill-written manuscript, finding perhaps as much interest in making out the words as in their sense. It was after one of the fits of meditation we have spoken of that he thus again applied himself to read, and turned over several pages carelessly to see what would come next in the dull old roman, when suddenly he saw a fresher page than any of the others, and found upon it, written in English, and in a different hand from the rest, but in lines of equal length so as to deceive a careless eye, and lead to a belief that the words were but a continuation of the poem, the following warning and intelligence: "Be prepared. Lie not down to rest. Take not off your clothes. King Henry is in France. The Earl of Cambridge, the Lord Scrope, and Sir Thomas Grey have been executed for treason. Harfleur has been taken, and the king is marching on through the land." There ended the lines, and the young knight, closing the book, started up and clasped his hands with agitation and surprise. "Harfleur taken, and I not there!" he cried. This is bitter indeed. I shall go mad if they do not free me soon. Sir Thomas Grey? Surely it cannot be written by mistake. I remember one Sir Thomas Grey, a powerful knight in Northumberland. The Lord Scrope, too. Why, he was the king's chamberlain. What can all this mean? Prepared. I will be prepared indeed. Hark, they are changing the guard at the door. I must not let them see me thus agitated if they look in. And seating himself again, he opened the book and seemed to read. No one came near, however, for another hour, and Richard of Woodville gathered together all that might be needful in case his escape should be more near than he ventured to hope. The little stock of money that remained, a few jewels, and trinkets of gold and silver, and a dagger which he had kept concealed since his capture, for the rest of his arms and his armour had been taken from him as fair spoil. After this was done, he sat and watched, but all was silent in the chateau, except when the guard at his door rose and paced up and down the passage, or hummed a verse or two of some idle song to while away the hours. At length, however, after a long dead pause, he heard a whisper, and then the bolt of the door was undrawn without, and rising quietly, he gazed towards it as it opened. The only figure that presented itself was that of the guard, whom he had often seen before, and noticed as apparently a gay, good-humoured man, who treated him civilly and asked after health in a kindly tone whenever he had occasion to visit him. The man's face was now grave, and Woodville thought a little anxious, and besides his own arms he bore in his hand a sheathed sword with its baldric, and a large coil of rope upon his arm. Without uttering a word, he crossed the chamber, came close up to the young knight, and put the sword in his hands. Then advancing to the window, he opened it, fastened one end of the rope tight to the iron bar which ran up the centre of the casement, and suffered the other to drop gently down on the outside. Richard of Woodville gazed with some interest at this proceeding, as may be supposed. In the state of his mind at that moment, no means of escape could seem too desperate for him to adopt, and although he doubted that the rope, though strong, would bear his weight, he resolved to make the attempt, notwithstanding the tremendous height of the window from the ground. Approaching the man, he whispered, "Would it not be better for you to turn the rope round the bar and let me down? My hands have been so long in prison that I doubt their holding their grasp very tightly." The man merely waved his finger and shook his head without reply, finished what he was about, and taking from the table one of the gloves which the young knight had worn under his gauntlets, much to the spectators' surprise, dropped it out of the window. "Now come with me," he whispered. "It is needful for us who stay behind to have it thought for a day or two that you have made your escape without help. The demoiselle has paid us half the money, as she promised, and we will keep our word with her. There shall be no danger attend you. We have better means of getting you out than breaking your neck by a fall from the casement." "But you were to give me a word," said Richard of Woodville. "Ay," answered the man, "I recollect. It was Mary Markham. Follow me." Without hesitation the prisoner accompanied him, but paused for an instant in some surprise on finding two armed men at the back of the door, one holding a lamp in his hand. The guard who was with him, however, took no notice, but receiving the lamp from the other, led the way in a different direction from the staircase up which Woodville had been brought, when first he was conducted to his chamber of captivity. Then, opening a door on the right, he entered a room, in the wall of which appeared a low archway, exposing to the eye, as the light flashed forward, the top of a steep, small staircase. "I will go down first with the lamp," whispered the man, "that you may see where you are going. Give a heed to your footing, too, for it is mighty slippery, especially on such a damp night as this." Thus saying, he led the way, and Richard of Woodville followed down the winding steps, cut apparently in the thickness of the wall. Green mould and clammy slime hung upon all the stones as they descended, except where, here and there, a loophole admitted the free air of heaven, and chased the damp away. The steps seemed interminable, one after another, till Woodville became sure that they were descending to a greater depth than the mere base of the castle. And looking round, as the lamplight gleamed upon the walls, he beheld no more the hewn stonework which had appeared above, but the rough excavation of the solid rock. At length the steps ceased, as passing along a vault of masonry, perhaps 40 or 50 feet long, The man unbolted and unbarred a small but solid door covered with iron plates, and in a moment the lamp was extinguished by the blast from without. All seemed dark and impenetrable to the eye. The wind roared through the vault, the rain dashed in the faces of Woodville and his companion, but giving the lamp an oath, as if it had been to blame for what the storm had done, the man set it down behind the door, and then walked on, saying, "Keep close to me, for it is steep here." Following down a little path as the man led, the young knight's eyes became more accustomed to the gloom, and he thought he descried at a short distance a group of men and horses standing under a light feathery tree. Hurrying on with eager hope, he demanded of his guide who the persons were whom he saw before him. "Your saucy page is one," said the guard, "but who the others are I do not know. The young clerk, I suppose, is one, and his servant the other, for I dare say the demoiselle would not come out on such a night as this, and faith, I cannot well see whether they be men or women in this light," and he shaded his eyes with his hands, with very needless precaution, where scarcely a ray pierced the welkin. At that moment, however, one of the figures moved towards him, asking, "Is it all right?" All," answered the guard. "Have you brought the rest of the money, master clerk? Here stands the prisoner free, so my part of the bargain is done." "And there is the rest of the gold, good fellow," replied the other speaker. "All right money, and well counted." "Ay, I must take it on your word," said the man who had brought Woodville thither. "My lamp has been blown out, but I may well trust you, for the other half was full tale and a piece over." "That was for chaffage," replied the youth, "and if this noble knight gets safe to the king's camp, you shall have 100 pieces more. So go, and keep his escape and the way he has taken as secret as possible." "That I will, for mine own sake," answered the soldier, "or I should soon know gibbet and cord. Good night, good night," and waving his hand, he turned away, while the young clerk addressed Woodville, saying, "You must put yourself under my guidance, noble sir, for a few hours, and then we shall be safe." "I have much to thank you for, young gentleman," answered Woodville, following as the other hurried on to the horses, and in a few minutes the knight, his page, the clerk, and the clerk's servant were on their way. But to Woodville's surprise, instead of taking any of the by-roads that led on through the country to remote villages and hamlets, they followed the direct high-road towards Paris, which he had gazed upon for many a day from his solitary chamber in the tower. After proceeding some way in silence, without hearing any sounds which could lead them to believe that the knight's escape had been discovered, and that they were pursued, Woodville endeavoured to gain some information from the clerk of Sir John Grey as to the means which had been taken to effect his liberation, and more particularly as to the lady who had been mentioned by the guard. On the latter point the youth replied not, and on the former he merely said, "The means were very simple, noble knight, and you yourself saw some of them employed. Money, which unlocks all doors, was the key of your prison. The man who refuses ransom to a captive had better see that he guard him sure, for that which is a small sum to him may be a great one to a gaoler, and 1/4 of the amount offered for your redemption served to set you free. But I think, sir," he added, "we had better speak as little as possible upon any head till we have passed the capital, for the tongue of an escaped prisoner, like the track of gore to the bloodhound, often brings him within the fangs of his pursuers." Richard of Woodville judged the caution too wise not to be followed, and on they rode in silence at a brisk pace, with the wind blowing and the rain dashing against them, through the darkness of the night for somewhat more than 2 hours, following the broad and open road all the way, till the young knight thought they must be approaching Paris. More than once, indeed, he fancied that he caught a glimpse of some dark large mass before him, and imagination shaped towers and pinnacles in the black obscurity of night. But at length the clerk's man, who seemed to act as guide, pronounced the words "to the left," and striking into a narrower, though still well beaten path, he soon came upon a river, flowing on dull and heavy, but with a glistening light in the midst of its dark banks, which they followed for some way till a bridge presented itself, which they crossed, and then, turning a little to the right again, continued their course without drawing a rein, till the faint grey streaks of morning began to appear in the east. Shortly after, a bell was heard ringing slowly, apparently at no great distance, and the young clerk said aloud, with a sigh of relief, "Thank God!" "You are fatigued, young gentleman, with this long stormy ride, I fear," said Richard of Woodville. "A little," was the only reply, and in a few minutes they stopped at the gate of a small walled building, bearing the aspect of some inferior priory of a religious house. The bell was still ringing when they approached, but the door was closed, and the clerk and his attendant dismounted and knocked for admission. A board was almost immediately withdrawn from behind a grating of iron, about a palm in breadth and twice as much in length, and a voice demanded, "Who are you?" "Bourgogne," replied the clerk, and instantly the door was opened without further inquiry. The arrival of the party seemed to have been expected, for two men, not dressed in monastic habits, took the horses without further inquiry. A monk addressed himself to Woodville and bade him follow, and before he could ask any questions, he and his companions were led in different directions, the one to one part of the building, and the others to another. With the same celerity and taciturnity, his guide introduced him to a small but comfortable chamber, provided him with all that he could require, and bidding him strip off his wet clothes and lie down to rest in peace, returned with a cup of warm spiced wine to chase the damp out of his marrow, as he termed it. The young knight drained it willingly, and then would fain have asked the old man some questions, but the only information he could gain imported that he was at Trille, the old man always replying, to bed, and sleep. You can talk when you have had rest." Woodville, finding he could obtain no other answer, followed his counsel, and wearied with such a journey after a long period of inactivity, but with a heart lightened by the feeling that he was free, he had hardly laid his limbs on the pallet before he was asleep. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Agincourt, a Romance by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Prisoner Free. The only true calm and happy sleep that man can ever obtain is given by the heart at ease. Slumber, deep, profound, and heavy, may be obtained by fatigue of body or of mind, but even those great and tranquil-spirited men, of whom it is recorded that at any time they could lie down, banish thought and care, and obtain repose in the most trying circumstances, must have gained the power from that consciousness of having done all to ensure success in the course before them that human wisdom can achieve, or by that confidence in the resources within, which are the chief lighteners of the load of life. Richard of Woodville slept soundly, but it was heavily. It was the sleep of weariness, not of peace. His mind was agitated even during slumber, with many of the subjects which might well press for attention in the circumstances in which he was placed, and unbridled fancy hurried him through innumerable dreams. Now he saw her he loved standing at the altar with another, and when the figure turned its face towards him, he beheld Simeon of Royden. Then he stood in the presence of the king, and Henry, with a frowning brow, turned to an executioner with the countenance of Sir Henry Dacre, but gigantic limbs, and ordered him to strike off the prisoner's head. Then came Isabel Beauchamp to plead for his life, and suddenly, as the king was turning away, a pale, shadowy form, through which he could see the figures on the arras behind, appeared before the monarch, and he recognised the spirit of the murdered Catherine. Old times were strangely mingled with the thoughts of the present, and sometimes he was a boy again, sometimes still a prisoner in the castle of Montlhéry, sometimes in the court of a strange prince, receiving high rewards for some imaginary service. He heard voices too, as well as saw sights, and the words rang in his ears. For the true heart and kind its recompense shall find, shall win praise and golden days, and live in many a tale. At length, when he had slept long, he suddenly started and raised himself upon his arm, for someone touched him, and looking round he saw the clerk with his black hood still drawn far over his head, and the page who had been his fellow captive, standing by the side of the pallet. "You must be up and away, Sir Knight," said the young clerk, in the sweet musical tones of youth. "In an hour a party of the canonesses of Cambray, who arrived at noon under the escort of a body of my Lord of Charolois' men-at-arms, are to depart for Amiens, and you and your page can ride forward with them. I must here leave your fair company, for I have other matters to attend to for my good lord." "But I shall see you again, young sir, I trust," said Woodville. "I owe you guerdon as well as thanks and deep gratitude." "I have only done my duty, noble knight," replied the clerk, "but we shall soon meet again, for I suppose your first task will be to seek Sir John Grey, who is with the king." "And I shall not be long absent from him, so fare you well, sir." "But where am I to find him?" demanded Woodville. "Remember, I am in utter ignorance of all that has happened." "Nor do I know much," answered the clerk. "Rumour is my only source of information, for I have been cut off from all direct communication for many weeks. The only certainty is, that King Henry and his friends are now in France, that Harfleur surrendered a few weeks ago, and that he is marching through the land with banners displayed. You will hear of him as you go, and as soon as you know which way his steps are bent, you can hasten to join him. But ere you discover yourself to any one else, seek out Sir John Grey, and take counsel with him, for false reports have been spread concerning you, and no one can tell how the king's mind may be affected." "But tell me at least before you go," said Richard of Woodville, "who was the lady spoken of by the man who aided my escape at Montlhéry? And also, who is it that has generously paid the high sums which were doubtless demanded for my deliverance?" "In truth, noble sir," replied the clerk, "I must not stay to answer you, for the people with whom I go are waiting for me, and I must depart immediately. You will know all hereafter in good time. It was the Lord of Croy who furnished the money needful. Now fare you well, and heaven give you guidance." Thus saying, he departed without waiting for farther question, and Richard of Woodville, rising, dressed himself in haste in the same clothes which he had worn the day before, but which he now found carefully dried and ready for his use. "I must have slept sound, boy," he said, speaking to the page who remained beside him, "for I do not think that at any other time my clothes could have been taken away from my bedside, and I not know it." "You did sleep sound, sir knight," replied the page, laughing, "and talked in your sleep, moreover, while we were looking at you. But I can tell you who the lady was at Montlhéry, if you must needs know, as well as the clerk, for I saw her once speaking with the guard." "Say, say," cried Richard of Woodville impatiently. "I would fain know, for she must be in peril, if left behind." "Why, it was the fair demoiselle," answered the page, "who went with us from Newport to Ghent. I caught but a glimpse of her, indeed, but that bright face is not easily forgotten when once it has been seen." "And yet I never thought of her," murmured Richard of Woodville to himself. "Poor girl, her deep gratitude would have merited better remembrance. Why smile you, boy? Every honourable man is bound to recollect all who trust him, and all who serve him." "Nay, sir," replied the page, resuming a grave look, "I did but smile to think how often ladies remember knights and gentlemen when they are themselves forgotten." "A sad comment on the baseness of man's nature," answered Woodville. "Let it never be so with you, boy. Now, see for the old monk. My purse is very empty, but I would not that he should call me niggard." Some minutes passed before the page returned, but when he appeared he came not alone, nor empty-handed, for the old man was with him who had conducted the fugitive to his chamber the night before, and the one carried a large bottle and a tin cup, while the other was loaded with a pasty and a loaf of brown bread. Such refreshment was very acceptable to the young knight, but the good monk hurried him at his meal, telling him that his party were waiting for him, and finishing the repast as soon as possible, Woodville rose and put a piece of gold into his good purveyor's hand, saying, "That for your house, father. Now I am ready." On going out into the little court between the priory and the abbey, he found some 12 or 14 men mounted, and at the call of the monk who accompanied him, a party of 6 canonesses and 2 novices, all closely veiled, came forth from the little lodge by the gate. They were soon upon the mules which stood ready for them, but the good ladies eyed with an inquiring glance the young stranger who was about to join their party, and one of them, as she marked the knightly spurs he won, turned to her companions and made some observation which created a light-hearted laugh amongst those around. The moment after they issued forth from the gates and rode on at a quick pace in the direction of Gisors. The day was evidently far advanced, but the sun, though somewhat past his meridian, was still very powerful, so that the horses were distressed with the heat. The commander of the men-at-arms, however, would permit no relaxation of their speed, much to the annoyance of the fair canonesses, who had every inclination to amuse the tedious moments of the journey by chattering with the young knight and the other persons who escorted them. In reply to their remonstrances, the leader told them that if they did not make haste, they would get entangled between the two armies, and then worse might come of it. Besides, he said, we have strict orders from our lord the Duke to take part with neither French nor English, and it would be a hard matter to fall in with either and not strike one stroke for the honour of our arms. Judging from his reply that he must have some knowledge of the relative position of the two hosts, Richard of Woodville endeavoured to gain intelligence from him as to both the events which had lately taken place in France and those which were likely to follow, but the man seemed sullen and unwilling to communicate with his companion of the way, replying to all questions merely by a monosyllable, or by the assertion that he did not know. Thus passed by hour after hour during their first and second day's journey, which brought them to the small town of Breteuil. They had hitherto paused either for the purpose of seeking repose or of taking refreshment at religious houses only, but at Breteuil they took up their lodging for the night at the inn of the place, which they found vacant of all guests. The town, too, as they entered it, seemed melancholy and nearly deserted, but the tongue of the good host made up for the stillness which reigned around, and from him Richard of Woodville discovered that the apparent abandonment of the place by its inhabitants was caused partly by the dread which some of the more wealthy townsmen had felt on the near approach of several large detachments of English troops, and partly by the zeal of the younger portion of the population, which had led them to proceed in arms to join the royal standard raised against the invaders. From him, too, the young knight found that the King of England, at the head of his army, was marching rapidly up the Somme in order to force the passage of that river, but that, as all the fords were strictly guarded, and French troops in immense multitudes were gathering on the opposite bank, it was scarcely possible that many days could pass without a battle. "'Twas but yesterday at this hour," said the host, "that news reached the town that a fight had taken place at Fremont, and then this morning we heard it was all false, and that the English king has not yet passed the river." "Where was he when last you heard of him?" demanded Richard of Woodville, taking care to use the French tongue, which he spoke with less accent, perhaps, than most of the inhabitants of distant provinces. "Oh, he was at Beauvais," answered the landlord of the hostel, "and he won't get much further without fighting, I fancy, for he has got Saint-Quentin on his right and our people before him. Heaven send that he may not march back again, for then he would come right through Breteuil, and we are poor enough without being pillaged by those vagabond English. I wonder your Duke does not come to the king's help with all his gallant men-at-arms, for then these proud islanders would be caught in a net, and could not get out." "It is a wonder," answered Richard of Woodville. "But hark!" And as he listened, he heard two sweet voices talking in the hall, in a tongue that sounded like English to his ear. "I am sure of it," said the one, "and if it be so, I beseech you own it. My heart beats so, I can scarcely speak. But I say again, I am sure of it, and that if you will, you have the power not alone to punish the guilty, for that perhaps you may not desire." "Yes, I do," replied the other in a somewhat sharper tone, "and in my own good time I will do it." "To punish the guilty, the time is your own," replied the first voice, "but to save the innocent from utter destruction there is no time but the present." "Ha! You must tell me more," said the second in a tone of surprise. "From utter destruction, did you say? Let us to our chamber. There we can speak at ease." Richard of Woodville heard no more, but what he did hear cast him into deep thought, and when the next morning they again set out upon their journey, he gazed with an inquiring eye at the canonesses and their companions, and mingling in their conversation, endeavoured to discover if the voices which he had heard were to be distinguished amongst them. They all laughed and talked gaily with him, however, in the French tongue, and he came to the conclusion that though the host had assured him the inn was vacant when he and his party arrived, some other guests must have passed the night within its walls. On their way during this day he remarked that the leader of the men-at-arms inquired often and anxiously in every town and village for news of the two armies. Little information did he gain, except from vague reports, but some of these, it would appear, induced him to alter his course towards Amiens, and strike off to the right, in the direction of Péronne. The young knight had not been inattentive to everything that was said, and he heard that the King of France and all his nobility were certainly gathered together in the direction of Bapaume, while the rumour grew stronger and more strong that the English army had effected the passage of the Somme at some unguarded ford in the neighbourhood of Saint-Quentin, and was boldly marching on towards Calais. Such tidings, as the reader may well suppose, caused not a little agitation in the mind of the young soldier. Apprehension, lest a battle should be fought and he be absent, was certainly the predominant sensation, but still he had to ask himself, even if he arrived in time, where arms were to be procured, and a horse fit to bear him through such a strife as that which was likely to take place. The beast he rode, though swift and enduring, was far too lightly formed to carry a knight equipped according to the fashion of the day, and no weapons of any kind did he possess but the dagger which he had retained when captured. It seemed clear to him also that the leader of the Burgundian men-at-arms had, in common with most of his countrymen, a strong inclination to take part with the French, who were naturally considered as kinsmen and allies, against the English, who were looked upon as strangers and enemies, and he felt convinced that the soldier's course had been altered in the hope that, by falling in with the troops of the King of France, he might find a fair excuse for disobeying the more politic orders of his prince, and take a share in the approaching combat. Such thoughts brought with them some doubts of his own safety, and assuredly the dull, taciturn, and repulsive demeanour of the commander of the troop was not calculated to win confidence. It was evident, however, that orders, which he trusted would meet with some respect, had been laid upon his sullen companion, to treat him with deference, and attend to his comfort and convenience, for at every place where they stopped by the way, the best chamber, after their fair charge had been attended to, was assigned to himself, and it was not without permission that the men-at-arms sat down to the same table with him, affecting much to reverence his knightly rank. At length, after a long and hard day's ride, the party reached Péronne, on the evening of the second day after quitting Breteuil, and as they approached the gates, the young knight's confidence was somewhat restored, by the leader of the men-at-arms riding up to his side, and saying, in a low tone, "I pray you, Sir Knight, be careful here, and give no hint of your being an Englishman, for we are coming on dangerous ground." "I will be careful, my good friend," replied Richard of Woodville; "and, to say the truth, if we can discover where the King of England is, it may be as well for me to quit your party soon, as I may bring danger upon you for no purpose." "We shall soon hear more," replied the soldier, "but you had better be beyond the walls of Péronne before you part from us." The scantiness of the band, and the title of Burgundian soldiers, soon obtained admission for the little party, but all was found in a state of bustle and activity within the town, and every tongue was full of the late passage of the King of England at a short distance from the place. Great was the bravado of the inhabitants, who universally declared that they wished he had sat down before their walls, to afford them an opportunity of showing what glorious deeds they would have performed, and all spoke of the condition of the English troops as lamentable, and their fate sealed. The approaching battle was looked forward to as a certain triumph for the arms of France, and rather as a great slaughter of a flying enemy, than a conflict with a powerful force. The very monks of the monastery where the men-at-arms received entertainment, while the canonesses were lodged in the adjoining nunnery, were full of the same martial spirit, and a few years earlier, it is probable, their superior would have put himself in armour to aid in the destruction of the foe. Frequently was Richard of Woodville appealed to as a knight, to pronounce upon the likelihood of King Henry surrendering at discretion, and some difficulty had he so to shape his answers as to escape suspicion. From the conversation which took place, however, he learned that his own sovereign was in the neighbourhood of a small town at no great distance, and he resolved, as soon as he was free from the walls of Péronne, to hurry thither without any farther delay. He ventured, during the evening, to issue forth for a short time into the city, in the hope of being able to purchase arms, but scarcely any were to be found in the town, and such had been the demand for good armour that the price had risen far beyond his scanty means. All that he could afford to buy was a strong, well-tempered sword of a somewhat antique form, which he found in the shop of an armourer, and even for that the price demanded was enormous. Returning to the monastery, he soon escaped from a sort of conversation that was by no means pleasant to his ear, by retiring to rest, and though for some time he did not sleep, yet when slumber did visit his eyelids, she came soft and balmy. The troubled thoughts died away, the anxious questioning of the unsatisfied mind ceased, the wild throbbing of the eager heart for the coming of the undeveloped hours found repose, and he woke calm and refreshed with the first dawn of day, to meet whatever might be in store, with a spirit prepared and ready, and a body reinvigorated by the alternation of exertion and rest. The monastery was one of those, not at all uncommon in those days, in which the vow of seclusion did not by any means exclude contrivances for enjoying at least some communion with the world. It was not surrounded by stern walls, and a large wing of the building rested upon the street, with windows small and high up indeed, and only lighting the chambers appropriated to the use of visitors, but which often afforded the monks themselves an excellent view of what was passing in the town without. In dressing himself with as much care as circumstances would permit, Richard of Woodville approached one of these narrow casements and gazed out upon the gay scene which was enacted below. And though so early, multitudes of people were to be seen passing along, while some stood for a moment gossiping with their neighbours, some were hurrying forward to their busy day, and others pausing to watch a considerable body of men-at-arms who, in somewhat bad array, and without the display of much soldier-like order, came down from a house farther up. When he saw them at a distance, the young knight's first thought was, if all the French troops are like these, it will be no very difficult task to win a field of them. But as the troop came on, and the three leaders riding in front passed under the window, he was struck by the arms of one of them, who appeared in the middle. He could have sworn that the armour in which the knight was habited was familiar to his eye, and it must be recollected that the ornaments which covered the harness of a man-at-arms in those days were rarely the same, so that means of identification were always at hand, such as we do not possess in the present times. But there, before his eyes, if he could believe their testimony, was the identical suit which had been sent to him by good Sir Philip Beauchamp shortly before he left the shores of England. There were the fan-shaped palettes, with the quaint gilt figures in the corners, and the upturned pauldrons with the edge of gold, and the bassinets shaped like a globe, with the enamelled plate on the forehead bearing Ave Maria. There could be no doubt that it was the same, and Woodville's brow knit for a moment, and his teeth closed tight. But the next instant he smiled again, asking half aloud, "How could a prisoner of near 2 years escape pillage? If I meet you in the field, my friend, I will have that harness back again, for Mary's sake, or I will lie low." Thus saying, he resumed his toilet, and the troop passed on. A moment after he heard a voice singing, and turning to the window again, he looked out. The sounds did not come from below, but there was a large projecting mass of building, with loopholes on the 3 sides, which protruded into the street on his right, and it seemed to him that the sounds came thence. He listened and caught some of the words, but every now and then they died away in the cadence of a wild French air of the period, but those he could distinguish seemed so well suited to his situation at the time that he strove eagerly to hear more. "Away, away to the field of fame, gallant knight, hie away," were the first sounds he could make out, but the next stanza was more distinct, and went on thus in the French tongue. "Think of thy lady at home in her bower, on her knees for her lord to pray. Think of her terror and hope in the hour when your banner floats proud in array, well a day. Away, away to the field of fame, gallant knight, hie away. For king, for country, and deathless name is each stroke that is stricken today. Charolois, Charolois, Charolais." The hopes of years and the fame of life are lost or won ere evening's ray. The father's spirit looks down on the strife and bids thee to battle away, well a day. Away, away to the field of fame, gallant knight, hie away! For king, for country, and deathless name is each stroke that is stricken today. Charolois, Charolois, Charolais. As he was listening for more, a knock was heard at the door of his chamber, and bidding the applicant come in, Richard of Woodville was somewhat surprised to see the personage whom we have designated as the clerk's man enter in some haste. "I thought you were still sleeping, Sir Knight," he said, "but I ventured to wake you, as, by heaven's good will, it seems there will be a battle shortly, and methought you would like to hear such tidings, and be present at such a deed." "I have heard that such is likely to be the case," answered Woodville, "and am eager enough to set out, my friend. But how came you here, and where have you left your master?" "Oh, I have followed you close," the man replied. "I only waited to see that the enemy's hounds had not got scent of the deer, but the slot has been crossed by so many other herds that they soon lost the track. I have wakened Master Isambert, who leads the Duke's party, and he will be in the saddle in half an hour. As to my master, he has gone by the other road, and I dare say has joined Sir John at Bretonville or Beauvillers, or where they pass the Somme." "Is this Isambert very faithful, think you?" asked the young knight. "Not too much so," replied the man calmly, "but in your case he dare as soon give his throat to the knife as do you wrong, for the Duke and the Count and the Lord of Croy would all have bloody vengeance if aught of evil befell you ere you are with your own people. However, it will not be amiss to quit him soon, for I find a body of his own folks have just marched out under Robinet de Bournonville, as wild a marauder as ever a wild land brought forth. And it is well to get out of such company when there are too many, for what one man dare not do, a number think nothing of." "Then," said the young knight, "this good Isambert's arrival at Trille was not a matter of chance, as I thought it?" "Oh, no," replied the other. "He came thither on purpose to give you aid. He might have saved 15 leagues by another road, but the Duke's commands were not to be disobeyed. However, noble knight, you had better get some breakfast, for heaven only knows when we shall have an opportunity of putting anything into our mouths again. You might as well follow a flight of locusts, they tell me, as our army. The refectioner is serving out meat to the men, and mead too, for we have quitted the land of wine." The young knight bade him go and provide for himself, and soon following, he took a hasty meal before he mounted with the rest. The whole party was speedily in the saddle, the streets of the town were soon passed, and the gates of Peronne closed behind them. Chapter 39.